Okay. So that was the drum beat, guys. So Professor Asadi, guys, we have feedback on the system. Professor Asadi is a prominent leader in electrical and computer engineering, currently serving as the Director General of the Moroccan School of Engineering Sciences and as head of the Interactive Digital Center at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. With a career spanning over 3 decades, he has held key academic and leadership positions, including his tenure as Dean of the National School of Computer Science and System Analysis at Mohammed V University. A prolific researcher and innovator, Professor Asadi, I believe you have a presentation, so we'll let you have the floor first before I move on to our distinguished panel over here. So please, 15 minutes, you have 15 minutes, if you can wrap up in that time. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Professor Rahel, for introduction and also for this great.
Hold on just a second. Guys, we cannot hear Professor Asadi very well.
Yeah.
Omar, Soot Mushzain.
This is the beauty of going live.
Yeah. We thought of doing it recorded, but it's always fun to talk to Asadi, so we thought we'll do.
Can
basalt to help for the ecosystem and use better materials. But what we see is that, again, this gap between where we are and where we could be and the use of the new materials, it takes, you know, a lot of time. Sometimes it's because of the legislation. Sometimes it's because, you know, it's of the economical structure of countries. So I think it's very interesting and it's very important that we work and we collaborate on a global level. So sometimes we can also, you know, maybe one area is more prone to one solution, but if we can, you know, make it systemic, if we can work together and blend for the betterment of the humanity, I think this is the key.
Well, especially your plasmodium work. Plasmodium, as you know, is an intracellular parasite residing inside the RBC. So how does your system differentiate between an uninfected RBC and an infected RBC?
Well, you know more than I do, but I can tell you this, that every single molecule has a frequency. So that's how we recognize it also, you know, on the chart. So we use the same frequency to oxidize, you know, only that frequency. So, you know, it goes and links to that frequency and oxidizes the cell. So this is how we can also cure the Crohn disease. We can, you know, use it to actually impair the calcium transportation, which is, the calcium is what transports pain. So we've been using it also in hospital to kind of neutralize pain without using any chemicals. So again, I think it's, you know, the beauty of this kind of technology. I wrote a book that came out about 2 years ago about the surfacing of artificial intelligence in regenerative medicine. And I think the beauty where we are right now is that we can use technology, so artificial intelligence, to blend in. But we're still at the center. This is what I believe is important, and also manual work is important to understand that we're still at the center of technology. We're still, you know, our human side, our ethical side, it's so important for everything we do. And so we should not, you know, allow artificial intelligence or any technology just run the show for us. We are responsible. We have to keep at the center, you know, of things. And so this is how, you know, the HIT technology, the information transfer technology works. I hope I answered you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir Indrioli. You talked about, you know, the digital divide. I feel that there is a resource divide also between countries mostly living members of our organization and other countries. So can you, you know, highlight how your organization and ICESCO, we can accelerate the adoption, especially of smart city technologies, to combat desertification and build resilience and in urban environments, especially when we go to most of our member states, especially in Africa. When I talk to them about, you know, spending maybe $100 to sequence the whole genome so that we can find out what the diseases are, they said, you know, $100, that is like 6 months of food for us, you know, and they really are not able to have the resources to be even able to correct their diseases and everything. So how do we address this?
I think it's a very interesting question. Thank you. I think we have to start thinking on a more holistic way. So some areas don't have the financial power to address certain questions, and some areas have a lot of financial power, but they don't have the resources, maybe, you know, the land resources, or maybe the logistic resources, or, you know, the know-how resources. So what I think will be very helpful, and we've seen it also in the Philippines, 7,000 islands, the Philippines, they had a big problem about coordinating the production of food. So they were forced to import a lot of food until, you know, a company from Singapore working with the government, so the private and the public coming together, all the farmers how to farmer because they just had to put a goggle, and the goggle was provided by the government, and the technology was provided by a private partner. So they come in together, they solve a lot of the problems they had before, and so they drop the import rate and they maximize the export rate. This also turns out to be a very, productive source of energy and finance. So again, they were able to invest more money into the cycle. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that some of the countries that you're talking about, they probably don't have, much energy to do the genomic research and the biotechnical research, but they have some other resources. So I think through artificial intelligence today, we have two great advantages. That's why I'm very pro artificial intelligence. That we have two great advantages. One, we can set up and build and compare a lot of data. So if we learn how to read those data in a positive, great way, we can help, also in seeing where the resources are and how to utilize, those resources. So it doesn't have to come from that village or that area, the money to do the genetic research. It could come from somewhere else, and in exchange for that, maybe we can, get some food, or we can get a better use of the land, or teach them how to use the land in a better way so they produce more, so they can have more food. And then so it's really, we have to get to the holistic vision, and it's not just about money now. We have to break through the also, if you look at food and if you look at medicine, as a matter of fact, up to 10 years ago, we were not thinking, of medicine as food as a medicine. It was in an ancient time, and then in modern university, many, have thought, oh, I can cure the liver. I'm very specialized in going and curing the liver or the heart, or, but I'm not taking care of what people eat. And basal inflammation, which we know is the cause of many degenerative diseases, was taken, in consideration just when it was too late. It's like diabetes, The problem with diabetes is like we cannot wait until the curve goes to a threshold and then say, oh, you have a problem. We knew that this, through the graphic and through the research, we knew when a person reaches that threshold and how is going to reach that threshold. So we have the opportunity nowadays to intervene before. And I think the same thing is with the resources on certain areas and with the cure on certain areas. We know where the problem is, we know where the resources are, so let's try to do a swap, an exchange, and stop thinking about, oh, what you're going to give me now. No, what you can give me into the future if I help you now and make you better, you're going to be more productive. It's like our body. If somebody comes to me when he's really sick, it's going to be much harder for me to help him out. But if it comes to me in an early stage, I can make him more productive. I can, implement his life. And so I think the cooperation is really important. It's really important how we read the data, and it's really important to understand that we can act and help people before they need our help.
Absolutely, thank you. I'll come back to you, especially on the AI. There's a lot of, fear against AI, and we'll talk more about AI and data and VR technology a little bit later. Asadi, can you speak, and let's hear if you can. Nope, still nothing. Can you move closer to the mic and see if we can hear you better? All right, we'll work a little bit more. Let me move on to Manuel Rocamora. Manuel, you are working in Saudi Arabia for a while now on decarbonization and carbonless societies and all that. What strategies and technologies have proven most effective in driving decarbonization efforts in urban projects, especially in Saudi Arabia and other arid regions? One of the technologies, people always say to me, we should generate less CO2. That other end of the spectrum is that we can take off the CO2 from the environment also using, different technologies and techniques. So can you talk about, what technologies you're familiar with and what are you working with currently? Thank you.
Well, just let me do a premise situation, because as Professor said before, I do believe this kind of thing is not a matter of technology, it's a matter of human education. And the first initiation of this is education. When we talk about, we need to understand what is the term of decarbonization. Can be medicine, can be carbon, new material of the construction that use less steel, can see many things. Can be energy reserve, so battery storage, whatever you want. Here, in Saudi Arabia, I think we need to consider one thing, and I spoke with you before about that, is the population. And 68 is almost population will be in cities before 2050. And of course, that exponential growth fast in the middle. So planning is better. That is because the Arabia another 68% to the cities, but something is going back to the city stage. Why I say that? Because we spoke before about that. I came Japan and the other areas, they are distributed. This cluster that I give you the area, so you have Hong Kong, Macau, Shenzhen, Guangzhou. This area is 75 million inhabitants. This manage situation of waste management, food. Yeah, so the challenge is, you consider just GDP will be the 4 or 5 country in the world. So I can take 5 or channel like that. I can take, or even Kuala Lumpur, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, probably Riyadh, and do why I say that, if you take the situation, for example, in Europe, but it's also the meta cities like Paris, where you absorb all the other small cities around, and how tools, what he said before, any artificial intelligence or AGI who is coming, artificial general intelligence becoming close, it means you need to be service of the person, not the AI need to, and it's more important to have the empathy. So for me, sustainability decarbonization is education. Not only education, but to put this kid to understand that anything about finance is more important than before. It's more important than before, but you to be handled by us. When I say that, and I say you Saudi Arabia, how you do, so yeah, I can take it with one company from Singapore who has the what it is, we have the use of the concrete of the construction, you see here in Saudi Arabia, so they have 4 of the steel, and the crystallization in the creation of the concrete is something about 52% fasted. Which means the use of the bridges during the construction is more sustainable, and they have carbon absorption, which is good in that. So, eco material, like for example, the use in alternative to the cement and the other, it could be some of the things you do. The distributed energy resource, how you do, because in Saudi Arabia, you must go the countries around the area. So it means this is affect, for example, the transition of the renewables. My friend, we spoke yesterday with Dr. Habib. He has a startup for the process automation of the solar in the rooftop of the automatically. And you can create, but the problem is, because this price of this succeed, and it's important to have a feed-in tariff to that, you cannot compete with the real price to do the transition and help the people to move in that way, because any payback to any investor to this, we are talking about 7 years, and we know all of us in practical way that we don't do the investment unless we are below 5 years. So that is, for example, some of the sample that I can see here in Saudi.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive explanation. I'll just quote something from our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He said, you know, when a city becomes too large, move and form a new city. And I think that is a quote that if we follow, all of us follow, we won't be facing all these problems that we are with these mega cities. And now with, you know, Cairo new city coming up, and Jakarta also, the new capital coming up and all that, that really points towards the fact that we should not overburden our resources and move as soon as we go beyond the limits of the environment. I was reading in this paper the other day, and they were talking about using algae in cement and all that, and the algae is absorbing carbon dioxide from the air, and also, you know, these different microorganisms and nanoparticles repairing buildings and cracks and all that. Is that a realistic thing to look forward in the future smart cities, or is this still theoretical and we are just talking about it?
Yes and no. Yes and no, what I say is you don't take, as we talked before, all we do about the meta and the city, smart cities, is a holistic approach. Which means, yes, it's important the technology, yes, it's important the absorption of carbon, but it's more important even more to use nature-based solution. For example, if I put rooftop farms and I put vertical farms or wall farms or even more recovery asset, you see Detroit, what's happening in the US a few years ago with the automotive sector degradation. They don't know how to do to recover these areas that, you know, the people are not, the work is lost, how you can use this. So the lesson from COVID, and that's, remember one thing, I mean, he's more biotechnology, the professor know better than me, but what's happened with COVID is not isolated, it's not something that will not happen, no. It will be the new normal happen. Why? Because the climate change. The climate change produced some elements like migration, so climate refugees, some movement, and this created the weather that created no bacteria in this situation. Why I explain that? Because the Detroit recovery asset that I explained before is just to put vertical farms through food proximity. Because you cannot rely anymore to do the food for outside. Countries like Saudi Arabia rely pretty much on importation of the water and many things. So you need to have this on house, at least in some situation like this, or Singapore or other countries you have vertical farms to produce. But nature-based solution, nature-based cities is even more important than GY, because let's say Melbourne, this is totally opposite than Detroit, no? I know a couple of cases I worked at, where areas for the fleet management and the, you know, Karin over here, all the traffic management, what happened? So areas that you are using actually for parking, this means will be disuse. And it will be the use from today. We know in 5 years you will not use the car because we have close traffic management downtown city like Paris, London, 15 million city movement. Because this has happened. What is happening with all the parking we are building structure? So what are the reuse that we will do with this? We need to think in our list approach for now, not from after us. And what is you say about LG, for example, reconverted this parking in gardens, in parking, in vertical farms with the proximity, do option to use the nature-based solution. Nature-based solution integrated with LG is an holistic approach. And that's, I do believe in that thing. But most important for all of that is, for me, is the planning. I think I told to you before, I was part of the organization. I created in November 2018, we launched in Singapore. Indonesia was there, other countries, the ASEAN Smart City Network. Why? Because there are 26 cities in that area who are growing a population more than 100 million population before 2030. This area is a flooding, tropical weather. You know what has happened? So the stress and the situation of the cities is not prepared with the waste management, the circular economy, grid, etc. So you need to create from today how you are planning to grow these areas and these cities, because we know we will have the challenge. It's not enough that we will wait with a nature solution. We need to do it in a proper way, in a holistic way. And that's, I think, is the dialectic that we will try both together to do all the time is education, education, education. Otherwise, it will be losing the time.
Certainly, I agree with you. Without education, we really don't have a comprehensive understanding of what we are doing to our environment and everything. And I think nature-based solutions, that is the really way to go forward. we have created concrete forests in our cities, and it's really time to move away from maybe on a model of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. That is what we are talking about, to move towards. And also we did a workshop on urban forests. You don't really need huge patches to create these forests in urban areas. I think that is certainly doable, and we should really be doing that. Asadi, can you speak up again and see if we've solved our technical problems?
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me? Otherwise, we can use WhatsApp.
Feman, can you check if we can, you connect on the WhatsApp and put that next to the mic or something?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, my WhatsApp is working, so it's okay. I have an eSIM and my WhatsApp is working. So.
I'll call you then, sir.
But that's also the human side of things, you know. We move so much, and we move so much technology, and we have all those brilliant minds with us. But then again, you know, we're kind of enslaved by the technology. So the human side of it, I think, is the best part, because then we can, you know, use WhatsApp. We can find alternative, you know, ways and side views to solve problems.
Okay, can you speak now? So let's see if you have.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello? Yes. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Asadi.
Sorry for this.
Okay, we are good now.
Yeah.
this is where AI will fail and human ingenuity will come in.
Fantastic.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so I will check quickly my slides, sorry. And, can you see the slide?
Yeah. Yes, we see your slide.
Yeah, okay. Sorry again for this technical issue, but I think it's always about problem solving. I think also decarbonization is a part of the problem solving. So I will start here by the problem statement. So we have many problems in our city beyond the connectivity. Most of them, I think, were already covered in some way or another by my colleague panelists. Urban stress with the urbanization trend in our cities. Also other challenges with the cities, pandemic, but also climate change, which is also related in some way to desertification. You have here in this slide very quickly the World Atlas of Desertification that was, presented recently by Argis Hub. We have here also different colors indicating different levels, of desertification within, the world. But of course, there are several trends that are shaping human living that could possibly contribute to solving most of the pressing, I would say, problems and issues within our cities today. Some of them were reported recently by ICESCO, and some of them are also related to decarbonization and desertification combating in our work. Green planning of public space is one of them. 15-minute city. 15-minute city does not have really strong link to technology. Addressing smart cities from the perspective of 15-minute city involves other ways, other means, planning, and so on and so forth. Mobility, intelligent, sustainable as a service, which will also certainly contribute to reducing climate change impact in our city. Inclusive services and planning, digital innovation ecosystem, which is key to develop all kinds of innovations required for smart cities, circular economy and producing locally, smart and sustainable buildings and infrastructure. We have heard a few examples from other panelists. The involvement of the citizens is also key in designing, developing all kinds of solutions. AI is key for all kinds of solutions within smart cities. But of course, we have other challenges related to cybersecurity and privacy that should be also tackled. Of course, we have the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda, which is also presented through its 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals that cover all kinds of challenges and issues within the cities. And we have a recent report that monitor the level of achievement that have been reached recently, and also with a perspective to achieving all the SDGs by 2030. And unfortunately, less than 80% of, less than 20% of the SDGs have been achieved. So there are lots of things to be done. And of course, we have also a social impact or social economic impact of desertification and climate change on SDGs that contributes also in delaying the achievement of those SDGs. And you can see here different levels of impact of climate change and desertification of different SDGs. So you have different levels. For example, there are higher level for SDG number 15 or 13, but you have also for no poverty, for example, according to the International Panel on Climate Change. But the good news, as it was also outlined by other speakers, is that AI and other technologies could certainly contribute to mitigating the impact of climate change and desertification. And here you can see how small cities and AI can can positively impact SDGs related to environment and economy and society to a very high level. When we talk about smart city, there are many definitions and there are many components that are required to build a smart city. But I think that a smart environment and all of the like smart mobility, smart economy, and all of the components here are key to mitigate climate change and contribute also to the mitigation of desertification. I don't need to go back to the definition. There are several definitions that were put forward regarding smart cities, and most of them agree on the fact that smart cities leverage technology and all available means to tackle all kinds of challenges we have in our cities. The framework or the ecosystem of smart cities is composed of different levels. We have technology, we have data, connectivity, and we have also different applications and solutions. And the outcome is quality of life, government efficiency, health and wellness, economic development, sustainability, public safety, mobility, and so on and so forth. Data is also key. Since we're talking about AI, we cannot talk about AI without data. The smart cities delivered all kinds of data in their operations. There is another interesting concept I would like to share with you, which is Society 5.0 that was proposed by the Japanese government. And I'd like to highlight here two aspects here: resilience and sustainability and environmental harmony, which are key for desertification mitigation or climate change mitigation. In the same framework, we have this very important, very interesting mapping between technology and SDGs. So according to Society 5.0, we can address all kinds of sustainable development goals through all kinds of technologies available like AI, IoT, VR, AR, and so on and so forth. In terms of key performance indicators, which are, I think, very essential to measure to what level our cities are performing with respect to all kinds of verticals, we have different frameworks. One of them is presented in this slide, which was presented and proposed by the United Nations through its initiative called United for Sustainable Smart Cities. There are already many cities affiliated to this initiative. And according to this initiative, we have several KPIs that are proposed for cities to measure their performance, which are based on 3 dimensions: economy, environment, and society and culture. We have about 100 indicators. 54 of them are essential. And if we look at the environment dimension, we have different categories like air quality, water and sanitation, waste, environment quality, public space and nature and energy, which are also very key and important to address all kinds of challenges related to climate change. There are other frameworks proposed by, for example, the International Standardization Organization, and more specifically, we are talking here about the ISO 3720, dedicated for sustainable development of communities. And here we have also a set of indicators, about 100 indicators that cover all kinds of verticals within our cities, including economy, education,
energy, environment, and so on and so forth. There are already many cities across the globe that are, certified according to ISO 37720. Have here the map, and I'm very happy to see here that you have Mecca in Saudi Arabia. You have other cities from the region. We have also standards which are in some way, I would say, best practices presented to different stakeholders of cities that cover all kinds of verticals within our cities today, including energy efficiency, intelligent transportation systems that are also involved in one way or another with the climate change mitigation. There is also another standard under preparation, the 84, which is the guide for the technology and process framework for planning and smart cities. We have many other initiatives within IEEE, as it was also indicated before. I don't need to go through them. But the question is, how can smart cities can play a significant role in combating desertification? There are different ways to do that. So the first one is water management and conservation. So using smart irrigation systems that are based on IoT system, AI, and so on and so forth. Rainwater harvesting and recycling that does not really rely on digital technologies and AI. Leak detection, this is also another, I would say, process that leverages IoT, AI to reduce leak within water distribution system. We have also this green infrastructure based on urban forests and green spaces. We have also the vertical farming that was referred to by Professor Rahil in his introduction. The third one is renewable energy integration, which is key to reduce carbon footprint. We have solar and wind energy efficient coding, especially in areas like Gulf countries. Data-driven land management is also another proposition, which is based on monitoring and prediction using all kinds of available technology like satellite, drones, AI analytics to track desertification patterns. Policy support based on data from smart cities can guide policies to regulate urban sprawl, ensuring land use that does not encroach on vulnerable ecosystems. The fifth one is citizen engagement and education. So education is also key by raising awareness through awareness campaigns, incentives for conservation, using gamified apps and reward systems that can motivate citizens. I still remember here very important initiatives in Mexico that use something similar to Bitcoins to incentivize citizens. So they call it HUSIS, and it is implemented in Guadalajara, for example. Okay, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Siddiq, for your intervention. Thank you very much. And for that is exactly what we were talking about here also, maybe urban forest and all that, really very good guidelines. So before we lose you again, let me ask you a question that, we've been talking here that it's very difficult for some of our member countries. Are you online with us?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's very difficult for some of our member countries to put a lot of money into infrastructure and everything. So can you, tell us how can engineering and technological innovation contribute to building decarbonized and climate resilient urban infrastructure, especially in developing countries and in some of our member countries in Africa also?
Well, thank you so much for this very important question. I think that technology, as it was mentioned through different speakers, is key to develop, sustainable and smart cities, and also to combat desertification and climate change. And there is, as you have already mentioned, the digital divide in many countries across Africa, sub-Saharan Africa countries, for example, and many other African countries and other countries from the world, suffer from this digital divide. And I think there are different innovative approaches that could be adopted to leverage the required funding for smart city solutions required in those kind of countries, especially by leveraging public-private partnership, which is already, I think, implemented in many countries as a means or solution to build sustainable smart cities. And especially also given the fact that most countries can, interest, this kind of partnerships, especially by involving companies, industries in this, PPP or public-private partnership. Otherwise, I think that education is also very important, because we need also to have the required skills to develop all kinds of smart city solutions. All the time we focus on technology, and we forget a very important component, which is the human capital required to build solutions that will leverage the technology to address all kinds of challenges within our cities. And I think this is a very important component to work on. And I know that in our countries we have different education programs that focus on developing skills for on emerging technologies and key technologies for sustainable smart cities, like AI, renewable energy, sustainable development, and so on and so forth. And I think we should invest also a lot in those areas. And the other component that was also highlighted in the last slide of my presentation is the awareness about sustainable development and the mitigation of climate change. We should develop in our communities and societies through different initiatives. And this is also a very important component to keep in mind.
Please stay online if we have another question. I'll come back to the audience in a little bit. Let me just conclude with my panel here. Yes, please go ahead, Manuel.
Because maybe, about the capitalization of the project, the sustainability of the smart city, I would like to talk about a little bit, because it's complicated. Because you see, for example, India, you have more than 100 projects in PPP, private-public partnership. I don't believe in the PPP. Because it's something you do, you analyze, you started, but it's not working. I can tell you one example, an alternative of two, just to see the business model isn't really what is the problem it is. In Beijing, when they did for 2014 the Green Horizon project, 10G, and regenerate the city of Beijing. This project was financed in PPE, private-public equity. It means we need to facilitate the capital injected to the project. The private-public partnership is okay, but we need to put the tools and elements to the capital be interested to do. When I say that, in our side at Carbonless, we try to do, that the projects of the city to evolve in the proper way, to have carbon credit also, or carbon fee or feed-in tariff, to do in a proper way. It means I have some sensation and still the capital are not, injected or inside in the proper way, how should need to be done. And for this, we need to facilitate that they are interested in the attraction of that. That's the only thing.
Manuel, you pointed to carbon credit. Let me, follow up on a question on that. I received a call from Pakistan about a week back, and they said, can you explain to us, how we can benefit from this carbon capture, carbon credit, and how we can, what is this all about? I think, in developing countries or underdeveloped countries, this idea of how we can take benefit from carbon credit is unfortunately not there. So what can we do really to spread this news and make sure that they utilize carbon credit for their benefit?
You need to understand there are two countries in the world now actually who are nature positive already. So it's Bhutan and Costa Rica. This is because the nature, the environmental, the protection, they are carbon credit need zero. So what I'm saying in Pakistan or countries like this, why is good to do in this way, not only for the heat and isolated in cities like capital of Pakistan, but the only thing that you do the nature. So you do carbon credit is not, repeat again, it's not the single action that for me nature-based solution, LG, or have the carbon absorption. It is the holistic approach. It's how we have today, but how we have tomorrow, because we will grow. Yeah. These cities are growing, and the challenge will be continue doing. It's a journey, it's not a destination. Just don't forget that. Any city, any project city, any smart city, it's a journey, it's not a destination. Yes. And the tools that we have today are very advanced, but the tools we will have tomorrow is even better. What I'm saying, the technology maturity level that we had before artificial intelligence and quantum and other are coming are much more faster and much more integrated in a faster way than not before. So what we're planning today, we need to take in consideration our roadmap that, because if we don't plan it this, it will be wrong from the beginning. That's what I can say here.
Thank you very much. Question to you, we talk a lot about using IoT and using AI and all that. Can you highlight, how can we use these technologies to fight desertification and ensure resilience of
The regard could be a really beneficial in order to set up standards where we know how to read the data and how to interact with the data, and also help in rural areas to help them to set up, those standards, and so we can, once we do it in one area, we can replicate it. But we should not make the mistake to think that all the areas are the same. Each area is like each patient will react to the medicine in a different way. Now, for economical reason, we like to standardize those systems, but it's also a mistake to think that just because we standardize a system, just because we standardize a vaccination, this vaccination will interact with the body in the same way with everyone. So again, artificial intelligence and the genome project and all that, it's helping us to understand that informations and the feedback of informations nowadays, we're talking, in nature we're talking about stagnation, and stagnation is death. So everything, even when we walk, we lose our balance, but we don't lose our vision. We have to keep our vision. Otherwise, what happens is that we have technologies that are really advanced, like we work in cybersecurity as well. What we see is that we have very good technology, but then from the technology, we're already using post-quantum encryption. But then again, to implement that into a company, to implement that into society, that's a different story, because people, when you go into the real world, it's not as easy. Doesn't work. It's like many times we have financial plan very clear in our mind, but then we are on the ground and things start changing. So that change is also, it's also good feedback, but it's telling us that many times, like in cybersecurity, for instance, the difficult part is to make people used to certain practice. So you can have the best technology in the world, but if you are not following rules, if you're not following, what we should do and how to protect yourself, all the technology in the world is not to defend you. But again, if you follow everything, then you're very guarded, and your system is it's less flexible. So it's always a battle between, do we want to be flexible? Do we want to be straight? Do we want to, what do we really need to implement? And again, when we go back into the real world, all this is becoming, informations, and we need to learn and to adjust all the time. So it's always becoming, we need, this confrontation also between institutions, between researchers, between the local governments and the rural communities, because we have to keep adjusting. And in this direction, artificial intelligence can help us. Of course, quantum computing can help us, but we really have to stay and to remain ethical. And this is why I think it's so important, the human side of it. And as Manuel was saying before, also all the artistic side, all all the human side that is so more complex than just saying, you know, technology is just saying, you know, the artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much. You talked about every patient not responding to the medication equally. We have pharmacogenomics, you know. We can use that now for diagnosing if the patient will respond to an ACE inhibitor or calcium calmodulin inhibitor or diuretic, and what should we give him to control his blood pressure and all that. So maybe we need a pharmacogenomic solution for artificial intelligence also, so that it can be.
That is funny. When I came from Hong Kong, there is a cluster for the nanotechnology biomedical, and the UCL of Max, which is Neuralink, is nothing else that you applicate the EAGI, artificial general intelligence, to the chip. You have this chip, and you can put the evolution. But not only, this is nothing else than the evolution previously to the robot brain. That is the people don't say. And what just added before is last month in New York for the SD Week, Saudi Development Goals Week. This is presented the quantum and SDG, how to do the climate change, and how they analyze how to use this tool in the proper way to do ethical, to do. So I say, we need to use the technology to the service of the people, not of the opposite type.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. So, Manuel, I'll stick with you for now. Can you, tell us, what sort of lessons other countries, especially ICESCO member countries and other underdeveloped countries, can learn from carbonless KSA's experience, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's experience, and how they can move towards carbonless also?
Listen, from my point of view, every country is an organic element, is life element. It's not. I cannot compare Saudi Arabia with the Philippines or Indonesia, because we are in tropical condition, weather condition totally different. The geopolitical situation is different. They are areas where they have flooding, typhoons, earthquake every single year, no grid. How many islands between Philippines and Indonesia? 7,000 each of the country, no grid. So this ecosystem needs to be considered when you do growth elements. When we talk about Saudi Arabia, we talk about a totally transformative country who is doing very fast to put the oil and gas dependence to tourist, economic, and something that they are changing, and they are evolved to a totally different way. Society is totally open now, compared with only 6 years ago, 7 I came before, and I totally support this kind of view, because in my perspective, this is this. So the learning is, the next step is Africa. This is more than clear from my point of view, and all the learnings coming for South Asia Pacific, because consider one thing, population will be 10 billion inhabitants before 2050, but 3/4 part of the population will be between Asia and Africa. It means 3, 4, 5 people, migration, climate change, situation about climate deterioration. And don't forget one thing, we just a phenomenon to have 3 new capitals in the world, because we cannot manage the situation. The new capital of Philippines is Nuclear City, new capital of Indonesia, moving Jakarta to Borneo, and new capital of Cairo is New Cairo. Just the 3 examples, but it's coming more. It's coming more because the tending of the mega cities. In addition, more challenge still with these cities in the coastal, with no growth, no space. I tell you example, Singapore, now you can take Istanbul, how they are growing. The situation is going challenging, and maybe we don't realize we really. So you see what the learning is. I think each case is particular, but we can learn for what the growth in Africa is. Don't leave them alone. That's my perspective. Don't leave them alone, but educated in the proper way. Not, that's what I will say.
Absolutely. Every ecosystem is different. You're absolutely right. Indonesia is different from Maldives, is different from Saudi Arabia and Pakistan and other countries, and we need to have a holistic approach there. Professor, you talked about, using, in fact, Sir Andrioli, you talked about data and using AI for data cleaning purposes and all that. We know with the advent of IoT, which is still not fully implemented, we will be receiving data. They say knowledge is doubling every 13 hours right now. But I think we will be receiving data in quadruples, and data will be doubling every hour or so. How do we clean those data out using artificial intelligence and all that to ensure that we are getting to meaningful data and not just background noise and crappy data from which we cannot learn anything. Especially artificial intelligence is very heavily dependent upon data. If we are providing it with faulty data, how will we ensure that it is not making incorrect decisions for our countries and for our cities?
Very, very, very interesting. I will go back to our body and our biological evolution. When we look at something, it's not always the reality. Like if it's snowing very heavily, you will still look and you're still able to move your way around. Because somehow your brain blocks out all these snowflakes or part of them, and it gives you an image inside you of the place around you that it's out of the noise, the rumor. So somehow it keeps your attention very high. So you really are able to navigate through all these informations and to kind of remove all the noise. In the same time, we have to learn how to do that. New technologies are, so many and so diversified nowadays, and we get so much information. And I bet we all have a cellular phone. How much of the cellular phone we really know how to use? Probably 10%. How much we're really using? Probably 3%. So again, I remember this old conversation back 20 years ago when we started saying, oh, neurogenesis, when you reach the age of 60, your brain doesn't develop anymore. You're using only 10% of your brain and all blah, 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 blah. And then we discover that it's all, it's very different. Neurogenesis will, keep on going. Your neuroplastic brain will keep on producing cells, until the day you die. So this is also another thing we have to understand. Information is always going to double. It's always going to move forward. This is part of the evolution. That everything is moving forward all the time, and everything is moving apart because we are expanding. We're expanding as a universe. We're expanding as a form of life, and this is part of being proactive. So what I suggest is that we keep tight and we keep on learning, because nowadays we talk about education for kids, but what about ourselves? There is so much we need to learn every day, and it's always more and more. And I think, Professor, also, it's a testament to how many things we have to toggle and do, and how many, so interdisciplinary research is becoming more and more important because people, there are certain key people that can bring together all this technology. So to answer your question, yes, we have bigger data, we have bigger, computer, we have quantum, and soon will be post-quantum. So it's never going to end. It's never, we have to adapt, but also we have to give ourselves the time to adapt. And so sometimes maybe we should just slow down a little bit and start learning and studying a little bit more.
All right, I'll come back to quantum computing. I think it's an important topic, especially for our part of the world. Professor Asadi, can you hear me? And if you can unmute, yeah. So can you talk about the key challenges that we are facing in integrating smart city technologies into urban planning in rapidly growing cities, particularly in North Africa?
Additional question? Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Several challenges that relate to bringing technology to smart cities, because as it was mentioned earlier, I think by...
Can you turn your computer mic off? We are getting feedback, I think. And just keep your WhatsApp mic on. I think we have solved the problem, but I want to stick with WhatsApp for now. Our solution rather than the AI solution. Please go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Guys, can we control the feedback or no? Omar?
I think
Yeah, Khoya.
Okay. Okay, so probably I can proceed with well, I think that
Can you say something?
Hello?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Okay, try now.
Okay.
Is he online, guys? Can we hear him without the WhatsApp thing?
can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yeah, you're online. Good. I
So
can
we can
disconnect my WhatsApp now.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry. So again, I think thank you so much for this good question. I think that there are different ways of integrating technology in smart cities, but I think there are also many challenges for at different levels. I think the first one is access to technology, especially for countries with some digital divide that were already mentioned, especially in areas like sub-Saharan Africa and even in other parts of Africa. And I think that human capital is also key to provide the required human capital that will be able to develop tailored solutions for smart cities. Because most of the time when we talk about smart city solutions, we think that any smart city solution could be easily plugged and played in any city around the world. I think it's very important to adapt the solutions to the different, I would say, context we have in our cities. And that's why the innovation ecosystem that's required to be put in place in different cities to work on different solutions required required for the city. And in this context, most of the time we talk about the living lab or city as a lab. This will allow us, to work on tailored solutions for the city on different verticals, either for mobility, water, environment, and so on and so forth. And well, I think that the technology is also very important, access to the technology in some way, because when we talk about a smart city, there is a strong, I would say, dependence on AI solutions, database solutions. And in this context, we need all kind of infrastructure, like, communication infrastructure, 4G or 5G, I think is also another important technology that's required for smart cities. Cloud and data centers is also another important technology. And not all the cities can have access to those technologies, especially in areas of the world where we have this digital divide, where we don't have easy access to those technologies. We have to figure out how we can, facilitate access to those technologies. There are already some initiatives underway. We know for the connectivity we have the famous project led by Elon Musk. This is the Euralink, so that will enable to have internet access globally. We have for cloud technologies, we have some solutions offered by different vendors, but many countries are weary in some ways because they are also thinking about sovereign clouds. The sovereign clouds will allow them to host their data within their countries, and that will also help manage different risks and threats, especially threats related to cybersecurity and privacy. We have also, to put in place the required governance entities needed for smart cities, and there are different models in these regards. This is also another important component or ingredient that will allow us to succeed in the endeavor of establishing or putting in place smart cities in all parts of the world. And finance is another issue. It was outlined before. There are also different alternatives and solutions available in this purpose.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'll come back to my guests over here, Sir Andrioli and Manuel. Guys, we talked about, cybersecurity and quantum computing and post-quantum computing technologies. There is a scare in the underdeveloped and developing countries that once the Western countries, because quantum computing, not everybody can afford it, and once the Western countries acquire these quantum and post-quantum computing, their systems will be completely vulnerable. Because you all know that, I was seeing one of these data that right now the supercomputers that we have, if we give it a problem and it takes 200 years to solve, quantum computing will solve it in 200 minutes because it's in picoflops or femtoflops, it's working in that, and post-quantum computing is another, big challenge. So how, in such a scenario, how are we going to keep the data of these countries who do not have such systems? I know that quantum resilient, we have already started talking about quantum resilient cybersecurity, but I still feel that, systems will not be safe in these poor nations of the world who won't be able to afford all these expensive technologies.
Just to clarify two things about the quantum supercomputer attack and something like, quantum, when we talk, for example, about this, you must say, for example, Saudi Arabia has a law from January last year to be protected under supercomputer attack. But you must consider one thing. You got data sovereignty. I mean, in the kingdom, you have all the cloud need to be in the premises or need to be in the kingdom. You cannot have global cloud like AWS, Azure, or Google. You need to be here. When I say supercomputer attack and protection, it means they have 3 supercomputers in the cows, in the labs, named Sahen 3, to do the climate change. And the evolution of the supercomputer, quantum or post-quantum, is require a 3 steps forward before. There is a period with an hybrid solution with supercomputer and quantum, that you start the use case and data. What I'm saying that is complex thing, but myself, because I worked on that, I take the company here to the only one in the world, there's now 2 companies, to do QKDs, quantum key distribution numbers or quantum random numbers protection. The first network safe in quantum, who will mean no crack it, is done in South Korea, between South Korean Telecom and IDQ from the CERN of the Geneva. This company has created a solution to do in a full network to be protected and not be cracked. If I rent a time, for example, a supercomputer in Sahel or in Saudi Arabia, and I am a hacker, I can guarantee to you I can enter in any element of your bank, your financial or the other, and crack your system. So the only way is to have this system. But the way is chicken and eggs, because, repeat again, it's required a lot of infrastructure, a lot of network, a lot of investment. It means IDQ, for example, I know quite well, because as I say, I introduced this company here, it's in Korea, is telco background, even if there is quantum, because the main shareholder are SK Telecom and T-System from Germany, and what they do is a 25-year experience doing quantum protection. So, for example, you remember a few years ago, Angela Merkel was cracked her phone, so that has arrived. So this is a small chip like that, you put in the phone to be able to random numbers can be cracked. And it's very important because we are talking about autonomous car now coming. An autonomous car means somebody from satellite, and Professor Saidi mentioned Starlinks from Elon Musk or Bezos with you, can be cracked your system in your car and create an incident. For security reason, obviously, this can be protected. So, again, it's required many things, but I see the situation and circumstance are ready. Problem is the investment. It's more the business case, because how we can, the CapEx, the investment you need to do is how massive. And let's be honestly speaking, I am coming from telco many years of my life, and any telco around the world, the big one, are almost a commodity. All data and voice are a commodity, it's not benefits. They pay massive amount of money for the frequency and don't know how to generate new business. To you create really a smart corridor for autonomous car require a low latency. And to require a low latency, I require an heterogeneous network. An heterogeneous network means I need fiber, like 5G, 4G, all working together. So it means each 50 meters, I require a small cell to decategorize in the street lighting system. To in this road, this car cannot be any incident. And this technically everybody knows. What is the problem that has happened? Is the CapEx. How is the revenue sharing of this information? You cannot do 3 network or 4 for country because I have 4 operators. You require 1.
But it's one network for everybody, and then the use case of value added for operator fight or do the business and other thing. This is the model, and you say quantum is similar in terms of quantum cybersecurity. For me, the government needs to do the policy regulation in different way that we did in years past, because the circumstances are totally different than before, and we need to adapt it as like a person. Again, it's not, we need to put the technology for us, not the opposite. That's what I say.
Absolutely. Sir,
Can I
please.
just
Yes,
add
please.
one little thing? You see, again, with cybersecurity, we're moving really fast, but it's also changing the infrastructure of the law. We see, Saudi government that passed a new law just recently, and we are all adapting. So it's also a matter of how responsive we are to these changes, and how we can really move forward and also interact with the government in order to have changes of the law. Because now the truth is we can do duplicate IP. There are things, I cannot disclose name of the company or the governments that have this capacity, but the old legal system is crumbling down, because today we are capable of things that most of the population cannot even envision. And this is also attacking the old legal system of our society. So we are on a verge of, but we are always on a verge. What I'm trying to say is that we're always on an adaptive motive. We always have to implement, but now things are going really fast.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Last quick question. People are really scared of AI taking over this world. I think they watch too many movies where AI has become God or whatever. But and people don't understand the fact that it is us who are providing it the training data set, and it is us who will be controlling the AI, and there is nothing to be scared of. Must be, yes. So, what are your thoughts on that? And can really AI take over? And what will be the role of humans? I was reading this paper the other day, and they were saying that we are talking now about a 3.5 working days, because most of the repetitive tasks will be taken over by AI, and human intervention will not be needed in those any longer. So, are we facing an apocalyptic world, or where are we going, and should we really be scared of AI? I know Dr. Sultan is waiting anxiously for asking a question, so really a quick reply to that. Thank you.
Well, I think we have a catastrophic mind that's always, trying to look for adrenaline, and so we like this, this challenges to be final, the most incredible end of the world, and as we always, keep repeating the same story. But I also believe that the merging of technology is giving us solutions, but also problems that we never faced before. So, the merging of Internet of Things with artificial intelligence is going to give us, in the near future, trillions of new Facebook users that are not real. But that doesn't mean that we should stop using, the technology of the social media. We just have to be prepared, and with all the bad things, but I think that the good things that are coming along are much more significant than any problem we will face. And as I said before, problems are there to be solved.
For me, just adding one thing. So we must not be scary. So, I mean, everybody told me, we are losing the jobs, the AI will take it. Listen, in the 17th century, we passed through the agriculture to the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, we have a 4 Industrial Revolution data now. And I must say one thing, the people don't realize we are not even the 4IR, we are in the 5CR. This is the 5 Climate Change Revolution. Steve Jobs passed away, then Bill Gates, another they say, another Larry Flynn they say, if the next unicorn will be climate change or will not. It means we are changing, we not be scary. The AI is just a tool.
Yeah.
Don't put the word, both words about, we were scary. No, this is a tool.
Yeah.
And we need to be careful that we are the one to control this tool.
Yeah.
That is important. So that's
I think the issue is when AI will become self-learning, will it really be under our control or not? And that is what really scares people, that what is generative AI going to do with humanity?
Well, nowadays we're developing, for instance, with one of our partners and friends, we're developing a profiling holographic tool where you can interact, and so we'll profile you on a psychological level, try to help people. Of course, it all depends how ethical you are. That's why I always go back to ethical. I think it's the human. This is the main thing we have to prepare our kids for, is to be ethical, because without that we're losing all the rest. And this is also where I think so much of our education comes on board very early in the age. And also they replicate what they see in their parents, and if the parents are not capable and they do not understand, then that's going to be replicated by the kids. So we have a lot of work to do, but I think we're doing an excellent job in moving
Manuel,
forward.
real quick, because I want to go to Dr. Sultan.
One only thing, so consider one thing that we didn't talk anybody here today, and just forgot that it has in my mind, and that's, there is another thing.
Yeah.
We have in a process that we are do aging. This means the population is coming older and older and older.
Yeah.
The life cycle of the people is really longer than before. Longevity is. So we need to also how to handle this situation.
Yes.
And that is only can do with education. Again, back again to that. Education, and the people need to be continuous learning.
Yeah.
Not anymore the skill of the kid of the EI is the problem.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All of us, we need to continue learning, because we will live 100 plus, not like before.
Yeah.
That is also important to consider, even for the smart city of the city, because we need to prepare the cities to do this service remote, aging, or whatever it is.
You talked about ethical AI. I was having a discussion with my daughter, and I said, we can teach AI empathy also. She was saying, you cannot do it. I said, you can. It's just a data set that you upload onto AI, and it will learn empathy based upon human experiences and everything. I'll give a quick question to Dr. Sultan. Dr. Sultan, really quick, because this next session is ready.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أولا أحب أحيي الدكتور محمد على محاضرته الجيدة. الدكتور محمد أكثر من 16 سنة أتى إلى هنا ومجموعة من الزملاء مغاربة أساتذة.
يمكن نتكلم في
English? Okay. 16 years ago, Dr. Muhammad came to Arab Scientist Conference here in Riyadh, and I meet them. I go to the proceeding, then I collect who is the one there from our groups in my specialty, and then I find Dr. Muhammad and Dr. Naufal and Abdul Majid al-Buwardi. They are from Tetouan University, Abdul Malik Saidi. And I was with them in Medina, and we went to Mecca, and really we have a very good example of international cooperation. We did research together. I was with him in Tetouan, recently, and also in Marrakesh, and I like his ambition and his working hard to develop a good technology in smart city. My point now, I like to highlight more quickly practical example about what's the best smart city example, either in our Islamic world, belong to the ICESCO, or international as a benchmarks. And I need example to him and also to others, because the title of the session is about humanitarian technology. Also, I like to know practical problem-solving methodology, humanitarian technology. I don't like too much speak, just to the point. That's the project, and that is helping. And I'll give you from my own perspective. In Saudi Arabia, as a scientist here, we are doing very good in smart city. And for example, in my specialty, we improve satellite we are using from European Union Sentinel. It's 15-meter resolution, and with artificial intelligence we can come up to 1-meter resolution. This helps a lot. And also we develop system in our region here around in Sport Boulevard to know people outdoor environment, where is the best cooling area to be there, especially in summer we have 6 months. So this is a quick example about how is technology helping humanity and helping people. I need to, from him and all the panel. Yeah. And a quick answer.
We'll give you a quick answer and a very detailed study that we have conducted. In fact, Professor Asadi has conducted a very detailed study, and that really classifies the whole Islamic world and where we are standing at the technology. Asadi, really quick, otherwise Dr. Ramata sitting here, she will kill me. It's her turn next.
Okay.
I am waiting now for 1 hour, and I don't spend more than 10 minutes for my question, So I need really, we are here, we need a practical Islamic word, and that's what, no, we need go to the point, so our student will learn from that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sultan, for the very important question. And I think that in our region, and more specifically in Gulf countries, there are many initiatives related to smart cities. And we need really human-centered smart cities, the smart cities that are really centered on humans, on citizens, trying to solve daily problems, trying to improve quality of life of our citizens. And I think there are different cities that are, involved in this endeavor for a long time. And according to international rankings, we have different international organizations that have put forward some metrics that would allow to rank smart cities according to their performance. And in the region, for example, we have one interesting ranking from IMD. IMD stands for Institute for Management Development, which is located in Singapore. And it started a very interesting ranking, which is mainly based on citizen perception of the services they receive in their cities. And this ranking has nothing to do with technology, with resources, but it's based mainly on the perception of the citizens on the different services they receive in their cities. And according to this ranking, according to also to different editions during the last 4 or 5 years, Dubai, for example, stands as the top smart city in the region. According to the perception of its citizens. We have also Riyadh, we have Abu Dhabi. I think those are cities from the region. We have also Rabat, Algiers in this ranking, Cairo to some extent. But I think there are many challenges for big cities like Cairo. Cairo
yeah,
is,
but my point, I like to know from your project that already you work with.
Yeah.
The project that you
actually,
are
in Morocco, we work with different cities. We have Berkane. You have been to Berkane, Dr.
Oh,
Sultan?
yes, yeah, very
That's
good.
a leading
Very good
city.
example.
Why? Because we have strong. Manuel was also, one of the speakers in an event organized in Berkane last year. Why Berkane is a leading smart city in Morocco? Because we have strong leadership there, based on the governor himself. So we have the governor is leading the way according to a very clear vision. We have strategic plan for Berkane Smart City that are transforming the city in a real living lab. That's a real living smart city lab in the region. That's
so the secret behind this is the government and the decision maker.
Strong leadership
Good.
we have there. Yes,
Thank you.
Exactly.
Let me give you 3 global examples that you can talk with the students in your case. One is Rotterdam, because this is a city to which handle the sea level situation that you have to doing adapted to this. One is Copenhagen. Copenhagen, I lived 4 years there. You had the virtual power plant in the sea. You had the Red Sea source about the open source. And then you have also the cycling cities to do more efficient, more human-centric for the people. Other case the people don't know because the stress and how growth is Shenzhen. Shenzhen has a project in the coastal close to Hong Kong to have totally new created area of mangrove to avoid the flooding. Shenzhen. The flooding. The flooding plus the sponge city. The model sponge city is created to the mountain of the rise to do the water irradiation. From no mangrove, because it's the great, this is a typhoons, flooding and hurricanes every year. What will happen? The water is taken from the mountain, drainage, and back. Avoiding this, the cycle of the flooding. These are 3 examples. But if you go to Africa, Kilagi in Rwanda is doing very good advance also in terms of digitalization. I don't say it's the perfect, but you have 4 examples globally on that.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Sister Ramata has told me that we can encroach on time a little bit and she'll start at 1. So what I'll do is I'll give 1 minute to Professor Asadi for closing remarks and telling us, his thoughts on this, and then we'll come to the panel here. Yeah, your thoughts in 1 minute about, what is the future of smart cities and using AI technologies for fighting desertification and all these other issues that we are facing today?
Thank you so much for this good question. I think that the future is very bright, given the fact that we have very, I would say, more performing technologies that are coming ahead. We've talked about quantum computing, so we can also talk about quantum AI. Quantum internet. So this will certainly boost the performance of existing technology beyond what we can really imagine. And also we can imagine the impact of those emerging technologies on smart cities, improving, all the solutions we have today based on AI for our cities, improving the performance of our cities, and also tackling all kinds of challenges, including climate change, desertification, based on the improved performance we'll get from the different solutions available for our cities.
Thank you very much. Dr. Manuel.
A pleasure. Thank you so much for your hospitality and the invitation from ICESCO, always Professor Saidi, my very good friend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the hospitality from my side.
Sir Andrioli, we need a future vision from you. Where are we going and what will be the future cities and how would the future humanity be surviving and living and all that? A holistic view.
we will survive, I think so. But plus, we're already working like one of the professors I'm working with just wrote a book of planting potatoes on Mars. So we're just looking ahead of time and looking how we can really, start conquering also the world, the universe around us. And as we are here today, I say, and also in what I've seen, from my colleagues and from your, knowledge and speech, that we have to put ethics. This is the first step.
Yeah.
We have to put ethics. We have to be responsible for what we're doing and what we're using. And I think everything is going to be okay. And we can just, unbelievable, the merging of technology, the new materials we're finding, the new things, the new opportunities we have. And now we're also learning how to merge all this nuisance with the old tradition. So I think it's beautiful, and to be here, to be honest, is a great gift, and to learn about all the different views and coming together. And I think ICESCO is doing a terrific job, and thank you everyone for having me here. It was a great pleasure.
Now you've talked about something that I have to ask a question on. You talked about, peopling of Mars and other planets and all that. Right now...
Remember one thing.
Yeah.
Not the smart, smart city, smart world. The most important is wise people.
Yeah. So, Alpha Centauri, which is the closest to us with the current technology, it is going to take us 1,200 years to reach over there. So how are we even going to, people other planets and all that, where people talk about warp drive and all that, but that is still, not even theoretical as far as I am concerned. So will we ever go beyond our solar system, even reaching Mars, and the signals coming back from Mars and communication takes quite a long time. So is this really realistic with what Elon Musk is talking about, peopling of Mars or even peopling of other galaxies and other areas?
Well, to be honest, just look at our history. In such a short time, we would reach such heights, and it was unthinkable. 200 years ago, who would have thought we were going to be here?
Yeah.
In my latest book, which is Transcend, which, it's the artificial intelligence and the future of humanity, which will come out in February. What I try to address is the imagination, our way of thinking, our way of putting things down and envisioning our future is building actually our future.
Yeah.
So I do believe we're going to get out of the Earth. I do believe we're going to expand. And I do believe we're going to find solutions that are unimaginable for us today. Who would have thought about quantum computing, 50 years ago?
Even
it's like everything is speeding up. And I'm also making a comparison with black holes. When you get closer to the horizon of the black hole, everything speeds up very fast.
Yeah.
So is this the beginning of the end of an era? We don't know. We don't know what's in the black hole, but we know there is going to be things that we've never experienced before. And I do believe, you know, I'm a positive guy. I do believe there are not bad experiences. There are just experiences, and we can learn or we can win.
Yeah.
So we can, you know, if we can win and learn, then that's the best. And I think we're in that position.
You mentioned black holes, so I have to come to that. We know that the gravitational forces inside the black holes are tremendous. And there is no material that we can survive traversing the black holes at all. So really, is that concept of going to a different...
I will give you one example.
So please go ahead.
One thing about the space and renewable at the same time.
Yeah.
Because there is a project, I mean, there are, I think, 4 companies, at least as I know. One of them, Saudi Arabia, has invested on them. It's the space solar from Oxford University.
Right.
This means you are doing from the solar in the space and irradiate to the some determined point in the... Of course, it will take some time, but you will dissolve the renewable energy to the sun areas. Caltech in Los Angeles has something, European Space Commission has something else, Oxford UK with Saudi Arabia has invested in this. I personally myself has been involved on that. What I say is merge between both things.
Right.
Between solar and space, and that is renewable. I mean, we don't need to be scary.
Right.
The technology is put in our hands, not the opposite.
I agree with you 100% on that. But, you know, the lack of knowledge, people are just scared right now too much. Yeah, it's education. You keep saying education. All right, Feman is saying to cut it out. I have so many other questions, but we'll stop here. And I thank you very much, Sir Andrioli, Manuel, and Asadi, and the audience for coming over here, and we hope to see each other soon again as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Good morning. Nice to see some people here already. Thank you for taking the time. And it's good to welcome you to this session on greening education for a resilient future, from policy to action, which is co-hosted by ICESCO and Cambridge. So I'm Jane Mann. I'm the Managing Director of Cambridge's Partnership for Education, which is dedicated to working with governments to transform education systems. And I'm joined on stage by my fellow moderator, Mr. Wakas Afridi, who's an education specialist from ICESCO. So today we're gathered not just to discuss education's role in addressing climate challenges, but to talk about commitments to acting on that and to actionable pathways forward. Climate change isn't just a distant threat, it's a threat for today. It's affecting our food, our health, our livelihoods, and its impacts like rising sea levels, desertification, and extreme weather and resource scarcity are being felt most acutely by the most vulnerable. The science is absolutely unequivocal. We need systemic and sustained action to mitigate and to adapt to these effects and to build resilience for the future. But within that challenge, there is a tremendous opportunity, and that is the chance to harness the power of education to build resilience, equity, and sustainability into our societies. Education isn't just about knowledge acquisition, it's the cornerstone for preparing individuals to navigate and address the complexities of a changing world, and to foster a generation that's prepared to innovate and to lead. So in this spirit, we're proud to introduce the ICESCO Greening Education Policy Recommendations Framework, which was co-developed by ICESCO and Cambridge. The framework centers around the greening education pillars that were set out originally in the UNESCO Greening Education Partnership of curriculum, teachers, schools, and communities. And it offers practical, evidence-based guidelines to empower education systems to equip learners with the skills, the values, the knowledge needed for the future. From greening curricula to fostering climate-resilient communities, the framework is both a call to action, but it's also intended to be a really useful, practical roadmap to support ministries of education to develop their systems in this way. So as co-hosts of this session, ICESCO and Cambridge are deeply committed to ensuring that the dialogue today translates into tangible progress. I think we've all been at conferences before and gone away with that sense that we all agreed that action was needed, but now we need to see it happen. So today's discussion brings together perspectives from policymakers, academics, and international organizations to explore what it takes to bridge the gap between policy and practice towards greening education systems. Thanks for being here to be part of this conversation. And without ado, I'm going to kick off with our first question. So my first question goes to Dr. Albanian, Director at ICESCO. So we're really honored to be guests here in Riyadh as Saudi Arabia hosts COP16. This is definitely a pivotal moment in the fight against desertification. I was really struck at the ICESCO Ministers of Education Conference in Muscat this year at the centrality of the greening education theme. So can you talk a little bit about ICESCO's commitments to greening education and why it's so important to your member states?
Thank you, Jane. Good morning to all of you. And at ICESCO, in fact, we firmly believe that integrating climate change education into our systems is essential in tackling global crises related to climate change, desertification, drought, and we need to strengthen resilience, particularly in regions impacted by environmental degradation. We have planned our education ministerial meeting intensively and very well, and one of our themes and panels was about greening education. So we have, in fact, partnered with prestigious University of Cambridge and also the Greening Education Initiative of UNESCO, where we have, in fact, collaborated in doing a very important study that will be a roadmap for our future in greening education, as well as doing a survey study of our member states. And part of that survey was focused on greening education contributions that countries have done to this very important topic. So the outcome that we have gathered from the participation from the ministerial meeting is enormous, and we are now have gathered very solid outcomes. We have done some revelation and contributions at COP29, as well as in COP16 related to this topic as development, as well as also planning our roadmap to implementing the framework that we have already done with Cambridge.
Thank you so much, Dr. Albanian. Indeed, the ICESCO Education Ministers Conference, which held recently in October in Oman, had the greening education at center stage among a dozen priority areas that ICESCO education sector has envisaged. Out of the 4 sub-themes, greening education was one of it, and this shows ICESCO's commitment towards this very important subject of greening education. Thank you very much for your thoughts. I will now introduce my next panelist. She is Ms. Farida Abudan, the Regional Program Specialist Education for Gulf States and Yemen, UNESCO, stationed in Qatar. Ms. Farida, as we know that UNESCO has a flagship initiative, which is the Greening Education Partnership, and that transformed post-transforming education summit in September 22, New York, which has actually set the stage for the ministries and governments, for the climate education action. So, from your perspective, what are the top priorities for transforming education systems to better equip learners to tackle climate change? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thank you, ICESCO, for organizing this important panel discussion together with the Cambridge Partnership for Education, and thanks a lot for inviting UNESCO to be part of this discussion. Indeed, just to put things in context, the Greening Education Partnership was launched at the Transforming Education Summit in September 2022, and the whole narrative around the Transforming Education Summit is that the COVID-19 pandemic had reversed a lot of the progress of member states towards the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also exacerbated an existing and the pre-existing crisis around foundational learning. So the Greening Education Partnership was launched as one of the global initiatives to actually transform education systems worldwide, not only building back better, but actually we felt there was the need to change drastically the way we do education, and greening education was part of this narrative. Coming to the top priorities, the Greening Education Partnership highlights very clearly the fact that we cannot transform education systems for climate change action without having a holistic approach. So top priority number 1 is definitely integrated climate change related issues into curricula. In 2021, UNESCO conducted a survey of 100 curricula worldwide, and only 47% had a mention of climate change related issues. So this is one of the top priorities. UNESCO, again, within the Greening Education Partnership framework, has already provided guidance for member states on how to integrate climate change in their curricula across 3 domains of social, economic and environmental domains, and also has provided the learning outcomes that learners from the age of 5 to the guidance also has a strong focus on moving from cognitive, so understanding very clearly the concepts behind climate change science, but also moving to action, so moving to the behavioral and attitude domain. And this is priority number 1. Priority number 2 pertains to green schools and the need to align accreditation systems worldwide. There is a lot happening in countries. There are many schemes for nominating green schools. However, until this year, there was no clear definition of what a green school is and what would be the standards and the criteria to have something considered as a climate-ready school. And this is priority number 2, to have a stronger alignment across with the accreditation systems, so that we can also report by 2030 about the target of having 50% schools climate ready by 2030. Priority number 3 is teachers. That is, of course, closely linked to the curriculum development. And several studies, both at the global level and regional levels, highlight how teachers do not feel sufficiently competent in teaching climate change-related issues and concepts, and therefore empowering them and providing support both in-service training and pre-service training for them to be able to teach climate change-related issues is a priority as well. And there is also a strong role for higher education to take to be more active in this area as well. And then I think priority number 4, of course, again, within this holistic approach is communities. What we teach learners and children in school cannot be disconnected from what they see in their communities. There is also the need to continuously provide lifelong learning opportunities for everyone, also those learners outside of the school age domain. And this is definitely the 4th priority. Just to conclude, maybe another point that I would like to mention is also the need to perhaps collaborate together and think a bit more on how applying climate change education in vulnerable context can be done. I think there is a lot of talk about countries in our region not meeting the foundational skills of their learners, and adding also climate change and greening education on top might seem particularly challenges, although of course there is a desire for many of these countries to update their curricula. Just to bring an example, I work a lot in Yemen, where curricula haven't been updated in the last 10 years. So speaking about integrated climate change related issues in their curricula is particularly challenging, although there is a political will to also take on this agenda. So perhaps maybe this is a moment to discuss and collaborate together on how we can also support vulnerable countries, and also how climate change is impacting more widely on the right to education in these communities. Thank you.
Struggling with tech, sorry. Thank you, Farida. I particularly like what you were saying about a holistic approach and trying to achieve coherence, not just within what's happening in a school, but in a wider system and across community. And that's certainly the way to really get powerful impact. So I appreciate that. I wanted to move to you, Alison Bellwood, Executive Director for Education at Project Everyone and World's Largest Lesson. Project Everyone and World's Largest Lesson have been influential in spreading climate education and climate awareness among students globally. So can you explain a bit about how your initiatives have impacted young people's understanding of climate change? And also, what have you learned and what lessons could be shared with other countries who are looking to scale up those kind of efforts?
Thank you, Jane. Can everyone hear me? Thanks so much for inviting me here today and for ICESCO's leadership in convening this conversation. Just to describe very briefly what we've been doing and then share some learnings. So I lead a project called the World's Largest Lesson, which has been working for 10 years to encourage and support the teaching and learning for sustainability, and within that, of course, climate and environmental, the climate and environmental crisis. We provide creative resources for use by teachers and school leaders and systems leaders in classrooms, and we've always believed that this kind of learning should not just remain within the science curriculum or within the social sciences curriculum. It always has been a central ethos of ours to break it out of that silo and bring it into the wider curriculum and the school community. We have always focused on creativity and personal reflection for students and helping them find ways to communicate how they think and feel about these issues. And increasingly over time, we've also focused on less about kind of understanding what climate change is and more about trying to build the skills and competencies amongst children and young people to help them believe that they can address the challenges that they face now and may face in the future. And from a competencies point of view, and if we think about taxonomies for skills and competencies, those kinds of competencies are things like harnessing data to be able to make change or to use that to inform change and generate solutions, to have the ability to run a design thinking project so you can come up with solutions, to think systemically about what's going on. So it's those kind of competencies that we're trying to build. And another kind of core principle is that we've always been very student-centered. So we have a panel of young people aged between 12 and 14, so really young, to help inform our work. And we use their ideas and thoughts. Really, we take them very seriously and we use them to shape what we do. And then, of course, we come here today and we've been doing this project for 10 years and delighted to see these conversations are being convened now. We fought to get the space 10 years ago, and now these conversations are happening, so it's fantastic. And in the last year, we've really reflected on what we've learned, and probably the best way to describe what we've learned is through a project that's live right now that could become maybe a model for the future. And it's a project that's called the Big Green Legacy. And it's being piloted across the UAE at the moment, so very relevant for this region. And there's a couple of kind of fundamentals to the project that I'd like to share. The first is that core to the project is the idea that just as we listen to the students to inform our work in our wider project, this is a consultation project to invite students across the UAE to share with us what they think and feel about their climate education and their environmental education to help inform the evolution of curriculum. And in doing that, to also help students feel some agency over their learning in this space, because it's a new form of learning and they have a lot of ideas and thoughts that we think that we can benefit from. So we're doing that in partnership, and it's an important partnership between the UAE Ministry of Education curriculum team and the Abdullah Al Khurair Foundation. And the coming together of those two entities is really important because climate education is holistic, as we've said, through curriculum, but also students are learning from all kinds of sources. They learn from school, they learn from non-formal settings, they learn from social media, they learn from media. The learning is coming in lots of different ways, and these two entities have come together to reflect that need to understand what is happening from students' own perspectives about climate education so that we can reflect that learning back into curriculum and program development that impacts students throughout their whole lives. So it's a really important partnership. We're collecting data really innovatively. We're using a playful survey. We have 3 million data points from 77,000 students across the UAE that we're currently analysing to understand what they think and feel about their climate learning. And the ultimate aim here is not just data collection. That's just the beginning. The most important thing is about turning that data into action. And so the next stage, which we're about to embark upon, is to look at that data, to generate insights, to work with students and curriculum developers sitting together to develop some action plans and some ideas on how they'd like to see their curriculum shape. And the outcomes will be seen in 2 places. Firstly, through long-term curriculum development, the kinds of work that Cambridge do, that UNESCO support so well. But then really excitingly, there is a commitment to become much more responsive with curriculum, to listen to students and to, in a really kind of rapid response way, within 6 to 9 months, to share back with schools resources that respond to what students are asking for. One of the questions we've asked students is, what would you like to learn about most? And whatever they say, we will explore, and they will deliver back curriculum materials within 6 to 9 months. So that we are showing them, we're not just telling them we're going to listen, we're going to show them that we have listened. And this process is going to go on for 2 to 3 years and hopefully longer. And I think this should add something new and different to the way that we evolve curriculum, that we respond to the urgency of the problem, because we all acknowledge here that it's urgent, but we're not seeing that shift as urgently as we would like to in curriculum change and systems change. So that's what we're doing. And then finally, one thing to say is that everything we've created is in Arabic. So it's ready. There's resources, there's lesson plans, there's videos, all ready to go. So as a system, it's scalable and it could be replicated anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. I think there has been a lot of knowledge generation, and that is all coming from experts and also from senior specialists, different organizations. And you're absolutely right that the student-centric angle is missing, where we say that what does the youth think, what does the students think about the importance of integrating climate into the education. And that is what needs to be brought to the arena for discussion, and of course then translating it into action. Thank you very much for your comments. So I would like to introduce our next panelist, Ms. Christine Osdin, who is the Global Director of the Climate Education at Cambridge University Press and Assessment UK. Ms. Christine, my question to you is that the need for meaningful partnerships to collectively address the climate crisis has never been greater, as you saw when convening sessions for Cambridge at COP29 in Baku this last month. How can collaborations such as those developed by ICESCO and Cambridge help accelerate the transformation of education systems to become greener and more resilient? And I think that is what we're looking forward for ICESCO and Cambridge in the consequent action plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Waqas. And it's a pleasure to be here today. I'd like to start actually by underlining a sort of a theme that's already emerged here and that colleagues have been keen to point out, which is that greening education is not niche. It needs to be mainstream. It's about being integrated and being inclusive. And I think from that very point of view, a collaborative, a partnership, a multi-stakeholder approach has the real potential to make a difference here. I think also the policy framework that was carried out between ICESCO and Cambridge also highlighted an incredible opportunity here for us to not only progress with high quality education and SDG 4, but also really tackle gender equity and also highlight the opportunity to really make significant digital and technological advancements. And I think also the fact that the climate crisis is both global and also extremely local really gives us an opportunity to bring together those partnerships so that we can, yes, work towards a global consensus, but through relevant and authentic education. So what I'd like to do is highlight 5 areas where I think this partnership really does give us benefits. And I'd like to highlight some examples through that to try and bring that to life, and also so that we focus on the action side, which again has been another key point in colleagues' comments. So yes, those international and multi-stakeholder local global partnerships enable us really to look at cross-disciplinary work, to really look at curriculum and make sure that they are integrated and inclusive, and that it's not one subject that's doing the hard work and carrying this agenda, if you will. And an example that I'd give there is the work that Cambridge is doing with the Ministry of Education in Oman, where we're working with them on their environmental sciences curriculum. And that's not only about that one subject, but it's also how that subject works across with other subjects, and also progression, because we need the integration to acknowledge progression so that subjects are also not repeating themselves, so that we've got a really healthy progression. And it's interesting also that colleagues have spoken about time. That is long-term change and development. So while we do that, we also need to concentrate on other topics as well. And I do want to call out what Farida mentioned about how we do that for the most vulnerable of education systems, how we support them to do that. I think that would be a great topic for us to actually talk about it and take forward. I think Farida also talked about teachers. So teachers, in terms of the second thing I'd highlight, teachers are absolutely crucial in terms of partnerships and present a great opportunity, because we know that confidence is a main issue here. And a couple of examples here in terms of what Cambridge has been doing. I think there are formal and informal interventions here. And I'd actually just like to talk about, or mention rather, just a couple of weeks ago in Cambridge, we welcomed a large group of European school principals to Cambridge. And climate change education was one of the things they wanted to talk about. And I just want to highlight the unevenness in the room. Because we might think that certain regions are in one place, but just across even a group of teachers working or school leaders working in Europe, the difference in commitment, understanding, where this figured in their strategic planning, where greening education figured, was fundamentally very diverse. And I think we have an opportunity. Those informal interactions are an important part of international partnerships and collaborations. A more formal piece of work that we've done is actually, as Cambridge, we've worked with the largest primary multi-academy trust in the UK and worked with them to customise and build them a carbon literacy course for their teaching staff and for their school leaders. And again, we've taken on board their local content from their primary school, their local communities, to really bring that to bear. The third area I talk about in terms of the importance and the potential of partnerships is that around building resilience in education systems. And again, we know that this is not about just helping schools and educators and governments to be able to cope after the crisis has finished. It's about how we learn and teach through the crisis. And a couple of an example here would be the work that the Cambridge Partnership for Education has done with the government in Pakistan in terms of building distance learning frameworks. So how we can help out of school and marginalised children and young people actually keep on learning. At the beginning, my remarks talked about digital and technological advancement, and I'd like to mention here also policy work that Cambridge is involved in. So we have the EdTech Fellowship that we have, where we're able to work with policymakers right across various various parts of the world so that they can build their own competence and capabilities and enable really us to scale change in this area as well. And that really is, it's a very profound professional development experience. Building on from digital, as the fourth point I'd mentioned, data, sharing data, building partnerships that advocacy to make people believe and understand how important education is. But I do believe in this area of greening education, we need to work hard to advocate for the importance of education. And that's why events like today, partnerships like the ones we see on show today, are absolutely crucial and an effective part, a very effective part of our partnerships. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. And I really also, particularly out of those 5 points, I really like the emphasis you were putting on teachers and school leaders, because it really, you can have the best curricula, the best initiatives in the world, but if they're not being conveyed properly in the classroom in a way that is responsive to the students, then they're not going to fly. So, my next question goes to Marincia Mangu, who is founder and executive director of Success Hands Initiative. So your work at Success Hands, Marincia, relies on initiating collective efforts among stakeholders all across society. So could you talk a bit about how you build those communities and how a positive reading culture can also contribute to greening education?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. My name is Marincia Mangu, as how she mentioned. Before answering your question, I'll talk a bit of what Success Hands is and what we are actually doing. So Success Hands Tanzania Initiative is a non-profit organization that deals with quality education, SDG 4. So we are trying to make effort to integrate quality education and climate action and technology as well. We work with schools, and our advocacy and awareness focuses on children 7 to 17 years. So we have programs and projects that run, for now we are just operating on the coastal regions of Tanzania because that's where it's easy for our office to reach without using so much resources. But it is our dream that to reach the whole of Tanzania in future. So at Success Hands Tanzania Initiative, we have projects like, one of the projects is called Jukumu Langu in Swahili, but it's mainly, in English, it means my responsibility. So in this project, we try to teach children about climate action, about the, planting trees, waste management, cleanliness, everything like that. And we use edtech, and we also use edutainment. As you know, many children at that age, you just cannot go to them and start teaching from start to the end without them getting bored. So basically, we write books, storybooks. But the storybooks, once these children read them, at the core of those storybooks, it's teaching them or reminding them the importance of their responsibility to the climate action. But also in EdTech, we do digital literacy, and also we use animations. We have an animation that are running out there in our YouTube channels. So all of this, and we also have, apart from the storybooks, we also have songs. So we are trying to use all these other methods that the children can really sit and remember Success Hands was here, and even though the resources might not help us to go back there, but they'll still have books, they'll still have the animations, they'll still sing the songs, and it will keep on reminding them of what their responsibility as children is. But another thing, we just don't end from there. We also work with teachers. So before the program ends, we also do TOTs. We teach these teachers. The main reason is we try to, we know the teachers are going to be there with these students even when we are not there. So we leave ambassadors, teachers ambassadors, and we also leave ambassadors, children ambassadors. So it's going to be easy for these teachers and children to continue teaching their fellows at that school. Another thing, I've heard that you've talked about curriculum. This is something that we've been trying to, I don't know if it's too harsh to say provoking, but we've been trying to provoke. Do you know that in Tanzania we are still using the curriculum that was established when the country was still colonized? Yeah. So we are that much far behind. Our methods of teaching and what we are being taught is more of like robotic. Like you have to do this, you have to follow this. So it has been even hard for sometimes getting approval from the Ministry of Education to use like EdTech, to use edutainment, to go and teach these children. But we're still trying, and we won't stop. This is just the beginning. Another thing at Success Hands, in future, possibly next year, we are planning on, because it has been so hard for us to include climate action in the school curriculums, so we are trying to, we have the vision of building and establishing a learning center where we can incorporate climate education, we can incorporate, digital literacy, we can incorporate skills, life skills, because we are not taught that at schools. It's only for those who have the privilege of going to private schools get such skills. So we want to have a center that is going to incorporate all this, and it's going to be free of charge for all students who are going to be at that certain area. So going back to your question, we try as much as possible, to work with the whole community. That's our mission, to be able to bring all stakeholders. And in all stakeholders, I mean bring the government, bring the families. It is the parents or the guardians are the ones who are staying with those children each and every day. So we are trying to bring in families, we are trying to bring in the local government authorities, we are trying to bring in other CSOs, other NGOs, other INGOs, all those, that we can come up with the same goal of quality education and climate action together. For example, for Success Hands, before we start any project, we normally go and sit with the local government authority. The main reason is for us to get them involved, not just for us to come up with a solution or a project and go with it to them and tell them this is what we want to do. No, but we want to include them from the start, because they know well that area. So we want them to give their views, and we can give out our views and come out with a very positive project. And it's a good thing that in Bagamoyo, for those who know a bit of Tanzania, in Bagamoyo, the government there, the local government has offered us 20-kilometer land, just to build a learning center. So that for us is a very big milestone. They have recognized what we are trying to do, and we shall keep on finding funds to build that learning center, because the government is already on our side and we already have the land. The thing that is just remaining is for us to start the implementation of that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Marincia. That's really exciting what you're talking about. I think what it speaks to as well is the power of problem solving at the point where you can see the problem, despite the fact that there might be obstacles in the way, as you said, around outdated curricula. I don't think provocation is too strong at all. I think you should continue to provoke. And please do make sure that you keep us informed about what happens with that learning centre, because I think what you'll find happens there will be really important to share more widely as a model. So I wanted to come back to you, Dr. Albanian, to give us a sense. You mentioned a little bit in your first question about this data gathering initiative with UNESCO. If you could explain a bit more about that dashboard and how many member states are involved already and what you think it will be doing, but also more generally, what do you think the role of organizations like ICESCO is in bringing together coalitions of change around things like greening education?
Thank you, Jane. In fact, if we can date our preparation for ICESCO initiative in greening education, immediately after reviewing the outcomes of Education Transformation Summit in New York 2022, one of the major initiatives and issues that have been discussed is about greening education. So we have developed a strong partnership with the Greening Education Initiative in UNESCO, as well as with Cambridge, to support our member state in their trip to making their education greener. In the 4 areas mentioned, of course, whether in curricula, teachers, schools, and local communities. So the initiative for developing international data platform to monitor the progress in greening education in partnership with the UNESCO Greening Initiative. It's due to be launched at COP30 next year in Brazil. And we hope that this platform will reflect the developments that member states are taking to develop the education curricula and other 4 pillars that we are focusing on to meet the standards in this matter. Of course, when we consider the offering of a comprehensive and practical roadmap for transforming education systems to tackle critical climate challenges, including desertification and droughts, we want to stress very important issues relating to this platform. After having a series of meetings and workshops with the Greening Education Initiative, we have found out that 18 of our member states are out of the platform. So we needed to see what are
key targets set forward in the Greening Education Partnership, having 50% of schools climate ready by 2030, having 90% of the curricula integrating climate change related issues by 2030, having teacher training, professional standards that integrate climate change for all the Greening Education Partnership members, as well as the number of communities and cities that have a climate change lifelong learning program and the number of learning cities across the globe. So reporting the dashboard will help in tracking how we move and how members move from commitment to action. And it will also provide monitoring at the country level. So it will provide a repository for tracking how countries are doing while they embark on the greening education journey. And we'll also provide very important resources for policymakers, for educators on greening education. So it will be really comprehensive in the level of resources that can be found in the dashboard. And it will contribute to having a one-stop shop, if I can say that. I mean, one place, one repository where all the resources regarding greening education can be found, because at the moment it is quite fragmented. It's spread across many different websites, many different organizations, and having actually a single source where the resources can be found will be very useful. And this will also help, as Dr. Banyan has already mentioned, it will also help announce results at the COP30 next year, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farida. Yes, in fact, this dashboard is a very crucial collaboration between ICESCO and UNESCO. And the SDG 4 midterm review report revealed that the global community is lagging behind on the targets for 2030. And learning lessons, of course, this progress review monitoring mechanism would really help to undertake the targets that ICESCO and UNESCO envisage for the climate education and greening education arena. Thank you very much. My follow-up question to Alison. A 2023 report of the Arab Forum for Environment and Development reveals that the 60% of the MENA region is already experiencing desertification. Having said that, 35% of the MENA region schools have climate-related subjects integrated into curricula in comparison to 45% of the global average. So, which means that the youth and students are lesser informed on the impacts of the climate. So my question to you is, what role do you think that the digital tools and platforms play in educating youth about climate change, and how can countries leverage technology to make climate education more accessible?
Thank you. Yeah, this is working. I think that digital tools are crucial to accelerate the pace of change, to bring it up to speed in the way that we need to see that happening. I mean, we've talked a bit already about the power of digital data collection to help inform us all, and I'm sure the data you've just shared came from that kind of mechanism. And the project I've talked about already is gathering data digitally to help us understand and respond really quickly to what students are asking for. But I think digital tools also have a really strong role to play in the learning process itself. The problems that we are trying to engage students in understanding and building the competencies for action around are really dynamic. And I don't believe that the traditional kind of production of textbooks and those kind of things is relevant necessarily in this context. So we need to be looking for more dynamic ways to engage students in the learning, and just some simple tools that are out there that we would all know about could have a really strong role to play in that. So, you know, how could Google Earth and access to Google Earth help young people see the impact of what's happening across the world and be integrated into learning experiences so that they can feel close to that? How can we use webcams and drones and different kinds of digital tools to help students feel really close to nature? Because that's a critical part of building their empathy and then encouraging their action. And in many parts of the world, particularly this one, it's not easy for students to be outside. It's not easy for them to be outside throughout the whole year. I mean, we're at this time of year where you can be outside, but for much of the year you can't. So how can we use digital tools to encourage that kind of building of empathy with nature and make sure that we're accelerating that pace of change? And then, of course, digital tools for engagement, because as we all know, any of us that are parents, or you don't need to be a parent to know, that children are obsessed by entertainment, digital tools that they use in their everyday lives, and how can we leverage those more to encourage teaching and learning about sustainability. A good example is a project we've just finished, which is the launch of a new game on Minecraft education platform, which is called Data Explorers, and it puts students into a magical world, which is very closely linked to the real world, 5 different ecosystems which they can explore, and in which they are challenged by a dragon to come up with various different data-based solutions. So we're taking the learning to where children and students want to be, and I think it's really important that we are open-minded about that. And just a word of caution there, anyone who's getting really excited about building great new games and things like that, is take the learning to where the children are. I have had many conversations about systems or big organizations said, I'd like to build a platform, and my advice would be, don't do that. Go to where the students are, because there are so many amazing opportunities. And then the final thing is social media. This was a conversation, I think, that started a little bit yesterday. We know that young people are learning about climate change from social media. I do have a question that I don't think any of us have answered. I can't answer it yet, which is whether they're learning from social media about climate change because they want to or because they've had to. We don't really know the answer to that, and I'd like to explore that a little bit more. But it does raise a question about whether we can use the style of communication and content that's being created on social media a little bit more in the resources we create. That's the first point. But the second point is, in a world where it's a fact that they are learning about this from social media, we need to do more in the school system, I think, to make sure that they are building the right kinds of critical evaluation skills, the right kind of informational skills or media literacy to be able to evaluate what they are seeing. And I know this is a key kind of pillar for UNESCO as well. So perhaps the role of the formal system here is to think about that and to make sure that we're just equipping young people to deal with social media in the right way. And obviously, it's a big issue beyond climate, but perhaps this is a way to help build that media literacy through this lens in order to benefit all of us over time. And then finally, from a teaching point of view, social media can be really powerful for teachers. It can bring them together into communities that they maybe don't expect to be part of. You talked a little bit, Christine, about teachers having really differing levels of expertise or confidence. They can connect with each other across the world in communities of practice that can build their confidence in ways that they never expected. And I think that's another really powerful thing that we could do to use these sorts of tools to accelerate the pace of change. Thank you.
I think I tried to find the answer, a partial answer to your question in your intervention, which is that whether the students want to or we have to, is when you said that it's the style of communication. So if we play with the style of communication, communicating them about the climate change, I believe this will be answered. I mean, whether they want to or we have to. Thank you very much, Alison. My next question to Ms. Christine from Cambridge, a follow-up question, and I think this is the question which we all really believe in, that it's not just the talk all the time, not just the knowledge generation, but we talk practical, that we need to translate what we have done and what we have developed together into practical actions when we go into the countries and we make it happen, the climate change program. So Christine, given the academic footprint that the Cambridge has, how has Cambridge tackled the issue of climate change with special focus on girls' education, which is very important, and we have been talking about it today as well, and also through its signature climate literacy programs? With this, the important question which we will take both organizations into action is, how do you see Cambridge and ICESCO supporting member states in educating girls for climate actions in terms of the ICESCO Cambridge greening education framework? Thank you.
Thank you, Waqas. Well, let me preface my comments by saying that girls' education and investing in girls' education is the final of the 9 recommendations in the ICESCO global framework for green education. Actually, building teacher communities is, I think, the 6th or the 5th, so let's come back to that one at some point. Investing in girls' education, I say it's the final recommendation. I also like to say it's the grand finale recommendation because it is so important. I'll come back specifically to the framework and the recommendations there in a moment. I'd just like to answer the first part of the question, Waqas, which was about what is Cambridge doing in this area. And I think I should start by saying that the work that Cambridge does in this area is really directed by our sort of guiding education principles. And really that is about the fact that we should take a systemic approach, so rather than a sort of a piecemeal approach, because fundamentally we're looking at systemic education that depends on coherence and equity. I think it's also important to call out the guiding principles around the importance of the basics, the absolute crucial nature of foundational literacy and numeracy, which again was called out earlier on. I think also the third and final thing I'd say is the fact that this is about access to quality education where climate and sustainability and green issues are integrated and inclusive. So within that context, some specific examples of the work that Cambridge has done in this area. So we undertake I'll call them gender-sensitive reviews. So in terms of, we do a lot of work on curriculum. And I say gender-sensitive reviews, but I'm very keen to call out, but that's not about, it's not about just looking at, if I can be blunt, how many girls we've got and how many boys we've got. It's about girls and young women seeing themselves and being inspired by how they see themselves represented in curriculum. I think that's a really important point to call out. I think also we acknowledge that there are some circumstances where girls are out of school and may continue to be out of school for a myriad of reasons, and that's where we do have examples of working in those situations where we have worked to develop home-based learning resources for girls so that they can continue to achieve learning outcomes and progress. We're very proud of work we did that we started actually in India. We're talking about digital tools and digital access. Self-directed online climate literacy course that we developed for students aged 14 to 17 in India, that we've given free access to all students in India. And that's been a really important piece for us. And obviously we've wanted to really encourage girls to be able to access that, but we've wanted to go further than that and look at the content that's in there. So we've been, I was going to say fortunate. I'm not sure it's fortunate. I mean, it's partly to do with the nature of the University of Cambridge that we've been able to access the work of Cambridge research associates. And within the work that we've done, the climate literacy work we've done in India, we've been able to include content and authentic research about heat waves, but about gendered heat waves, the fact that heat waves disproportionately impact on women and girls. So again, that's been an important piece of work, and actually we are now working to develop a similar program for Pakistan. And again, we'll have an emphasis on access of girls to that program and what is appropriate and relevant content in that context. We also work in partnership in Cox's Bazar, in the refugee camps in Bangladesh. And there the refugee population stands at about 1 million, and more than half of the refugee population there are girls and women, with a particular challenge about access and ability to stay in formal education settings. So I have to say, it is inspirational that even in that sort of context, educators and agencies are working to still deliver a coherent and a future-focused education for those people that are there. And as Cambridge, we've developed an assessment framework so that students there, and really importantly for girls, they can have a record of their learning that they can carry with them to prove what they have achieved during their time in schools. And that's a really important point in terms of sort of addressing issues of dropout or motivating girl students to stay in school. So really, it's those are some examples of what we have done there in terms of girls' education and supporting that. Moving back to the second part of the question and around the greening education framework and policy. So this is, as I say, the 9th recommendation. It sits within the communities pillar, within the framework. And I always wonder if, I wonder if this is stating the obvious, but I'm going to say it. Investing in girls' education is one of the best investments that any community can make in terms of its future, both its short and long-term future, and having a thriving and prosperous community going forward. The framework measures success in this greening education context in 3 areas. And let me just mention those. And the first one is about foundational learning. So the first success area in the framework is that we maximise the access of girls to foundational learning, and that includes reduced dropout rates. The second area of success is around access to higher education, access but also resources, social and financial, to be able to progress. And the third and final area of success within the recommendations is around access to balanced subject choice, so that girls are not shunted off in one particular direction, but given broad access. So these are the areas of focus in the framework. And as Cambridge, what is our commitment there? Through the policy provision and the practice work that we do, we really want to look at how we can support ICESCO member states through curriculum, teaching and learning support, assessment, professional development, qualifications, how we can use all those components to build a coherent system where we can support in those 3 areas, which is more access to foundational learning, more access to higher education, and more access to balanced choices. And really, it is about, and back to just my final comment, back to action. It's really about bringing this from a policy document. We want to see that show up in classrooms. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. I think it's so important to stress the value of girls' education in all areas, but particularly that intersection with climate education, and particularly because of the gendered nature of climate impact. So the last question of the session goes to Marincia. You've spoken a bit about how your work spans across all levels of stakeholders and within communities, but particularly about how you involve youth. And I wondered if you could share some thoughts about why intergenerational collaboration is so important when it comes to the greening education agenda.
Thank you so much. So intergenerational is very, very important because we cannot escape the fact that the older people have wisdom, they have more experience, but we also cannot escape the fact that young people are bold, they are vibrant, they are ready to take action. They are just like they were born ready. That's what we like to use nowadays. So intergenerational green education, first of all, I would say it's the knowledge transfer, and the shared learning. The older people can bring in what they know according to their, their traditional ways, their experience, their wisdom, but also imagine integrating that with the energy that young people know, instead of just young people operating as how they know best, or as how they see what's happening on social media, what they are learning on social media. But if we put this experience and wisdom and everything into action, I think it will bring us better results. The second thing is sustainability and continuity. Intergenerational partnerships, they ensure sustainability of greening education, and they embrace the environmental values across all ages. This collaboration between the older generation and the young generation can create a ripple effect, can bridge the gap, can make sure that what the young people transform or transmit it to older people, and what the older people can transmit what they know to the younger generation. But as well as how we know, the older generation doesn't really, they're not very keen in using the digital, the technology. So we can take what they know and put it in a digital forms or in digital platforms so that they can reach more people, But another thing is holistic solutions to climate challenges. We can join efforts. There's no better. The older people are not better than young people, and young people are not better than old people. So we can join the efforts, and we can amplify the impact of green initiatives. We can address issues like reforestation, climate action, and sustainable living. The older people have lived in years where they didn't know what we are going through. For example, in Tanzania, just recently, actually just last year, it is the year that we've started actually seeing the effects of climate change. We had massive floods in Hanang, Manyara, and in Morogoro, and it even made some of these, they're called Maasai people, to be shifted to Tanga Handeni, and they are living in Moshi. So it is now that we are starting to see the real effects of climate action. Another thing, the intergenerational greening education can help us to enhance advocacy and community engagement. There are people where the older people cannot speak to the younger generation, and the younger generation cannot speak to the older generation. It will be like, you know nothing, But imagine putting all that and dividing this energy that you can speak to this age gap and you can speak to these age people. So by doing that, we can come to an end where we find everyone has awareness of climate action, everyone knows what's happening, and everyone knows which action to actually take. And lastly, it's building social cohesion. This approach bridges generational gap, and it's promoting inclusivity and teamwork in achieving environmental goals. But at whatever I've said, I will emphasize on even intergenerational partnership. I will explain a bit about this. They are developing countries, and we, just as how here speakers, we have some who are from developed countries, and we have some like me who are coming from developing countries. So you can also, the intergenerational greening education can also be achieved by developed countries sharing with us what you've been doing and what is the best method to do all this. For example, you have talked about the climate literacy. I've heard you mentioning other names, but how about you also think of Tanzania, bringing that to Tanzania. And, when we are talking about partnership, we're not just speaking about money, but we are speaking of tools, we are speaking of capacity buildings, we are speaking of curriculum that you can also share what you've been sharing with other countries. Also, you can bring to developing countries like ours in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you, Marincia. It's a really great way to end our session. I think what I'm struck by here that I've heard, the core themes are around action, but also around partnership and what true partnership means, which is why I really appreciate the value of the different perspectives and partnerships that we've heard from today. So I think that's it. Thanks for taking the time to be with us today, and I wish you an enjoyable rest of the day. Oh, we having questions?
Quick question.
We've got time for questions.
So, Professor Rahil, Director of the Science and Environment Sector at ICESCO.
Thank you very much, Vikas. Thank you all for a very enlightening session, and particularly our young colleague from Tanzania. I know this is not your all's mandate, but a significant portion of us living on this planet are older people like me. I'm 62 years old. By the way, I'm still learning. I'm still into technology and all that. I'm not shy of technology. It's a fear of technology in us older generation that needs to be taken away for us to be enablers of technology. 2 billion young people on this planet that we can teach with, whatever, the schools and all that. But people like me, we are still learning from, and every single day I learn something or the other. And where do I learn from? PBS, how does it work, and all these other things out there. And I'm not learning because I have to, I'm learning because I want to. I think that, Alison, you made a very important point that, see, the issue with schools and all these is people go to schools just to take exams and not to really learn about things. And once they've taken their exam, they forget about everything. And it's the lifelong learners that we need to create in order for us to really become climate resilient and future generation which is climate resilient. I think that is very important, and we should target older people like me also, which is almost 6 billion, because we are the ones who are damaging the planet more than the younger generation is. So we should have social platforms for that in order to answer that also. My question, this was just a comment, my question is, if I look at Pakistan, and I'll say I'm from Pakistan, Bunyan was saying, you pointed it out yesterday. If I look at Pakistan, 50 million students in school, 26 million people students out of school. And it's not a question of, providing them distance education or infrastructure is lacking or whatever. It's a question of economics. They're out of school because they're working. They're children, and it's unfortunate they're working, but poverty is so much that they cannot afford to go to school, and they have to contribute to the economy of the household. And that is the reality, and we cannot, escape from that reality. And these are the people that we need to reach out. I was just Googling, and 250 million students out of school worldwide. That's a significant amount of people out of school. How do we reach these people? Of course, we can't reach them in the school. We have to reach them in other means. They're not digital literate. They can't read, they can't write. How do we reach them? I think that is a point which is very important for us educationists. I've been a professor 30 years, so I always keep thinking about, how do we address this significant amount of population out there who cannot afford to go to school. Thank you.
Yes. Well, first, I want to thank the panelists for the excellent presentation, and the topic is very important. I am Ibrahim Haddan from Morocco. I'm the chair of Moroccan Association for the Protection of Environment and Climate, and we conduct an education program for children and school people. The problem is the concept of education in Western country is not like in Arab country, in our concept. That is difficult. As he said, our concept is education to get a job. But in Western realm, education to yourself, to educate yourself. So it is quite different concept. And we have seen greening education. Not only I am a director of a botanic garden, and we receive schools. And these people, they come just like a trip outside the school. It's not, they were not prepared by their teacher to come to this visit. So they get out and went just to relax, to play and to job and to run in the garden, but they were not prepared. So green education should be prepared at the school by the teacher about land degradation, about drought, about desertification, about biodiversity loss, about climate change, as you said. But this is maybe ICESCO can focus on that in Arab words about education, not only to get a job or to be qualified for a job, but also to learn more about how conserve, how educate, how sustainable use. Most of the children, when they run, they open the tap, the water is running without taking care about the water. That's really this. From the school, we have to learn that. Sometimes they have rubbish, they eat and they throw the rubbish. That is the school to educate them, not only to know how to write his name or something. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Mr. Dr. Maroufi Abdelghani from Morocco, the same NGO. But I think the question he has asked you, I think we should think about curriculums. Because the problem in most of the Arab countries and underdeveloped countries, it's that all sustainable issues are not integrated in curriculum. For that reason, there is a gap. There is a gap between what students learn at school and the environment and their local environment. So there is no interconnection between them. Moreover, until now, all the education systems in most of the Arabic countries I know, they don't care of sustainable development education. All of them, they talk about environmental education. Or there is a big difference between environmental education and sustainable education. Why? Because the concept in itself, sustainable development, contain environment, climate change, desertification, scarcity of water. All these things, we find them in one concept is sustainable development. So there is a problem in presenting their issues in their curriculums. For that reason, as you know, in 2009, the UNESCO has made a declaration in which urge all countries to reorient their curriculum through sustainability. And now we should work on what we call it future capacity, or the award which is the future is sustainable. I mean, we should give to the learners, students, issues linked to the sustainability, not only knowledge. I mean, knowledge, capacity, values, and how they should act to change their behavior. Because you know that a behavior cannot change in 1 month, 2 months, 1 year or 2 years. It needs, for example, 10 years or 15 years or maybe 30 years to be changed. But we should give them things that they will act as local actors in their environment, using things in the sustainability. I mean, everything should be sustainable. Excuse me, my English is not so good. If it was in another language, I can, express myself more than I did now. Thank you very much. The problem is problem of curriculum in countries should be oriented versus sustainability.
I mean, you're giving me the the first one is the most difficult one, I guess. I think UNESCO, UNICEF, and other big organizations have been trying to grapple with this question: how do we reach out-of-school children? And unfortunately, we are seeing very high numbers of children still being out of school, and the COVID-19 pandemic has actually exacerbated the problem and also pushed those children who were out of school before the pandemic to even a more marginalized place because of all the barriers. So I think, your question is really about how do we reach with climate change education these children that are already out of school. And I don't think I have an answer for that, but I mean, what generally we do when it comes to how to reach children out of school is to really understand what are the barriers that are preventing these children from being in school, depending on their age, and some of the solutions, again, depending on the profiles and on the needs, the specific needs of girls and boys, is really to provide flexible learning opportunities. I think we need to come to an understanding that for certain families, having their children engaged with labor is necessary, so we cannot skip that. And providing, for example, learning opportunities in times when they are not working can be a solution. Digital opportunities, digital learning opportunities are also somewhere else, depending perhaps the solutions. UNESCO has done a lot of work around the conceptual framework of the profiles of out-of-school children, but also around the solutions. And again, I mean, flexible learning opportunities, reaching the children where they are, providing schools at the community level if the infrastructure is the barriers. So if there is a lack of infrastructure and schools are too distant from the communities, that can be another solution. So I think there is not only one answer. For Pakistan, there are different barriers. I mean, the geographical landscape and the remote areas are an issue. Girls face a whole other set of barriers to being in education. So this is what, I mean, looking at the specific barriers that prevent girls and boys to be in school, it really helps in providing the right solution to that. And then maybe just to plug in the discussion around media, I mean, and social media. For children who are not at school, this is something that they are still accessing. So if we also can use those existing platforms to pass messages around climate change education, that might also be another solution. But I'll leave the floor for others to complement.
You carry on. Are you wanting to speak about this? Okay, we'll tag team. Thank you, Farid. I was going to move on, in fact, and answer or respond to the question about jobs, if that's relevant to do so. So you raised a really good point, which is, you know, many families, including parents and children, believe that the reason they're in school is to get a job. And I think, you know, obviously the wider public debate about the purpose of education and bringing a lot more of the kind of social and environmental issues to play is something that is ongoing. But what I would say is there's nothing wrong with wanting to get a job. And it's really important. So perhaps to reframe the question in a way might be to say the biggest sort of environmental and climate-based actions need to be taken by the private sector and the public sector and all the institutions that make those up. And ultimately, they are made up of people doing things. And those people have hopefully been to school. So if through the education that they have in their school, through their schooling, they can develop the values and mindsets that we all want them to have to protect the environment and act for climate and do all of those things, then they will, in an ideal world, take those into the jobs that they have. So I think it's worth thinking about it in that way. And then I also think it's worth thinking about what are the sorts of jobs that people might want to have that can help to resolve these issues. And again, I think it's about broadening what you think about a green job. There's lots of you close your eyes and imagine what a green job is, and it's someone who's working on a wind turbine, or they're doing a bit of science and they're developing some solar panels and those kind of things. I don't believe that's true. I think every job should be a green job. But most importantly, teaching should be a green job, should be considered to be a green job. Every single teacher should feel that they have a responsibility and that their job has green somehow in it, in their mind. And I think then we can really start to move the needle and make progress.
I got time to respond as well. So, no worries. So responding to a couple of points, just building on the point about the purpose of education, and it is interesting, in a discussion about green education, climate and sustainability, sooner or later we get to the question of what's the purpose of education. It's fascinating. And it's interesting because I recently found myself having to look at the Education Act in England from 1892. And I was curious to know what the purpose of education was. And actually, I read it and I was super impressed because it talked about preparing students for the future in older language, but preparing students for the future, health, well-being. It was there. And I think I found myself coming back to this point about coherence. In that instance, the purpose was actually admirable and sustainable. But if I were to describe the English system at the moment, I'd describe it as utilitarian. It's to employment, it's to getting on to the next stage. So again, maybe it's looking at that coherence of provision and practice and incentives to see how that purpose flows. So just a comment there. And then I wanted to comment on your remarks about the older generation as a representative myself. I mean, this panel today is focused on greening education for the school sector, but there's a massive opportunity for a lifelong learning revolution in green education. There's a massive opportunity for a revolution in green education for people in work, because it's actually, and again, it's more so it's the people in work today who have to help us hit our 2030 targets, and they need that revolution in green education. So we focus today on schools, but I think there's an opportunity for all of us.
Yes, I just want to focus on 2 points. The first one, the purpose of education. I don't think it's a matter of West and East, that the West, they don't think about a job, and the East, they think about it. It's not this way. I have spent 7 years studying in the States with, I know, fellow Americans. We all feel the same about the purpose of education. It is a matter of learning, teaching, educating students what's the focus and what's the outcome of this focus. So the focus on knowledge, and as an outcome, you will, of course, get knowledge, job, and the like. As far as considerations like age, gender, race, I don't think it's an issue. The issue, in fact, is the awareness, how aware the person is, regardless of his age, gender, race, because I think the environment in which he lived in, the education that he gets, that is the pivotal role that in making up and shaping his mind. Age has never been an issue. Gender has never been an issue. Streaming line what you think and how you react to many elements involved. So I think it is how well you are aware of the importance issue of the education that we are in. I know that we are so much stuck in time. We have another session now, so they are always pointing to us.
Thank you very much, everybody. And it was a very nice closing question answer session. We wish that we really translate our commitments into action. And we hope when we meet in COP30 and, of course, the COP17, we have some tangible things to discuss and to show that what we have done. Thank you very much, everyone.
including land degradation, desertification, and drought, by tapping in the limitless energies of our youth and their unwavering commitment to bring about resilient and peaceful societies. I thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur, pour ces mots très forts. L'annonce aujourd'hui du lancement de l'initiative Land for Peace révèle le grand engagement que le Directeur général, à travers son leadership pour l'ICESCO, porte pour la place des jeunes dans la préservation de l'héritage culturel. Pour nous, la question de la préservation des terres est un élément fondamental de l'héritage culturel. Parce que pour pouvoir survivre culturellement, il est important d'avoir un soubassement, d'avoir un pilier, de voir ce sur quoi on doit se développer. Et ce sur quoi on doit se développer, justement, ce pilier, ce sont nos terres. Et nous savons que nos terres sont menacées. La question de la désertification, bien sûr, qui implique la fragilisation, toute cette vulnérabilité qui frappe les terres cultivables. Et si on prend l'exemple de l'Afrique, on sait que 60% des terres arables au monde se trouvent en Afrique. Donc je pense qu'il y a nécessité de mieux mobiliser les jeunes et c'est la raison pour laquelle on est autour de ce dialogue intergénérationnel. Et aujourd'hui, comme je le disais, en tant qu'organisation intergouvernementale, notre rôle premier est d'accompagner les États, nos pays membres, pour non seulement qu'ils partagent leurs expériences, mais également pour qu'ils puissent créer plus de synergie, d'efforts, pour que justement cette terre puisse être engagée, mais également que la question de la jeunesse puisse être beaucoup plus intégrée dans les politiques publiques. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons l'honneur d'avoir des responsables de premier niveau qui représentent les différents ministres en charge de l'environnement des pays cités, à savoir le Tchad, le Niger, le Burkina et le Sénégal. Parmi ces représentants de ministres, beaucoup d'entre eux sont responsables de cette grande initiative de muraille verte. Vous en avez parlé, vous en avez entendu parler. Nous les laisserons donner beaucoup plus d'informations sur leur programme. Pour le Niger, nous avons colonel Abdoul, qui est directeur général de l'agence de la muraille verte au Niger. Bonjour, colonel. Pour le Tchad, nous avons monsieur Choukou, qui est directeur de l'agence nationale de la muraille verte aussi du Tchad. Pour le Burkina, nous avons monsieur le conseiller technique du ministre de l'Environnement. Merci, bienvenue monsieur le conseiller technique, monsieur Paul. Et pour le Sénégal, nous avons madame Sana Diop. Je voudrais laisser la parole à un de nos jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix pour entamer une première question sur la question de partage d'expérience. Maria, we are really proud to have you on board. Maria is part of our Youth Peace Ambassador from Saudi Arabia. Maria, please, the floor is yours so that you can introduce the first question to our member states in terms of sharing their experience in terms of youth preservation and the role of youth in preserving land. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here and thank you for having me. Our honorable guests, if you allow me, we would love to hear your insight about the experience of Burkina Faso, Niger, Senegal, and Chad in involving youth as actors of resilience in face of the environment and social challenges.
Pour la question de la traduction, parfait. Donc la question de Maria, c'est que vous puissiez partager vos expériences en matière d'implication des jeunes dans la préservation des terres et de lutte contre la désertification. Merci. Je vous laisse un autre pour
Merci. Nous tenons quand même d'abord, au nom du ministre de l'Environnement, de la Pêche et du Développement durable du Tchad, remercier très sincèrement l'ICESCO qui a quand même pu organiser ce panel auquel nous permettrait de dire quand même quelques mots pour un échange surtout mondial. Vous savez très bien que, comme on le dit souvent, le changement climatique, c'est un fait mondial. Et on dit souvent que les grandes personnalités africaines, surtout le feu président tchadien, dans ses discours, dit souvent que la jeunesse est le fer de lance de toute nation. Donc, si la jeunesse est le fer de lance de toute nation, nous, au niveau de nos institutions, nous traduisons ça en action. C'est-à-dire que toute œuvre ou toute activité qu'on le fait, on le fait avec les femmes et la jeunesse. Aujourd'hui, vous savez que le transfert de compétences et non seulement la main-d'œuvre, mais les bras valides sont les jeunes aussi et la connaissance des jeunes. Pour vraiment une résilience et une paix, il faut d'abord impliquer la jeunesse, et ce qui fait que nous tenons à remercier la présence du PNUD qui est là avec nous. La Grande Muraille Verte du Tchad travaille aujourd'hui sur 21 fermes agricoles de communautés intégrées pour la fixation de la population dans le Sahel. Et toutes ces fermes aujourd'hui regorgent 80% des femmes et des jeunes. Et ces jeunes aujourd'hui qui font quand même vivre toute une population dans le Sahel avant de penser à la plantation des arbres font qu'il y a le transfert de compétences des jeunes à nos populations. Donc, c'est que ce transfert de compétences ne se limite pas seulement en Afrique, parce que nous sommes... Et l'Arabie Saoudite, c'est un pays aussi désertique qui a besoin de jeunes qui doivent quand même avoir notre expérience, parce que nous avons commencé en Afrique, surtout à cette résilience et à la fixation de cette population, et que le transfert de compétences doit quand même être au point. Nous sommes vraiment censés partager nos informations avec vous pour la résilience mondiale, parce qu'on parle aujourd'hui du monde, l'effet du changement climatique qui quitte aujourd'hui l'extrême côté pour venir frapper l'Afrique. Donc ça veut dire qu'on doit quand même sauver ce monde ensemble. Alors, je tiens à vous dire vraiment que nous sommes prêts, tous les pays. Le Sahel est prêt à partager ces informations, et le Sahel est prêt aussi à changer quand même ce transfert de compétences entre le Moyen-Orient, l'Arabie Saoudite et nous autres pour qu'on puisse avancer ensemble. Merci.
Merci beaucoup aux organisatrices et organisateurs pour cet événement. Mais avant d'aller directement à l'intervention sur la jeunesse, permettez-moi de présenter les excuses du ministre de l'hydraulique, de l'assainissement et de l'environnement, qui arriverait que demain. Il m'a chargé de le représenter et de vous transmettre ses salutations et ses encouragements. Merci. Par rapport à la question au partage d'expériences sur la jeunesse au Niger, j'allais dire que nous le savons tous, l'impact du changement climatique, de la dégradation de terre, de la perte de la biodiversité implique surtout la jeunesse. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est eux qui sont impactés, les femmes et la jeunesse. Et cette activité, au niveau du Niger, on a pris ça dans le processus de développement. Parce que le thème que vous avez ici, le YONF, in resilience and peace, I hope you can add development. Donc moi je pense que la paix, le développement ne pourrait se faire qu'avec la jeunesse. Et au niveau du Niger, nous avons d'abord le Conseil national de la jeunesse. Il y a un Conseil national de la jeunesse spécifique dont toutes les activités du développement et de la culture est fait avec cette jeunesse. Je prends l'exemple spécifique de cette année 2024 où la jeunesse a contribué énormément pour la plantation d'arbres, où le président a demandé, dire que la Grande Muraille Verte, passons à l'action. Passons à l'action avec la jeunesse. Pas seulement avec la jeunesse nigérienne, il l'a dit avec la jeunesse africaine. Et quand il l'a dit avec la jeunesse africaine, il a invité immédiatement nos partenaires de l'AES qui sont à côté. Le Niger, le Burkina Faso, plutôt le Mali, dont elle fait partie des jeunes qui ont été invités le 3 août pour une plantation spécifique que l'État, le président s'est engagé sur 50 hectares à planter pour lui-même, clôturer, arroser, accompagner de la jeunesse. Et là, ouvert un camp de jeunes, le camp de jeunes, où les jeunes, 200 jeunes du Niger, de toutes les contrées de la région du Niger et de la sous-région, je disais Mali et Burkina, étaient là pour pouvoir s'engager dans la lutte contre la désertification en donnant le bon exemple. Sur les 50 hectares, il a planté 15 650 plants clôturés. Et il a demandé à toutes les communes de faire au minimum 10 hectares avec la jeunesse. Créer le camp de jeunes pour d'abord passer une semaine, une dizaine de jours en changeant sur le thème qui concerne la lutte contre la désertification, le changement climatique, la culture, ainsi de suite. Et faire un brassage entre la jeunesse pour un développement et la paix. Et un autre exemple ou bien qu'on peut considérer par rapport aux événements ou l'implication des jeunes, c'est les conférences. Quand on a des conférences, et on fait toujours spécifiquement des conférences, si nous voulons le 3 août de chaque année, qui est dédié Journée nationale de l'arbre. La veille qu'on appelle le 2, nous l'appelons Nuit écologique. Et cette nuit écologique, c'est le partage en termes de l'éducation environnementale de la jeunesse. On pose des questions à des jeunes sur l'aspect environnemental et ils arrivent à répondre et à gagner de petits prix stimulants, de casquettes, de t-shirts, de ceci. Et ça amuse la jeunesse, ça les encourage à aller. Une autre expérience très forte dans la région avec le partenaire comme World Vision, c'est cette expérience. Eux, World Vision, ils ont appelé ça un enfant, 3 arbres. Mais lorsque nous avons visité et évalué, c'est plutôt un enfant, 6 arbres. C'est quoi un enfant, 3 arbres? Il prend tous les arbres d'une communauté, d'une commune, plutôt tous les enfants d'une communauté, on leur donne 3 arbres. Un pour toi, un pour ta maman et un pour ton papa, lequel tu vas laisser mourir. Il faut s'occuper de ça, voir l'évolution, suivre leur progression. Et on part dans le champ du papa, ce qu'on appelle la régénération naturelle assistée, pour les impliquer dans la régénération naturelle assistée. Et là aussi, on demande à ces enfants de choisir 3 boutures, 3 arbres qui sont rabougris, les entretenir pour leur croissance. Un pour toi, un pour ta maman et pour ton papa, lequel tu vas laisser mourir. Tu vas essayer de les aider dans de la croissance, suivre leur croissance en même temps que ta croissance. Ce sont là quelques exemples que je donnais par rapport au Niger, malgré il y en a tant d'autres. Thank you very much. Okay.
Bonjour à tous et je voudrais tout d'abord au nom du ministre de l'Environnement et de la Transition écologique du Sénégal, le professeur Daouda Ngom, transmettre ses vives salutations à l'ICESCO et ses hommages aussi, mais aussi vous remercier par rapport à l'initiative qui a été prise aujourd'hui de parler de ce sujet qui est assez crucial, qui est d'actualité, qui touche principalement le Sénégal, qui touche vraiment, je dirais, l'Afrique et qui parle d'actualité, d'où l'objet de cette COP d'aujourd'hui. Comme vous le savez, hein, l'Afrique a une population qui est très jeune. Au niveau du Sénégal, la jeunesse représente plus de 42% de la population. Ceci est une très bonne chose, mais on subit aussi vraiment plusieurs enjeux liés à cet effet. Je voudrais parler, comme on parle de ce sujet de désertification, entre autres, de la jeunesse du Sénégal qui est en train de subir de plein fouet les âpres de la migration actuellement, dû au fait de la désertification, de la perte de ressources. Et ceci quand même a été vraiment un phénomène assez marquant pour le Sénégal. Si vous suivez les actualités, récemment, on a perdu beaucoup de nos jeunes qui se sont engagés dans les voies de l'immigration, mais qui ne sont pas allés très loin. Donc, on a eu vraiment beaucoup de pertes par rapport à ça, ce qui nous a beaucoup marqué. L'un des enjeux, des défis environnementaux dont le Sénégal fait face aussi, c'est la dégradation des sols. On arrive à un niveau où on n'a pas une bonne rentabilité au niveau des cultures. La rareté de la ressource en eau aussi. On a aussi les moyens de subsistance qui font particulièrement défaut. Un autre phénomène qu'on a subi quelques semaines avant cette COP, c'était la crue du fleuve Sénégal qui a amené vraiment le déplacement de milliers de populations. Donc tout ça font que la jeunesse est assez démotivée et n'est pas vraiment engagée. Cependant, on a vraiment un gouvernement qui est très engagé, qui est très sensible à la cause de la jeunesse actuellement. D'où toute la stratégie qui a été élaborée autour de la vision 2050, qui traite particulièrement de la jeunesse, du développement durable et comment arriver à une résilience. Et autour de ça, on a plusieurs initiatives qui sont en cours. Vous verrez que 2050 est très loin. Nous-mêmes qui sommes là serons en train vraiment d'être en train de subir les affres de l'âge. Il ne nous reste que la jeunesse à préserver, la jeunesse à accompagner, à aller renforcer en termes de leadership pour qu'ils puissent vraiment continuer le travail qu'on est en train de faire. Donc, on a tout à fait intérêt dans cette vision-là, nous, au niveau du Sénégal, la vision 2050, à mettre tous les moyens possibles pour vraiment encourager la jeunesse autour d'un Sénégal émergent. Donc, les initiatives qui sont en cours actuellement au niveau du Sénégal sont diverses et variées. Je prendrai l'initiative de la Grande Muraille Verte. Et au niveau de la Grande Muraille Verte, on a un programme de jeunesse qui emploie vraiment une énorme partie. Je peux me lancer et dire 7000 jeunes ou plus de 7000 jeunes, mais je sais qu'au niveau du ministère, on a plus de 10 000 jeunes qui œuvrent dans tout ce qui est reforestation, préservation, conservation des sols, gestion des ressources, l'énergie renouvelable, voilà. Donc, on a quand même une grande chance d'avoir cette jeunesse-là autour de nous qui nous appuie, qui prend le leadership autour de toutes ces actions pour lutter contre la désertification et préserver les ressources naturelles. Donc, je parle de l'initiative de la Grande Muraille Verte, du ministère de l'Environnement qui a le leadership autour de la Grande Muraille Verte. Il y a la direction des eaux et forêts. Il y a une direction, deux directions qui gèrent tout ce qui est aspect biodiversité. Et vraiment, on a une inclusion autour de tout ce qui est gestion des ressources, préservation des sols, conservation et tout ça. Je voudrais aussi parler d'une initiative qui a été tout récemment lancée par le président de la République, où il veut faire la promotion de tout ce qui est agroforesterie. Parce qu'on sait que la reforestation, c'est important, mais il nous faut quand même profiter des bienfaits de cette reforestation-là. Et l'agroforesterie est une des germes qu'on doit vraiment explorer actuellement. Le président a lancé un message fort pour inviter toute la population et particulièrement la jeunesse à aller vers la reforestation et aller vers l'agroforesterie. On a eu la journée de l'arbre où il a vraiment été présent pour accompagner le ministère et marquer un peu de son leadership, tout ce qu'il y a comme jeunesse et les engager à prendre la relève et aller dans ce sens. Je voudrais aussi parler d'une initiative, les vacances vertes. Je suis avec l'attaché de cabinet du ministre de l'Environnement, qui est là à côté, que j'admire particulièrement. Et je lui dis à chaque fois de m'inviter parce qu'ils ont lancé une grande initiative où ils font de la récolte. Vraiment, ils se sont engagés, sont très engagés et ils profitent encore du leadership de ces autorités-là. Je voudrais parler du président, je voudrais parler du Premier ministre, du ministre de l'Environnement et il y a le ministre de la Jeunesse aussi qui est très impliqué dans ces vacances vertes et qui travaille étroitement avec le ministère de l'Environnement. Je vais m'en arrêter là par rapport à la situation du Sénégal, espérant pouvoir donner plus de détails. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Diop, pour cet échange très riche. C'est sûr que nous aurons besoin de toute une journée, pour ne pas dire de toute une semaine, pour débattre de la question des bonnes pratiques dans les États. Monsieur le directeur représentant le Burkina Faso, avant de prendre la parole, vous me permettrez d'introduire Monsieur Touré, qui est le directeur Afrique de la Convention sur la désertification UNCCD. En fait, c'est eux qui constituent le principal organisateur de cette COP16 en Arabie Saoudite. Monsieur Touré, bienvenue. Merci encore pour toute la coopération avec l'ICESCO. Nous vous donnerons la parole juste pour un message que vous lancerez pour nos jeunes ambassadeurs, mais également nos pays alliés présents ici. Merci.
Je peux me mettre là comme je suis assez grand. Donc, merci beaucoup, ma sœur. Nous sommes très heureux d'être là, malgré que nous soyons en ce moment dans les grandes négociations. Mais j'ai tenu vraiment à marquer ma présence et la présence de UNCCD à cet important événement. Et comme vous le savez, la terre, quand on parle de terre, c'est l'avenir. Aujourd'hui, avec toutes ces terres dégradées, nous ne pourrons faire allusion qu'à la jeunesse. Et je pense que les ambassadeurs que vous êtes, vous avez un grand rôle à jouer. Et l'intérêt, c'est que mon bureau est à Rabat, avec l'ICESCO. Et donc, n'hésitez pas vraiment à venir travailler avec nous. Et nous sommes ouverts vraiment, nous sommes là pour vous, parce que nous soutenons les États partis. Et j'ai la chance d'avoir 54 pays africains. Et dans ces 54 pays, je pense que les membres de l'ICESCO, c'est à peu près, on couvre les mêmes. Voilà. Donc n'hésitez pas et j'encourage vraiment à tout le monde vraiment je vais laisser ma carte avec les contacts pour qu'on reste en contact et puis on va gérer le reste. Excusez-moi vraiment, je dois aller dans plusieurs négociations. J'ai 54 pays que je dois gérer à toutes les minutes. Merci beaucoup, ma chère sœur. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous pour ce temps précieux, malgré l'agenda très chargé. Juste pour vous dire qu'il y a quelques semaines, le directeur général de l'UNCCD a rendu visite au directeur général de l'ICESCO à Rabat, juste pour montrer la grande coopération qui existe entre l'ICESCO et les organisations internationales qui s'occupent de préserver l'humanité en général, dont UNCCD. Merci encore. Et là, je parle sous le témoin de notre directeur de la coopération qui représente ici le directeur général. Je redonne la parole au Tchad, au Burkina Faso. Merci.
Merci beaucoup à vous. Chers collègues, chers jeunes, je voudrais, au nom de Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement, de l'eau et de l'assainissement du Burkina Faso, présenter toutes mes vives excuses pour n'avoir pas pu être là à ce panel très intéressant, à savoir la paix, qui est en tout cas un des vœux chers du Burkina Faso, qui aujourd'hui est un pays qui est sous l'emprise du terrorisme. Et qui dit paix, je ne sais pas s'il y a un autre pays qui est mieux placé pour parler de cela et du rôle important que la jeunesse joue dans la quête de cette paix aujourd'hui. Je suis accompagné pour ce panel par deux éminentes dames, à savoir Madame Tanou, qui est la directrice générale des études statistiques et sectorielles du ministère des Sports, de la Jeunesse et de l'Emploi, et de Madame Lankwande, qui est responsable d'une organisation qu'on a appelée les référents opportunités et insertion. C'est pour dire quoi? La jeunesse aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso a été placée au cœur de la lutte contre le terrorisme. Et pour cela, pour éviter que les jeunes ne soient enrôlés dans le cadre de ce terrorisme, pour éviter que les jeunes ne soient tentés aujourd'hui d'aller sur les sites aurifères, alors il a été mis en place ce qu'on appelle l'initiative présidentielle. Alors, donc le programme d'urgence de la transition, avec plusieurs initiatives qui ont été mises en place et qui placent la jeunesse au cœur de ces initiatives. La première des initiatives, c'est la bataille pour le renforcement de la couverture végétale pour être en phase avec la lutte contre la désertification. Cette bataille pour le renforcement de la couverture végétale, en plus d'autres initiatives dont la Grande Muraille Verte, a été mise en place et chaque année, à l'occasion de la Journée nationale de l'arbre qui est lancée, il y a 10 millions de plants qui sont plantés et le reboisement est assuré à 80% par les jeunes. Et pour ce qui concerne la bataille pour le renforcement de la couverture végétale, alors cette année, il est prévu 4 millions de plants qui doivent être reboisés essentiellement par les jeunes. Cette initiative dit quoi? À chaque événement heureux, un arbre. Une commune, un bosquet. Une rue, un aménagement paysager, etc., etc., etc. Alors, les reboisements qui se faisaient chaque année avaient des résultats mitigés. Donc, pour permettre d'avoir un reboisement responsable, la jeunesse a été mise au cœur, en tout cas, de cette initiative. Et tout reboisement qui doit être fait, le ministère de l'Environnement accompagne la jeunesse à travers la fourniture des plans et également la sécurisation des sites qui doivent être reboisés. Parce que vous savez qu'au Burkina Faso, nous perdons environ plus de 220 000 hectares de forêt par an. Et en tout cas, cela, si vous faites le point avec 274 000 km², alors à ce rythme-là, si rien n'est fait, au bout d'une trentaine d'années, je ne sais pas quelle est la superficie des déserts qu'on pourrait enregistrer. Alors, et donc pour cela, et ensuite, en plus de cette initiative, il y a également une autre initiative qui a été mise en place. Alors, il s'agit de l'offensive agro-pastorale et halieutique. Alors aujourd'hui, les jeunes universitaires, les jeunes étudiants sont là, ils n'ont pas d'emploi. Et qu'est-ce que la transition a fait? Le Burkina Faso ne mange pas à sa faim et à sa soif. Nous allons travailler la terre de manière durable, mais c'est la jeunesse qui va être mise au cœur de cette offensive. Donc, des milliers d'hectares sont récupérés, des parcelles agro-pastorales sont aménagées et des financements sont accordés aux jeunes pour leur permettre de pouvoir développer des parcelles agricoles et produire de manière à assurer l'autosuffisance alimentaire du Burkina Faso. Et également, pour venir en appui à cela, il y a des fonds qui ont été mis en place pour soutenir les jeunes dans leurs activités, généralement de lutte contre la désertification, des activités génératrices de revenus. Et je peux, au titre de ces fonds, citer le fonds Kunawili. Ça veut dire, en Dioula, c'est un fonds qui va permettre au Burkina d'émerger. Également, un autre fonds, c'est le fonds Doumoukafa. Pour dire quoi? C'est un fonds qui doit permettre au Burkina de manger à sa faim et boire à sa soif. Alors, donc, c'est la jeunesse qui est au cœur de toutes ces initiatives. Et 2025 a été donné comme la première année d'évaluation, voilà, de cette initiative où, en tout cas, les jeunes ont été placés au cœur de vraiment toutes ces actions de ces deux initiatives. C'est entre autres initiatives. Alors, donc, je pense que si vous le permettez, on pourrait donner également aussi la parole aux responsables chargés de la jeunesse, s'il y a des exemples encore à étayer. Alors, dans le cas contraire, nous pourrons poursuivre les échanges et par la suite, en cas de besoin, en tout cas, ils pourront nous venir en appui pour pouvoir étayer à travers des exemples précis. C'est bon? Merci bien.
Merci encore, monsieur le directeur, pour cet échange très fort. Mais vous me permettrez de juste faire un petit coup d'œil à mon collègue directeur de la coopération qui représente le directeur général pour sa courtoisie, de laisser la place aux femmes, sachant qu'en 2021, le directeur général, Dr Salam Al-Malik, avait déclaré 2021 année de la femme. Et à ce jour, ça me donne l'occasion de dire que l'ICESCO est à 50% de leadership de femmes avec les hommes. Ça, c'est un élément très important. Et pour la jeunesse, à 47% de ressources humaines du staff constitué de jeunes. Ça, c'est un élément très important. Merci, Dr Anna. Monsieur le représentant, en fait, je vous dirais Excellence, parce que vous représentez quand même les ministres de l'Environnement des pays du Tchad, du Niger, Burkina Faso et du Sénégal pour ces échanges. Vous avez parlé, bien sûr, de la place de l'économie verte, mettant au centre les jeunes. Ce qui nous ramène également à un des axes stratégiques de l'agenda 2063 qui parle de l'accélération du continent africain par le biais de l'agriculture. Une agriculture soutenue par les jeunes et les femmes. Ça, c'est un élément très important. Et bien sûr, l'agenda 2063 est soutenu par l'agenda de l'OCI, du monde islamique, de l'ICESCO, mais également du système des Nations Unies. Merci d'avoir rappelé tous ces moments, tous ces éléments. Nous donnerons bien sûr la parole aux différents responsables jeunesse qui sont là dans la deuxième partie. Vous me permettrez juste d'introduire deux partenaires clés. Tout à l'heure, dans vos interventions, et particulièrement Mme Sana a soulevé la question de la migration, qui est fortement liée à la désertification. Dans l'approche holistique que l'ICESCO met en œuvre, et surtout du positionnement de l'humain au cœur des programmes, ce qui a été fortement soutenu par le panel qui a précédé et qui était organisé par nos collègues du secteur de l'éducation, mais également des sciences et technologies. La question de l'humain était très présente. Et il est important de dire que quand on parle de l'humain, bien sûr, on met la priorité sur les jeunes et les femmes, qui constituent la majorité de la population mondiale. Et cette majorité qui est fortement touchée par les questions de déplacement forcé, déplacement du fait des crises, que ce soit climatique, d'ordre social, politique, mais également la question de la migration. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons invité aujourd'hui la directrice de l'Observatoire de l'Union africaine sur la migration, dont le siège est basé à Rabat, son Excellence Namira Niem qui fera une intervention virtuelle justement pour faire très rapidement le lien entre désertification, migration et jeunesse. Merci beaucoup.
Good day, everyone, and thanks for ICESCO for inviting me to be with you today. Unfortunately, I'm not able for prior engagements to be with you physically, and I hope next time we meet in person. When it comes to the topic at hand, I just came back from COP29, and of course, the numbers of climate mobility is on the rise. As Africa, I can assure you, is facing a lot in relation to climate mobility. We are bearing the brunt of the climate change, from the sea level rise to droughts to floods, which induce migration and displacement. So it's so important to raise awareness of this issue in order to plan as well. And the intergenerational dialogue is so important. So the youth of today can work with the governments to plan for their future. Without proper planning, we are going to face lots of calamities. So this is why the African Migration Observatory had put it on top of the agenda to work with partners, including ICESCO and other organizations, to raise awareness in relation to climate mobility, to work in collecting information and disseminate it in relation to the impacts of climate change on human beings. We already are hearing this week the ICJ listening to the advocacy in relation to the climate change advisory opinion, which definitely will shed light on the obligations of all states in relation to climate change. Let's all work together for the benefit of humanity and to plan better future for our generations to come. Thank you very much for listening to me and hope to be with you next time in person.
Merci, Excellence Namira, pour ces mots très forts. On parle beaucoup à l'ICESCO de diplomatie civilisationnelle, de diplomatie culturelle, de diplomatie intergénérationnelle. Et aujourd'hui, c'est la diplomatie climatique qui a été soulevée par notre sœur ambassadeur Namira. Merci pour cette intervention. Toujours dans cette approche holistique, nous ne pouvons avancer sur la question de la lutte contre la désertification en plaçant les jeunes au cœur du programme justement pour mieux préserver la terre sans parler de l'éducation. La session qui nous a précédé concernait le Greening Education. L'ICESCO, lors de sa toute dernière conférence ministérielle sur l'éducation, a mis et a lancé un programme spécial justement sur ce Greening Education, soutenu par les différents secteurs que sont l'éducation et le secteur des sciences et technologies. Et toujours dans ce cadre, nous faisons également intervenir le système éducatif. C'est la raison pour laquelle notre prochain speaker, c'est le secrétaire général de la Confémen, la conférence des pays de la francophonie en charge des différents ministères de l'éducation. Professeur Baba Moussa va délivrer un message pour faire le lien entre désertification, jeunesse, éducation, parlant de l'initiative remarquable que la Confémen est en train de mettre en œuvre sur l'éducation au développement durable. Merci, professeur, monsieur le secrétaire général, pour cet engagement.
Excellence, monsieur le directeur général de l'ICESCO, cher docteur Salim Al-Malik, mesdames et messieurs les ministres, chers participants en vos titres et grades, je voudrais d'abord remercier l'ICESCO qui, en m'invitant en tant que secrétaire général de la Confémen, perpétue les liens qui existent entre nos deux institutions, réunies par un important dénominateur commun, l'éducation. Je voudrais également saluer la qualité des personnalités ici présentes, dont l'importance témoigne de l'enjeu planétaire que constitue le sujet qui nous réunit. Le développement durable ne peut être construit sans l'édification du système éducatif et de formation pertinent et en phase avec les préoccupations majeures de l'humanité, clairement exprimées à travers les 17 objectifs du développement durable. L'enjeu est de taille. Il s'agit d'établir entre notre jeunesse et notre terre, mère nourricière, une interconnexion dynamique afin d'instaurer les conditions de la durabilité, facteur essentiel de paix. L'éducation au développement durable doit entrer dans les curricula scolaires et trouver sa place dans les salles de classe. Ainsi, la Confemène a-t-elle tenu un événement parallèle à la COP28 sur le rôle des enseignants dans l'éducation et le développement durable. Mesdames et messieurs, la résilience n'est pas un vain mot et associée à la jeunesse, elle permet de mettre en avant la responsabilité et le courage de notre jeunesse dans le portage et la sauvegarde de la planète. En dehors du rôle pédagogique qui revient à l'enseignant, une place importante est requise pour l'éducation par les pairs, c'est-à-dire des jeunes parlant aux jeunes. Je voudrais donc saisir l'occasion pour saluer l'initiative des jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix initiée par l'ICESCO et à laquelle la Confemène a participé. Il est heureux de constater aujourd'hui le travail remarquable que fait cette jeunesse, notamment la jeune Osnia Bangoto du Bénin, qui est parrainée par la Confemène. Au-delà de l'éducation et de la formation, nous devons nous engager également pour un entrepreneuriat durable en vue d'un développement économique soucieux de la préservation de l'environnement et de la paix. L'atteinte de l'ODD 4, pour laquelle la Confemène est constamment mobilisée, est une condition pour transformer la vie en installant, grâce à l'éducation, la formation et l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie, les conditions d'un mieux vivre ensemble dans la dignité pour notre jeunesse, gage de paix et vecteur de développement durable. Je terminerai en réitérant mes remerciements à l'ICESCO pour la qualité du partenariat qui a permis à la Confemène de parrainer les lauréats du programme Leadership pour la paix et la sécurité. Ces lauréats qui font aujourd'hui la fierté de nos deux institutions. L'engagement de ces jeunes symbolise le dynamique de notre action commune pour la paix et pour le développement que nous voulons. Ensemble, pour un développement durable et plus humain, et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci encore, Excellence, professeur Abdelrahman Baba Moussa, secrétaire général de la Confemène, pour ces mots très forts, rappelant le rôle clé que joue l'éducation, non seulement dans la préservation des valeurs, mais également le développement en général. Le secrétaire général a parlé de la COP28. Nous avons eu récemment la COP29 qui s'est passée à Azerbaïdjan, avec une très grande présence de l'ICESCO en termes de connexion, en termes d'apprentissage, en termes de partage et surtout, encore une fois, de bridging, connecting. Et ça me donne l'occasion de remercier l'Azerbaïdjan à travers la présence de notre collègue Dr Anna, directeur de la coopération également, qui est de l'Azerbaïdjan. Merci. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en Arabie Saoudite pour la COP16, qui est extrêmement important aussi et qui constitue une continuité, un continuum par rapport à ce qui a déjà été fait en Azerbaïdjan. Alors, le secrétaire général a parlé des jeunes. Ils sont là autour de nous. On est très fiers d'avoir nos jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix. Ils sont 180, représentant 68 pays, au-delà de landscape de l'ICESCO. L'ICESCO a 53 pays membres, avec bien sûr d'autres pays observateurs qui sont des pays alliés. Et cette jeunesse a ouvert la voie à cette diversité, à cette ICESCO qui est ouverte sur l'international et bien sûr sur le leadership du directeur général Dr Salam Al-Malik. Je laisserai la parole à mon collègue Alioune Ndiaye pour qu'il puisse mieux introduire nos jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix et leur laisser la place pour cet événement qui constitue un dialogue intergénérationnel, c'est-à-dire un échange réel entre la jeunesse, les décideurs et les partenaires. Alioune, s'il te plaît. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice. Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs. Merci beaucoup. Donc, je suis Alioune Ndiaye, je suis le chef de la division... Attends, je vais me mettre là. Chef de la division P au niveau du secteur des sciences humaines et sociales de l'ICESCO. Lujain, would you please... Voilà. Donc, comme vient de l'annoncer notre chère directrice, Madame Ramata Alma Mimbaï, l'ICESCO compte 180 jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix à travers le monde, donc répartis dans 68 pays. Et c'est un programme qui s'appelle le programme de formation en leadership pour la paix et la sécurité, qui permet à l'ICESCO de dérouler son approche de la paix à 360 degrés. Donc cette approche holistique dont Madame la directrice a parlé tout à l'heure. Donc nous sommes vraiment très heureux d'avoir parmi nous aujourd'hui 4 jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix, 3 venant d'Arabie Saoudite et une venant du Mali. On va les présenter un à un ou bien une à une tout à l'heure. But I would just like to start first maybe with our three dynamic youth peace ambassadors from Saudi Arabia. First, Mrs. Maria Al-Ghamdi, then Lujain Falamban, then Ammar Bahit. And we are so proud about their leadership, about their dedication to this program. And every time, you know, they have never hesitated one single time to answer to the call of duty. So this is what we expect from our youth peace ambassadors, you know, to be always ready to work for peace. And thank you again. نحن جد سعداء بحضوركم معنا ونحن يعني فخورون جدا بجميع الجهود الذين تبذلونها وهذا اليوم حضوركم اليوم تدل على أنكم سفراء السلام. إذن one quick question for all three of you. Can you just elaborate a little bit on the role that the youth can play in facing environmental challenges, in building resilience? And at the same time, maybe you can tap from your experience, you know, your personal experiences and your own perspectives, because most of you are renowned, you know, and like seasoned professionals, you know. So you can tap on your personal expertise to develop on the interactions and the relationship between peace, environmental challenges, and youth leadership. So I would start with Maria and Lujain and then Ammar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for having us and always giving a voice to the youth to contribute in such important matters. Of course, we all know how crucial it is to involve youth when it comes to planning for the future. As if you wish for a sustainable plan, of course, youth must have action in it. So to me, I was thinking about the effect of youth participating in such roles. And it has to start by before they start the action, they need to learn first. And for them to learn, they have to be exposed. So I was thinking exposure can actually start by such a simple act. Like, for example, here today in COP16, there is a lot of Saudi young people, males and females, that are just volunteering here. So you might think of it as just a small act. They are volunteering to in the registration, whether it's in the registration or just around the booth. But this itself is exposure. They will look around, they will learn more about environment, about desertification, and they will know the impact of it. So when you're exposed, you start to learn. And when you learn, you will start to feel involved and you will feel responsibility towards the matter itself. So also, of course, everyone heard about Green Riyadh initiative, which is a very important project for actually fighting climate change and desertification. Actually, just not long ago, just 2 weeks ago, or more than that, I also went there and planted 4 trees. I went just to see that there's a lot of young people involved in such a project. When you think about it, it's just planting a tree. But planting this tree will give you the feeling of responsibility towards this big project. Also, it's not only for youth and young people, also families were involved, children. And as we mentioned before, the land, we didn't inherit it. We didn't inherit Earth from our ancestors, but we borrowed it from our children. So involving children in such an act, like planting a tree, will give them a sense of responsibility towards the bigger cause. So that's how it started. First, expose them, and then they start learning, and then they start actually believing in the cause. I also would love to take this opportunity to thank the ILTIPS program because it's also a part of exposure, meeting youth from all over the world, learning from their experiences, from their initiatives in their respective countries towards the same cause. And sometimes I actually, every time I go to or get involved with my fellow youth peace ambassadors from the ICESCO from different places, I learn from them, and I always have, I'm eager to come back here to Saudi and and spread this knowledge, whether it's about peace, whether it's about climate change. And I'm very happy to accept what you just mentioned. We are not only ambassadors for peace, but also for climate change and for our Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, guest, and thank you to ICESCO for inviting me and us here. Actually, I want to agree with what some of Maria, my colleague here, said regarding volunteering, especially that's something that I'm doing actually in this COP16 event. And actually, my story of learning about the environment and trying as best as I can to make a difference has started recently. I grew up in Jeddah, which is a coastal city here in Saudi Arabia. We are very connected to the Red Sea. It's something that we grew up with. We go all the time to camp out there, to dive, learn about our community. And I've seen that we have, not a lot of people actually know the beauty of the nature that we have, how precious it is, where it comes from, how it survives, is it in danger? So for the past year, I've been trying to work on knowing our environment, our local environment. Every place in the world has beautiful, beautiful nature around them of all types, not just in land, in sea, mountains. So for the past year, I've been working on that, and I really want to say thank you to ICESCO, because part of the LTEPS program, they have taken us on multiple conferences, one of which is the By Youth for Youth, which was held in Baku last June. Part of this conference, there's about 100 youth peace ambassadors from all over the member states, which together not only network, but work together to write policy recommendations regarding youth involvement in terms of not only climate change, but also peace and resilience, as well as education. And it really felt that we were giving a platform, voice that we can actually give back and also take the initiatives to protect our land, to give back to our community, and make a difference in what will be our future very soon. So thank you for the LTEPS program, for inviting us here, and I'll give it back to Ammar. Thank you.
Thank you, Olajay. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to welcome you here in Saudi Arabia, and I'm pretty sure you will enjoy your staying here. First, let's define peace. Several dictionaries define peace as freedom or absence of war. This is from dictionary point of view. But if we consider it in terms of our modern life and our trending that we are facing currently, we can see there is several integration between peace, climate change, and also during the desertifications. If you recall the risk interconnecting map, we can see there is several issues related to the peace can be coming from our life or our activities. For example, peace can be affected from instability of profound immigrants. There is huge desertification in some areas. You can find some food crisis, water crisis, and all of this can be affected through and affect the peace. So we are here in COP16 together to find all the solutions that we are going to find. Through tips, we have been going through several real cases, several workshops with the support with the ICESCO, with Ms. Ramata and all the team members, and also from the general directors that were involved in several activities. Recently, we have been gone to Kampala, Uganda, and we were there to explore and to see their life, their cultures. This can provide us solutions. As engineering background, we believe the peace engineering or engineering solution is the best solution that can be solve the issues. So we can develop policy, we can develop some regulations. However, there is technologies can help us a lot. in terms of planting, in terms of water security, reducing the water consumptions. All of this can be help us in a huge impact. So as Peace Ambassador, we are committed lifetime to promote peace within our communities, to our life, and also to our for our generations, since it is our land and our futures. I will thanks again our ICESCO team for developing us for toolkit that help us to promote peace in different aspects. Thank you.
Shukran. Thank you so much, Amar, Lujen, Maria, for your dedication. And here you are today in Riyadh to represent our 180 youth peace ambassadors, knowing that most of them are following online. Thank you for your dedication. You are here to really showcase youth engagement. This is really key. Thank you, Shukran. Vous me permettrez maintenant d'introduire, avant qu'on passe à la deuxième dernière voie de questions, bien sûr, notre collègue, parce qu'il faut dire que ces jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix, c'est des collègues à nous, c'est des leaders. Et j'ai l'habitude de dire, vous n'êtes même pas jeunes ambassadeurs, vous êtes carrément des ambassadeurs en termes de comment ça s'appelle encore, d'être seniors dans l'anticipation, dans la prise de décision, dans le respect, dans la tenue et la retenue, ce qui est extrêmement important. Et aujourd'hui, après Lujen, Amar et Maria, nous avons Rokiatou Traoré. Rokiatou fait partie également des piliers des jeunes ambassadeurs de la paix, qui est fortement engagé dans tout ce qui est médiation sur les questions de changement climatique, presque qui a participé aux 3 dernières COP. Rokiatou a joué un rôle important dans l'événement d'aujourd'hui, en mobilisant les partenaires, en mobilisant les États pour une voix plus forte des jeunes. Merci Rokiatou. Rokiatou est aussi entrepreneur, travaille sur la promotion de Moringa, qui fait également partie d'un élément clé pour la préservation de terre. Sachant que le moringa joue un rôle important dans la sécurité alimentaire, mais également pour ce qui est stabilité des sols. Rokiatou, merci pour tout. Je te donnerai la parole pour que tu puisses poser la dernière question aux pays membres qui sont représentés ici. Et encore, c'est avec beaucoup d'émotion que nous vous disons merci à vous tous et à Rokiatou. Donc la parole est à toi. Merci.
I'm Sandy Salim, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from the Republic of Azerbaijan.
I'm Ihab, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from Indonesia.
My name is Jihan, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador representing Morocco.
My name is Jane Filimban. I am ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador representing Saudi Arabia.
I am Anas Hamia, ICESCO Youth Peace Ambassador from Thailand.
Au Mali, chaque année, plus de 6 millions de tonnes d'arbres sont abattus pour en faire du bois de chauffe ou du charbon. Plus de 4,3 millions de Maliens souffrent de malnutrition, dans un pays où plus de 80% de la population pratique l'agriculture comme leur source de revenus. Bien que représentent 51,6% de la population, les femmes en milieu rural représentent la couche la plus défavorisée, avec des accès limités aux sources de financement. Face à ces dilemmes, nous avons créé, mon mari et moi, Hero Alliance, avec pour mission de promouvoir et de commercialiser les produits Moringa via une chaîne de valeur inclusive qui intègre les femmes et les jeunes dans le processus, cela pour des impacts économiques, environnementaux et sociaux au Mali. Nous voulons créer un impact économique en formant 5000 femmes en coopérative et en faisant de nos fournisseurs effectifs de Moringa 100% bio, à travers notre assistance technique autour du Moringa. Nous voulons créer un impact environnemental en plantant 1 million d'arbres Moringa dans 6 régions du Mali d'ici 2030 afin de lutter contre l'érosion des sols et la désertification qui menacent le Mali. Nous voulons créer un impact social en intégrant le Moringa dans les habitudes alimentaires de 15 millions de personnes à l'échelle nationale et régionale afin de lutter efficacement contre la malnutrition.
Bonjour. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Monsieur le représentant du ministère de l'Environnement du Burkina, Monsieur le directeur de la Grande Muraille Verte du Tchad, Monsieur le directeur général de la Grande Muraille Verte du Niger, Madame la représentante du ministre de l'Environnement du Sénégal, distingués invités, chère équipe de l'ICESCO, chers ambassadeurs, nous vous remercions beaucoup pour tous vos apports et surtout d'avoir accepté notre invitation. Malgré les différents événements que vous avez, malgré le chevauchement, et nous vous remercions vraiment pour vos efforts. Et l'ICESCO, surtout, le directeur, Madame Ramata, Monsieur Ndiaye Alioune et toute l'équipe ne managent aucun effort pour toujours impliquer la jeunesse dans tout ce qu'ils font. Et cela dans les événements internationaux à l'échelle mondiale. Donc, je voudrais vraiment que vous applaudissiez déjà pour vous-même, pour l'ICESCO et pour les jeunes. Donc, mon nom est Orokiatou Traoré. Je suis jeune ambassadeur de l'ICESCO au Mali. Et j'ai eu l'immense honneur de participer au programme de leadership de l'ICESCO, ce qui m'a à la suite donné le titre d'ambassadrice. Et j'ai également eu l'opportunité avec mes collègues ici de participer au plus grand forum des jeunes, pour les jeunes et par les jeunes, qui a été organisé à Bakou avec le ministère du Sport et de la Jeunesse, et avec l'ICESCO bien sûr. Je remercie également tous les invités. Et le maître mot qui est ressorti dans toutes les interventions, c'était l'importance d'impliquer les jeunes et surtout les programmes. Comme l'a dit le directeur de la Grande Muraille Verte du Tchad, la jeunesse est le fer de lance du développement. Sans jeunesse, impossible de parler développement. Et la même chose peut répéter également par le directeur de la Grande Muraille Verte du Niger, la représentante du ministère de l'économie du Sénégal ainsi que du Burkina. Donc c'est un fait qui est là et c'est déjà réconfortant que nos autorités puissent le savoir et puissent mettre cela dans les actions. Mais encore, il y a un autre deuxième mot qui est sorti, la participation et surtout la collaboration. Ma question est adressée à mes invités. Parlant de collaboration, est-ce que vous avez des actions où la jeunesse de nos pays, là où nous avons les pays du Sahel qui sont représentés, est-ce qu'il y a des actions pour promouvoir en fait la collaboration entre la jeunesse des différents pays? Je sais qu'il y a eu le camp du Niger où j'ai pris part et qui regroupait les jeunes de l'AES. Mais est-ce qu'il y a des actions qui vont au-delà, où la jeunesse de la Grande Muraille Verte est impliquée et où il y a collaboration entre les différents jeunes? Merci.
Comme je viens de le dire, j'ai un panel à 15 heures, mais j'ai un représentant de jeunes aussi, j'allais dire, et le jeune, mais pas représentant de jeunes. C'est le directeur des études et de la programmation du Niger qui est là, Mubashir, qui connaît tellement ce que nous faisons à travers la jeunesse, à travers les travaux de Cash for Work. Il peut vous donner les chiffres de ce qui est injecté au Niger pour que la jeunesse s'occupe aux travaux de restauration de terre. Je ne vais pas être loin parce que j'ai un autre panel à 15 heures. Just I want to congratulate the young ladies who talk about technology, water security, and also food security. This is a major point to achieve if you want to involve young people. You talk also about exposure. It's also, you have to regard this, how the young are exposed to during the conference and other assignments. Just to thank you very much. I'll leave Bashir to take my place. Thank you very much. Bashir, s'il te plaît.
Merci beaucoup, mon colonel. Et monsieur, si vous pouvez parler en 1 minute, juste pour nous éclairer un peu des activités au Niger, mais très brièvement. Juste une minute.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Et excusez-moi, il y a ma voix qui porte pas, j'ai un problème de voix. Pour ce qui est du Niger, il faut se dire toutes les actions que nous menons, en tout cas sur le terrain, en tout cas ces actions sont menées avec la jeunesse. Alors, en termes d'action, nous faisons la récupération des terres, nous faisons la régénération naturelle assistée. Et à travers ces activités, les jeunes, en tout cas, sont organisés et ils font des travaux HIMO, qui après les travaux, en tout cas, ils sont rémunérés sous base, en tout cas, des cash forok. Donc, à travers ces actions, en tout cas, tout à l'heure, notre collègue du Burkina avait parlé du problème, excusez-moi, du Sénégal, avait problème de migration ou bien de l'exode des jeunes. Donc, à travers ces actions que nous menons, nous arrivons quand même à fixer ces jeunes pour les éviter d'être enrôlés soit par les terroristes ou bien les à créer des activités génératrices de revenus autour de ces actions-là. Donc voilà, en tout cas de manière brève, en tout cas ce que je peux dire par rapport à ces actions liées à la jeunesse. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le directeur. Et si vous me permettez, avant de remettre la parole au directeur de la Grande Muraille Verte du Tchad, je voudrais demander à monsieur Issa Bado, qui est le spécialiste de formation internationale des jeunes, en fait, dans les activités de processus, dans les activités de développement durable dans la francophonie. Merci.
Merci de me donner la parole. Je voudrais féliciter les États pour tous les efforts qui sont déployés donc, sur la question de la gestion durable des terres, mais surtout le rôle des jeunes. J'ai toujours pensé que le rôle des jeunes est important sur la question de la gestion durable des terres. Et mon organisation, la francophonie, donc à travers l'Institut de la francophonie pour le développement durable, porte un certain nombre d'actions en phase avec les États pour pouvoir les aider dans leurs efforts. Je vais d'entrée partager une image que j'aime beaucoup. C'est celle selon laquelle la terre, c'est un peu le plus grand ménage, le plus grand panier de ménage. Ce qui veut dire qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qu'on peut avoir dans ce panier. Vous savez, la terre, ça sert aussi à l'habitation, ça sert à nourrir l'homme. On parle d'immigration. Je suis content que l'ICESCO puisse déployer des jeunes ambassadeurs. Et derrière l'idée de jeunes ambassadeurs, paix, il y a l'idée de conflit également. Et vous savez, la terre est les sources de conflits. Mais je vais surtout dire que nous avons besoin de réinventer notre relation à la terre. Il faut penser que la terre est une opportunité. Et dans un contexte où on parle de changement climatique, de préservation de la biodiversité, la terre est, je peux le dire, la gestion durable des terres, c'est le lien entre tous ces enjeux, y compris les enjeux de migration, et les enjeux également de développement. Et dans ce panier que je mentionne, on retrouve tout cela. Et notre approche est de dire ceci, il faut penser que la jeunesse doit jouer un rôle aussi de participation à la prise des décisions. Ça, c'est la première chose. Et donc, dans tous les processus internationaux de décision, dans tous les processus nationaux de planification, des décisions qui sont prises au niveau international, il faut penser que les jeunes doivent avoir une place qui consiste à apporter leurs priorités, leurs points de vue dans tout ce qui est priorité au niveau national. Et dans ce sens-là, que ce soit dans le processus de prise de décision sur le climat, la biodiversité, la désertification, nous formons des cohortes de jeunes que les pays acceptent d'intégrer dans les délégations lorsqu'ils participent aux conférences des partis et lorsqu'ils participent aussi à la planification, notamment sur la question de la neutralité en matière de gestion durable des terres. Et nous avons pensé qu'il faut aller vers les jeunes. Et aujourd'hui, le numérique, c'est là où les jeunes se retrouvent. Les jeunes sont plus dans la créativité. C'est une créativité qui a du sens lorsqu'on doit penser la terre comme une solution aux questions de développement. Et nous avons mis en place une application qui s'appelle Terre Vie, qui permet de montrer aux jeunes et aux paysans, aux acteurs de terrain, comment on applique des techniques de gestion durable des terres. Ce sont des techniques simples, la ZAI, la demi-lune et bien d'autres techniques. Nous avons mis en place aussi une plateforme qui s'appelle e-Pavillon. L'objectif de cette plateforme, c'est de permettre justement aux jeunes, aux autres acteurs de valoriser les initiatives qui portent au niveau des pays francophones. Parce que derrière chaque initiative, il y a une possibilité de duplication dans d'autres États, dans d'autres territoires. Donc, je vais terminer en disant que la francophonie, conscient qu'il y a de bonnes initiatives dans chacun des États, il y a que les jeunes doivent être trouvés là où il y a la créativité en utilisant le numérique, en essayant de soutenir leurs projets. Et nous finançons des initiatives qui sont les plus parlantes, qui sont les plus pertinentes dans certains États et que je pense que nous pouvons faire connaître à tous les niveaux. Merci, madame.
Merci beaucoup, M. Mado. Je pense que vous répondez aussi à la question parce que là, votre plateforme regroupe des jeunes de tous les pays et c'est aussi une opportunité de les faire participer aux décisions à l'échelle internationale. Monsieur le directeur de la Grande Muraille Verte du Tchad, vous avez la parole.
Merci, merci Roberto. Moi, je crois que j'ai parlé à l'entame de mes propos, j'ai essayé de parler un peu de la généralité de 11 pays. N'empêche de parler de mon pays, le Tchad, mais représentant quand même les 11 pays qui ne sont pas les DG présents, j'ai essayé de parler de 11 pays du Sénégal à Djibouti. Mais je voudrais quand même essayer de vous dire ici que l'agence panafricaine de la Grande Muraille Verte, qui regroupe aujourd'hui 11 pays, a mis aujourd'hui en place une structure qu'on appelle caravane des jeunes. La caravane des jeunes. Donc les 11 pays, je les ai accueillis au Tchad pendant 10 jours pour l'échange et transfert de compétences. Et les 11 pays ont témoigné qu'au niveau du Tchad, il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont faites, mais qui ne sont pas communiquées. Donc là, je voudrais vous dire qu'il y a un mécanisme qui met vraiment en exergue la jeunesse en avant. Vous voyez que quand on parle de conflit, ce qu'il y a au Tchad aujourd'hui, le conflit, c'est la mer. Absolument. Parce qu'on a aujourd'hui le conflit à l'Est, le conflit en Libye, le lac Tchad est menacé par le Boko Haram, la Centrafrique. Tous ces réfugiés aujourd'hui sont accueillis au Tchad. Vous savez que dans ces réfugiés, nous avons plus de 60 à 70% jeunes. Donc, tous ces jeunes aujourd'hui qui sont accueillis au Tchad sont aussi en train d'être orientés vers la culture, vers la terre qui serait impactée par cette jeunesse qui est là. Donc, nous, pour remplacer ou pour pallier quand même à ces problèmes, on essaye de mettre tous ces jeunes-là en ces systèmes IMO pour les activités génératrices de revenus, pour aussi la création, la régénération naturelle assistée et la terre. Donc, pour ne pas vraiment parler, prendre le temps, toutes ces fermes agricoles de communautés intégrées, c'est pour la fixation de la population. Et cette population, elle est composée plus de jeunes et de femmes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Madame, s'il vous plaît. Juste en 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît. On est un peu pris par le temps.
Oui, merci.
On a une autre session qui commence, donc s'il vous plaît, juste 1 minute pour chacun.
D'accord. Je vais essayer de résumer sur ce thème qui me passionne particulièrement. La jeunesse, le leadership, la paix. Pour une petite anecdote, moi j'ai commencé autour de 20 ans, autour du secteur professionnel. Donc, parce que tout simplement, quelqu'un a eu à avoir confiance en la personne, pas en tant que personne expérimentée, mais une personne qui en veut et qui peut beaucoup faire. Donc, je crois et je suis passionnée par la jeunesse. Et je pense que c'est aussi la même chose pour le gouvernement, l'ensemble du gouvernement. Pour rappel, le Sénégal a l'un des présidents les plus jeunes d'Afrique, pour ne pas dire du monde. Et nous avons fait confiance en notre président, en cette jeunesse-là. Je pense qu'avec cela, nous pouvons faire beaucoup de choses. Et on va y arriver, Inch'Allah. Ce que je veux dire à partir de là, c'est qu'il faut accompagner. Il faut beaucoup accompagner. J'aime bien, c'est des personnes les jeunes sont très spontanés, très dynamiques, très enthousiastes, mais très résilients aussi. Donc, qui peuvent faire beaucoup de choses. On se demande même comment ils ont la capacité de faire, mais c'est Dieu seul qui peut nous dire. Donc, nous, on est passionnés par la jeunesse et on croit en cela. Il suffit maintenant d'accompagner à travers les initiatives. On a la Grande Muraille Verte, on a le Centre d'éducation environnementale et de formation au niveau du ministère de l'Environnement. On a le ministère de la Jeunesse qui est très engagé et toute la population du Sénégal aussi est très engagée. Donc, nous, on croit en cela et on appelle les partenaires à venir accompagner cette dynamique-là parce que je pense qu'on peut y arriver.
Merci beaucoup.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
En 1 minute, s'il vous plaît. Et là, vous êtes le dernier à parler, donc vous allez juste brosser.
D'accord, donc en 1 minute, c'est d'abord féliciter ces jeunes. Comme vous-même vous l'avez dit, ce n'est plus des jeunes, c'est des adultes. Donc je peux dire les adultes pour la paix. Alors, le Burkina Faso croit fermement aux jeunes. C'est pourquoi l'initiative présidentielle met les jeunes au cœur de son programme. Et c'est la jeunesse qui doit assurer l'avenir du Burkina Faso, c'est la jeunesse qui doit nourrir le Burkina Faso, c'est la jeunesse qui doit assurer l'autosuffisance alimentaire du Burkina Faso par son retour à la terre. Donc la gestion durable de la terre, à travers les différentes offensives, et l'État va accompagner avec la mise en place de fonds pour permettre aux jeunes de pouvoir, en tout cas, aller dans cette initiative et de pouvoir exploiter et gérer durablement la terre pour pouvoir nourrir le Burkina Faso qui ne doit plus dépendre, en tout cas, de l'extérieur pour sa survie. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Comme j'ai l'habitude de le dire, croyez en nous, investissez en nous et nous serons à mesure de nourrir le monde. Merci beaucoup.
Applaudissements. Youth as the present, they are the future and they are the past. Merci pour ce dialogue intergénérationnel. Désolé, Dr. Rahil, for some minutes, pour les quelques minutes complémentaires qu'on a pris justement pour donner la place aux jeunes. Donc, groupe photo, merci for the next launching of our program, Learn for Peace through Youth Engagement. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Are we ready with everyone, the speakers? All of them. Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to start for the next sessions. This one, it will be very interesting as well because we are going to discuss something in the region which is the mostly affected by desertification and land degradation, which is in the Sahel regions. The next session is about improving food systems and promoting value chains in the Great Green Wall initiative for the Sahara and the Sahel region. This is co-organized with our great partner, Pan-African Agency for Great Green Wall. So without further ado, I will give a mic to Dr. Sakodo Thiam to moderate the sessions and start the session.
Merci beaucoup, merci et bonsoir à tout le monde. Merci d'avoir vraiment voulu honorer de votre présence cet échange que nous allons avoir avec d'éminents panélistes. Aujourd'hui, nous allons donc échanger sur l'amélioration des systèmes alimentaires et la promotion des chaînes de valeur dans l'initiative Grande Muraille Verte pour le Sahara et le Sahel. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier au nom de l'Agence panafricaine de la Grande Muraille Verte, l'ICESCO qui a bien voulu, en tout cas, abriter donc, ce panel, qui nous semble important et sur, en tout cas, une thématique qui intéresse beaucoup l'Agence panafricaine de la Grande Muraille Verte et les autres partenaires avec qui nous cheminons ensemble. Donc nous aurons une heure d'échange sur cette thématique et nous aurons donc comme panéliste le docteur Adamo Unteini Isaka du Programme alimentaire mondial. Nous aurons également le docteur Magal Kairé qui est au CIRS, le Comité inter-État de lutte contre la sécheresse au Sahel. Nous avons également le docteur Oumarou Malam Issa qui est à l'Institut de recherche pour le développement. Et le colonel Abdoul Ibrahim, qui est le directeur général de l'Agence nationale de la Grande Muraille Verte du Niger. Donc j'invite les panélistes à venir ici au niveau du présidium et nous allons commencer donc les échanges. En guise d'introduction, donc comme vous le savez, l'initiative Grande Muraille Verte qui est coordonnée par l'Agence panafricaine de la Grande Muraille Verte basée à Nouakchott, a ce qu'on appelle un référentiel de planification, qui est donc le programme d'investissement prioritaire, le PIPD 2020-2030. Et dans ce PIPD, donc, comme vous le savez, il est mis en exergue en tout cas le développement socio-économique des populations. Parce qu'on ne peut pas lutter contre la désertification, vouloir restaurer les terres sans pourtant prendre en compte les aspects socio-économiques des populations pour leur permettre de s'investir, en tout cas dans la restauration des terres. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui l'ambition de la Grande Muraille Verte qui est un peu donc de restaurer 100 millions d'hectares d'ici 2030, qui est de créer des millions d'emplois verts durables, qui est de séquestrer 250 millions de tonnes équivalent carbone, ça demande une synergie d'action, ça demande l'implication des populations, aussi bien des jeunes, des femmes que des adultes. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, nous voulons échanger sur une thématique majeure qui est intitulée donc l'amélioration des systèmes alimentaires et la promotion des chaînes de valeur. Donc, nous avons invité donc nos collègues donc du PAM, le Programme alimentaire mondial, qui doit nous alimenter. Nous avons également le CIS qui travaille un peu sur la question. Et sur les aspects de recherche, nous avons donc l'Institut de recherche pour le développement. Et comme vous le savez, la recherche est un maillon important du développement, en tout cas, de nos pays. Nous allons donc commencer à donner la parole à Dr Unteini. Nous le remercions beaucoup parce qu'il a un autre événement à modérer. mais nous voulons d'abord lui donner la parole pour lui permettre en tout cas de se libérer et passer en tout cas aux autres panélistes. En tout cas, nous remercions en tout cas la présence de tous les experts qui sont là et je constate vraiment la présence du secrétaire exécutif du CIRS. Ça, c'est vraiment un honneur que vraiment nous ne pouvons pas ne pas le dire de votre présence ici parmi nous, en tout cas pour en tout cas rehausser en tout cas donc le panel. Donc sans plus tarder, je vais remettre la parole au docteur Unteni. Vous avez la parole.
Merci bien, monsieur le facilitateur. Comme il a dit, je suis Adamo Unteni. Je travaille au niveau donc, du bureau régional du programme alimentaire mondial en tant que conseiller régional dans le domaine de la résilience. Nous avons voulu participer à ce side event parce que la thématique nous intéresse davantage. En tant que programme alimentaire mondial, nous intervenons depuis 2012 dans justement cette thématique qui consisterait donc à accompagner les communautés rurales vulnérables dans le cadre de l'amélioration justement des systèmes alimentaires et la promotion des chaînes de valeur. Comme vous le savez, le programme alimentaire mondial intervient beaucoup dans le domaine de la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Vous connaissez un peu ce rôle primordial que joue en tout cas le programme alimentaire mondial dans le domaine de la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Mais l'autre volet important sur lequel nous intervenons en tant que programme alimentaire, c'est aussi donc, comme je l'ai dit, dans le cadre de changement des vies des communautés rurales, l'amélioration des conditions de vie donc, des communautés rurales. En ce qui concerne la thématique, je pense que nous devons voir ça sous 2 ou 3 angles, essentiellement, connaissant donc toute la problématique auquel est confronté le Sahel. Je ne vais pas m'attarder là-dessus. On connaît vraiment les problèmes du Sahel aujourd'hui. C'est quoi? C'est vraiment les problèmes d'insécurité alimentaire, les problèmes de sécurité tout court, mais aussi les problèmes donc, de changement climatique qui ont des impacts négatifs justement sur les chaînes de valeur ou la production agricole de manière générale. Alors, je voudrais mettre l'accent de mon intervention sur 2 ou 3 points essentiellement. C'est d'abord de parler des défis des systèmes alimentaires au Sahel, sans rentrer dans le vif du sujet, puisque de toutes les façons, on les connaît déjà. C'est les problèmes de vulnérabilité climatique, c'est les problèmes d'insécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, c'est les problèmes structurels des chaînes de valeur. Je pense que sur ces 3 points, ces défis sont énormes. Quand on parle de la vulnérabilité climatique, je pense que le Sahel subit de plein fouet ces sécheresses fréquentes qu'on connaît, la variabilité climatique qu'on connaît, mais le facteur important sur lequel je voudrais insister, c'est le facteur eau, qui limite véritablement la production agricole. Et c'est sur cet aspect-là que le PAM intervient beaucoup dans le domaine de la conservation des eaux du sol, à travers donc certaines activités que nous pratiquons avec les communautés et pour les communautés. Nous créons ce qu'on appelle des actifs agricoles qui ressemblent beaucoup à ce que actuellement la Grande Muraille Verte est en train de faire dans le cadre des FACI, les fermes agricoles communautaires intégrées. Nous les appelons des fermes écologiques intégrées sur lesquelles véritablement les communautés arrivent dans le cadre justement de la maîtrise de l'eau, essaient de maîtriser de l'eau pour permettre vraiment de faire une bonne production agricole. Le deuxième aspect sur lequel je voudrais aussi parler, sur lequel le PAM intervient, c'est le domaine de l'amélioration des systèmes alimentaires. Nous sommes beaucoup intéressés sur les systèmes alimentaires. Nous avons aujourd'hui au bureau régional une unité spécialisée dans le domaine des systèmes alimentaires qui s'occupe de l'accompagnement justement des communautés rurales à produire encore plus en vue, en tout cas, d'améliorer leurs conditions de vie et d'améliorer aussi leur alimentation. Et nous avons effectivement d'autres unités qui s'occupent aussi de tous ces aspects qui concourent justement à l'amélioration de ce système, et notamment le développement de l'agroforesterie ou en tout cas l'aménagement des bas-fonds, etc., etc., etc. Donc nous intervenons à ce niveau-là dans le cadre donc, de l'amélioration justement des conditions de vie et justement donc, de la résilience
des communautés. Je voudrais parler un peu de la promotion un peu des chefs qui, à ce niveau, constitue vraiment aujourd'hui une préoccupation et qui devrait véritablement être aussi une préoccupation à tous les niveaux, que ce soit au niveau des institutions régionales et sous-régionales, que nous devons en tout cas accompagner ces filières prioritaires pour permettre vraiment d'avoir en tout cas ce que nous cherchons, c'est-à-dire lutter contre l'insécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Et à ce niveau-là, il faudrait, à notre avis, faire vraiment beaucoup d'accompagnement dans le domaine du renforcement des capacités, mais surtout aussi dans le développement des infrastructures, parce que c'est important, à notre avis, de créer ces infrastructures qui permettraient véritablement aux communautés pour lesquelles nous travaillons vraiment d'aboutir donc à leur objectif. Évidemment, il ne sert à rien aussi de développer ces filières, de faire des productions, en tout cas des surplus agricoles, sans parler de l'accès au marché. Et nous, en tant que programme alimentaire mondial, nous intervenons dans ce sens parce que nous accompagnons les petits producteurs dans la production agricole, mais aussi nous les accompagnons dans l'achat du surplus agricole, sans bien sûr faillir justement, sans créer un désordre sur le marché agricole. Donc nous les achetons, nous achetons le surplus agricole que nous mettons à la disposition des cantines scolaires, parce qu'un des volets du PAM aussi, c'est vraiment l'accompagnement des cantines scolaires, particulièrement pour permettre aux enfants, en tout cas, d'aboutir à des résultats tangibles au niveau donc, de leur scolarité. Et donc, pour finir rapidement, parce que je sais que le temps fait défaut, nous allons parler un peu du partenariat. Nous avons un partenariat avec la Grande Muraille Verte. Ce n'est pas pour rien parce que nous avons la même vision. Nous disons souvent à la Grande Muraille Verte que la Grande Muraille Verte constitue pour nous une barrière contre la faim. C'est une muraille contre la faim. Or, nous luttons contre la faim en tant que programme alimentaire mondial et à ce titre, je pense que le partenariat est essentiel dans le cadre, en tout cas, de l'amélioration de ces systèmes sur lesquels, en tout cas, nous travaillons depuis un certain moment au niveau donc, du programme alimentaire mondial. Et ça permet véritablement donc, de parler aussi de la mobilisation des ressources parce que je sais que c'est le nerf de la guerre, en fait. Tout ce qu'on est en train de dire, tout ce qu'on est en train de développer, évidemment, ça nécessite un accompagnement financier important et massif, en tout cas pour le bien-être donc, des communautés pour lesquelles nous sommes tous là. Merci. Merci beaucoup, Dr Untaini, en tout cas pour cette belle intervention. Moi, je pense que deux points sur lesquels vous avez insisté, et je pense que c'est important, c'est un peu les défis au niveau du Sahel et au niveau de nos pays. Moi, je pense qu'au-delà du défi climatique, du défi lié un peu à la désertification ou bien à la dégradation des terres, il y a le défi de la sécurité. Et je pense que ça, c'est un aspect important sur lequel nous devons travailler. En tout cas, toutes les stratégies de développement doivent prendre en compte cette nouvelle donne qui prend de l'ampleur dans nos pays et qui constitue un frein au développement économique et social de nos populations. Je pense que ça, c'est important. Et également, le deuxième point sur lequel je pense que c'est important que vous en parlez, c'est le partenariat, la synergie, la mise en commun des efforts entre nos institutions. Je pense que nous avons les mêmes défis, nous avons les mêmes cibles, c'est les populations locales. Il n'y a pas de raison que nous ne pouvons pas travailler la main dans la main. Effectivement, le PAM nous accompagne parce que nous avons un protocole avec le PAM, nous accompagne dans plusieurs programmes, notamment la caravane verte des jeunes. Nous avons également la plateforme verte des femmes. Nous avons également les fermes agricoles communautaires intégrées sur lesquelles donc le PAM nous appuie beaucoup. Je pense que ça vraiment, il faut s'en féliciter. Et cette collaboration est un exemple que vraiment toutes les institutions doivent en tout cas faire, s'inspirer en tout cas pour qu'on ait en tout cas les mêmes résultats, qu'on ait vraiment des résultats tangibles qui vont en tout cas contribuer au bien-être et à l'amélioration des conditions de vie de nos populations. Docteur, je vous remercie. À présent, nous allons donc passer à la recherche, qui est un aspect important, qui doit être au début, au milieu et à la fin de toute activité. On a besoin de recherche parce que le changement climatique n'attend pas, la dégradation des terres n'attend pas. De plus en plus, on constate vraiment des phénomènes qui sont de plus en plus, en tout cas, virulents et qui ont des conséquences vraiment très désastreuses pour nos populations et pour notre environnement. Aujourd'hui donc, la recherche a sa place pour nous donner des solutions, durables, mais également pour nous donner des solutions applicables sur le terrain pour améliorer les conditions de vie des populations. Et cette recherche-là doit être axée également sur l'amélioration des chaînes de valeur. Donc, docteur Madame Issa, vous avez donc la parole pour nous parler de la recherche au profit en tout cas de l'amélioration des chaînes de valeur. Merci.
Okay. Merci beaucoup en tout cas de me donner la parole. Donc, je suis Oumarou Madame Issa, je suis de l'IRD, je suis chercheur en sciences du sol. Alors, peut-être que c'est que je vais commencer en fait quand on parle de chaîne de valeur ou du système alimentaire. Je crois que oui, l'amélioration de la qualité du sol est un maillon important en tout cas, et tous les travaux en fait qui sont autour du sol, que ce soit pour l'amélioration de la production, pour l'amélioration de la fertilité, pour l'amélioration du cycle de l'eau, sont des choses qui sont très importantes, et en l'occurrence dans les zones sahéliennes. Donc, il y a effectivement des programmes importants comme celui de la Grande Muraille Verte, qui consiste justement donc à réhabiliter, à restaurer les sols qui sont dégradés. Ça, c'est des actions, je dirais, sur lesquelles il y a beaucoup d'investissements. Et c'est des choses, en fait, en tout cas, là, on a vu à travers cette COP, comment est-ce que cette question des systèmes alimentaires s'est invitée et de façon fort, comment dire, juste, en fait, dans les débats. Mais mon intervention aujourd'hui, moi, je vais surtout la fixer sur un aspect, moi, que je trouve qui n'est pas pris en compte. Cet aspect qui n'est pas pris en compte, c'est le lien qu'il peut y avoir entre les zones rurales et les zones urbaines. Très souvent, qu'est-ce qui se passe? En fait, aujourd'hui, on va dire que les sols qui sont dégradés sont des sols qui sont en zone rurale. Il faut les restaurer, il faut les réhabiliter. Mais on les restaure, on les réhabilite pourquoi? On les restaure, on les réhabilite pour alimenter les villes. Mais ce qu'on oublie en fait, en alimentant les villes, c'est qu'on transfère toute la fertilité du sol dans les villes. Et cette fertilité, quand on la transfère dans les villes, on va assister à des sols qui sont dégradés, ok? Mais en ville, il y a énormément de nutriments qui sont en ville et qui ne sont pas utilisés, qui ne servent à rien. Et c'est des recherches qui le montrent, hein, plus d'un tiers de la nourriture qui est produite, elle est perdue. Elle est perdue où? Elle est perdue en ville. Et je pense qu'un des maillons qui manque aujourd'hui, en tout cas dans cette question de restauration des terres, c'est d'arriver à faire le lien entre les villes et les campagnes pour instaurer ce qu'on appelle, je dirais, un cycle, pour pouvoir fermer ce cycle. Tout ce qu'on prend en campagne, il faudrait qu'on le retourne en ville. Et je pense qu'il faudrait mettre l'accent sur le recyclage des déchets urbains. Et nous, c'est un travail sur lequel, en fait, en tout cas, on est. Hein, on a un projet qui est financé par la fondation McKnight sur justement cette question de recyclage des déchets urbains. Comment est-ce que on va valoriser ces déchets? Il y a plusieurs formes de valorisation de ces déchets. Pour l'instant, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Les vidanges des villes, on va aller les déverser directement dans les champs. Mais on ne regarde pas quelle est la valeur ou quelle est la qualité de ces déchets-là. Des fois, on le fait en amenant les déchets directement. On peut amener aussi des choses qui sont nuisibles. Les métaux qui sont dans les villes, tous les produits pharmaceutiques, etc., qui sont consommés, on les ramène dans les campagnes. Et je pense qu'il y a un travail qui doit être fait. Et là, la recherche doit jouer son rôle, justement en étudiant la qualité en fait, de ces matériaux qui sont en ville ou en proposant des méthodes en fait, de valorisation qui peuvent être saines et qui peuvent apporter une valeur ajoutée. Une des choses qu'on fait dans ce projet, c'est juste tout simplement, c'est une technique qui est connue, c'est du compostage, du co-compostage. Pas seulement en fait, composter les matières ou les résidus dans les campagnes, mais comment est-ce qu'on peut faire un compostage intelligent, c'est-à-dire en connaissant les matières qui sont dans les villes, en regardant leur qualité et en se disant pour tel sol-là, la chose qui est utile, c'est que ce sol il est déficitaire en azote. Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire un compost qui va apporter ces éléments-là? Et en ville, il y a les ressources. Il y a des ressources qu'on n'utilise pas parce qu'il y a je dirais, des barrières sociales. Mais je veux dire que tout ce qui est, comment dire, résidus post-consommation, j'ai parlé des aliments, mais aussi nos déchets. Nos déchets, les excrétants sont aussi valorisables dans le cadre du co-compostage. On prend l'urine humaine. L'urine humaine peut être utilisée pour compenser les déficits en azote qu'il y a dans nos champs. Ça s'est fait déjà d'une certaine manière. Les champs les plus fertiles au niveau des villages, c'est les champs qui sont autour des villages, tout simplement parce qu'il y a cette restitution. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose dans lequel je pense qu'il faudrait investir et je voudrais vraiment insister là-dessus. Il y a un double avantage aussi, y compris dans la Grande Muraille Verte. Nos villes, on dit on plante des arbres. Mais ces arbres-là, je veux dire qu'on peut aussi améliorer cette plantation des arbres dans les villes en utilisant ces déchets. On produit également de la matière organique et cette matière organique peut être valorisée. Et c'est là où je peux aussi parler des chaînes de valeur. En mettant ce système en fait, de valorisation des déchets, on crée aussi une valeur économique. Puisque aujourd'hui, là, je ne sais pas si vous avez vu en zone verte, les Saoudiens, enfin, dans leur recyclage, ils nous ont donné tous des sachets de compost. Ils sont en train de recycler la matière organique de ville. Et c'est des grandes infrastructures industrielles en fait, qui sont faites pour justement accompagner le système de plantation des arbres. Ils vont planter des milliards d'arbres, ils vont faire un projet en fait, qui ressemble à la Grande Muraille Verte, mais en valorisant aussi leur sol. Donc voilà, moi je voulais vraiment insister sur ça. Il y a encore des choses qu'on n'exploite pas assez et je pense que le lien entre les villes et les campagnes, la valorisation des déchets est quelque chose de très très important à prendre en compte, surtout que on regarde en fait nos villes sont de plus en plus grandes. La gestion des déchets elle est catastrophique, on ne les utilise pas, on a des dépotoirs partout qui ne sont pas utilisés. Nos marchés sont des sources énormes de matière qu'il faudrait exploiter. Et je pense qu'il y a un travail qui est à faire ici, qui va lier les agriculteurs qui nourrissent les villes, qui va lier aussi les décideurs, que ce soit dans les villes, etc. Voilà ce que je peux dire pour ça. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Oumarou. Je pense que vous avez abordé une question majeure, une question importante, un peu sur la relation entre la zone urbaine et la zone rurale. C'est important dans la mesure où, comme vous le constatez, même l'énergie de cuisson dans nos villes provient des campagnes. Aujourd'hui, 75% de l'énergie de cuisson des villes provient des campagnes par le charbon de bois ou bien le bois de chauffe. Et je pense que ça également, il faudrait trouver des formules, en tout cas, pour pouvoir atténuer cette utilisation abusive, en tout cas, de la végétation au niveau rural. Vous avez parlé également des aspects un peu liés à certains produits, résidus, en tout cas qui constituent vraiment des déchets, qui peuvent être recyclés, mais également qui peuvent être nuisibles, en tout cas pour le développement des activités socio-économiques en campagne. Quand je prends l'exemple des déchets plastiques, vous savez que ce n'est pas biodégradable, ça constitue vraiment un frein, même à l'agriculture au niveau de nos zones rurales. Ce qui veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, je pense qu'il faudrait repenser, en tout cas, les outils, les technologies qui permettent, en tout cas, de recycler, mais également d'atténuer ou bien de lutter contre, en tout cas, cette dégradation, en tout cas, de notre environnement. Je pense que ça, c'est des aspects importants sur lesquels nous attendons la recherche, mais également un point important, certainement vous allez revenir là-dessus, c'est la recherche-action. Moi, je pense qu'il faudrait aujourd'hui, au niveau de nos terroirs, qu'on puisse avoir, en tout cas, des produits de la recherche qui permettent d'aller vite. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, le changement climatique va vite, la dégradation des terres va vite, et il faudrait que la recherche puisse, en tout cas, aller vite pour accompagner, en tout cas, tous ces aspects-là. Donc, merci beaucoup, Dr Issa. À présent, je vais passer la parole au Dr Maguette Kairé, qui va nous parler, en tout cas, des produits forestiers non ligneux, et qui va nous faire une présentation que nous allons suivre, et puis ensuite ouvrir le débat sur ces questions de produits forestiers non ligneux. Est-ce que c'est en place?
Oui, merci, Dr Cham. Donc, je vais vous faire rapidement une présentation sur... how does it work? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Donc, l'importance des filières de produits forestiers non ligneux dans le renforcement de la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle et des moyens d'existence des ménages au Sahel et en Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est une présentation que, aussi, vous savez qu'au niveau du CILS, on a des grands programmes régionaux. Moi, je coordonne le programme régional sur la gestion des ressources naturelles et du changement climatique. Et il y a le programme marché. Le programme aussi, il y a le programme sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Donc, chacun de ces chefs de programme pouvait faire une présentation sur l'importance de ces produits forestiers non ligneux dans le renforcement de la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle et des moyens d'existence. Bon, juste rapidement sur le concept, je pense que tout le monde sait ce que c'est que les produits forestiers non ligneux, le rôle dans la sécurité alimentaire comme source de revenus réinvestis pour l'achat de l'aliment, dans la résilience alimentaire des populations, mais quelques barrières maintenant à la promotion justement des filières et des actions stratégiques de gestion pour renforcer la résilience avant une conclusion. Le concept, je crois, alors produits forestiers non ligneux, que la FAO appelle aussi produits forestiers autres que le bois, qui sont des biens d'origine biologique, autres que le bois dérivé de forêt, et d'autres terres boisées, mais aussi des arbres hors forêt. Les arbres hors forêt, ce sont des substances, des matières premières ou des matériaux utiles obtenus des forêts sans qu'il soit nécessaire d'abattre les forêts, d'abattre les arbres. Donc ça, c'est important de le souligner. Alors, les produits forestiers non ligneux sont exploités dans presque 4 milliards d'hectares de forêt sur environ 30% des terres émergées, mais restent insuffisamment valorisés. Je pense que c'est l'objet du panel d'aujourd'hui pour qu'on fasse la promotion des filières de ces produits. Et déjà en 2005, la FAO parlait de 4,7 milliards de la valorisation de ces produits, de dollars et États-Unis. Et cette valeur augmente régulièrement, mais reste sous-estimée comme nous le savons, car seule une faible part de ces produits est comptabilisée dans la plupart des pays. D'ailleurs, de plus en plus, dans la comptabilité nationale des services forestiers, on essaie d'intégrer justement les produits forestiers non ligneux. Et même à travers les services écosystémiques, vous savez, souvent, il n'y a pas que le produit qui sort de l'arbre, il y a tout le service écosystémique qu'il faut évaluer. Par ces produits, on entend donc tout ce qui est production végétale, les aliments, fruits, graines, les fourrages, la matière première qui est destinée à la préparation des médicaments ou produits comme des huiles essentielles, ce qui est destiné aussi à la production de colorants, les exudats de gomme, comme les gommes de résine, mais les sèves et autres liquides biologiques, mais aussi d'autres produits comme les mousses, les écorces. Il y a aussi au niveau des produits animaux, quand on parle de PNFL, les cuirs, les peaux, le miel, la viande de brousse, ainsi de suite. Et il y a donc des études qui ont été faites pour montrer un peu, dans la perspective de la diversification, quelle est la part de ces PNFL dans le revenu et la consommation des ménages. Et d'autres études montrent leur part dans l'amélioration de la résilience selon une stratégie d'adaptation en situation de crise. Et les PNFL font partie des stratégies de diversification de revenus, je le disais tantôt, et fournissent des produits alimentaires, ça on l'a dit, tels que les fruits, les graisses, les huiles, les légumes verts, les noix, les condiments, que les populations pauvres consomment et commercialisent pour générer des revenus. Elles sont aussi utilisées dans l'alimentation des populations, soit comme plat de base ou bien comme complément à un plat de résistance essentiellement constitué de céréales. Je crois que les Burkinabés connaissent bien le Sumbala. Au Burkina, par exemple, 43,4% des ménages utilisent dans leur plat, dans leur repas, le Sumbala. 15,8% des ménages utilisent les feuilles de baobab, Adansona digitata, et 15,2% utilisent le beurre de karité. Au Sénégal aussi, dans l'alimentation, il y a l'Adansonia digitata, le baobab, qui rentre pour 27%, l'Esterculia cetigera, c'est le, comment on dit ça en français, je sais pas en tout cas ça donne la gomme, Ziziphus mauritiana, le fruit de jujubier, tamarindis aussi, qui est utilisé l'alimentation et 34% des PNFL sont destinés à l'autoconsommation. Alors ici, c'est un tableau qui montre un peu la phénologie des espèces. En fait, les périodes de fructification, ce qui montre que pratiquement durant toute l'année, on peut avoir des produits qui sont disponibles sur le marché. Hein? Il suffit simplement qu'on s'organise. C'est vrai que même si la production est faible, hein, toute l'année, on peut quand même retrouver les différentes espèces, on peut retrouver des produits sur le marché. Alors, le rôle majeur des fruits, des feuilles comme pourvoyeurs de sels minéraux, ça aussi on le sait, calcium, phosphore, magnésium, le fer, potassium, les sucres solubles, le fructose, la matière grasse et aussi des vitamines A, B, C, P, ainsi de suite. Il est également démontré que 30 à 50% du calcium, 65 à 92% de la provitamine A, d'éthanol, et 14 à 40% des vitamines B2 et 72 à 95% des vitamines C proviennent des produits de cueillette. Ça, c'est extrêmement important. Les PNFL aussi sont consommés comme aliments de collation et jouent un rôle essentiel à l'équilibre alimentaire en zone rurale et que leur consommation permet probablement d'éviter certaines carences nutritionnelles. Ça, c'est important. D'autres études ont montré que les produits issus des cesses locales, ça vous avez des photos, je ne sais pas, vous connaissez un peu le détarium, ça c'est le sabbat sénégalensis, qui sont très riches en magnésium, en zinc, en fer, en vitamine A, vitamine E. Et je pense que ça permet donc de lutter contre la malnutrition. Et sur ce tableau, si on regarde les besoins journaliers d'un enfant de 5 ans, en termes de calcium, 800 mg, ainsi de suite, on voit que la consommation de ces produits permet déjà de remplir un peu les besoins, en tout cas de permettre à un enfant de 5 ans de pouvoir avoir tous ses besoins en éléments essentiels pour la croissance. Comme source de revenus, réinvesti pour l'achat d'aliments, je pense qu'il y a un rôle qui est important, qui est joué par les femmes. Burkina, une étude a montré que ces PNFL constituent la 3e source de revenus pour les ménages en milieu rural, surtout avec l'apport des femmes, avec une contribution de 23%. Et contribue aussi entre 16 et 27% à la formation du revenu des femmes, avec un taux de rentabilité de 137% pour la fabrication du beurre de karité. Je crois que ça, c'est important. Et 124% pour les graines fermentées de néré, que vous connaissez très bien, le parquia, contre 118% pour celle de la bière de mil. Au Sénégal, il y a une étude qui a montré que les produits de cueillette représentent environ 50% du revenu des ménages les plus pauvres. Voilà, je pense que je vais passer rapidement sur ça. C'est juste pour montrer que ces produits-là contribuent largement à la satisfaction des besoins alimentaires, à la variation bien sûr des repas et en complément de la ration alimentaire en période de famine. Et au Sahel, ils sont utilisés seulement et surtout en temps de disette, et c'est le cas des fruits comme le dioscurea, ainsi de suite, et certains fruits non consommés en temps ordinaire, tels que les fruits de l'anéa, codilla. Ensuite, je pense que je n'ai pas beaucoup insisté sur ces aspects-là. Je voulais en venir à l'importance, sur ce tableau, 30 produits déjà de 17 espèces, avec un revenu moyen par an. Par exemple, si vous regardez ici le pnéré, le Butyrosphaerum parquia biglobosa, on peut avoir des revenus de l'ordre de, ici au Sénégal, par exemple, de $36, 204 jusqu'à près de $500 par an pour les différents fruits. Je crois que c'est important en milieu rural. Dans des parcelles de test, ça c'est au niveau de l'Icrisate. On peut voir par exemple que pour les semences ici de acacia collé, avec 2 kg, on a par exemple une densité de 320 arbres par hectare, avec 2 kg de semences par arbre, on peut se retrouver avec $90 de revenus. Donc c'est important. Maintenant, en termes d'action stratégique pour la gestion de ces ressources, quelques exemples ici qui sont menés dans le Sahel, notamment en termes de domestication de ces espèces, surtout de raccourcissement des délais de production. Pour le baobab, on peut raccourcir de 20 ans à 5 ans. Je pense que ça mène à la recherche, c'est très connu dans la recherche. Le tamarinier de 15 ans à 4 ans, ça veut dire qu'au bout de 5 ans, 4 ans, les arbres commencent à produire. Le détarium de 20 ans à 6 ans et le sabah sénégalensis de 5 ans à 2 ans. La domestication, il y a le gibier gola qui est très connu maintenant dans la région, qui est même commercialisé dans les marchés, dans pratiquement tous les marchés de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et qui est vraiment l'exemple d'une espèce qui est domestiquée et qu'on retrouve maintenant un peu partout, que ce soit dans les concessions qu'au niveau des champs. Pour le tamarinier aussi, Tamarindus indica, on a réussi à le domestiquer en ramenant le délai de production à 5 ans. Le baobab, à 5 ans déjà, on commence à produire. Et toutes ces espèces domestiquées peuvent se retrouver dans les systèmes agroforestiers qu'on connaît, dans les champs sous forme de culture en couloir, ou bien autour des champs sous forme de haies vives. Et même souvent dans les concessions, on peut mettre des arbres. Ici, c'est les cultures en couloir à gauche. Ça aussi, le baobab est maintenant cultivé comme des espèces maraîchères. Il y a les planches de baobab pour récolter des légumes de feuilles de baobab tous les jours. Donc ça, c'est possible maintenant. Et je crois que c'est bien maîtrisé maintenant. Alors ça, ce sont des fiches techniques qui ont été réalisées par un étudiant de master du Centre régional Agrimet pour montrer, par exemple, pour chaque espèce, quelle est la technique de production, comment on le produit, combien ça coûte pour l'installer. Ensuite, le revenu comparé avec, par exemple, ici, le moringa oleifera qu'on connaît très bien, qu'on retrouve les feuilles de moringa dans les marchés. Pour l'installation, par exemple, à l'hectare, un coût de 45 hectares, c'est juste à travers des enquêtes qu'il a menées et pour procurer un revenu de $1 500 par hectare et par an. Je pense que ça, c'est extrêmement important dans la sous-région et même aller jusqu'à estimer la quantité de carbone qu'on peut séquestrer à l'hectare avec... il l'a fait pour plusieurs espèces. Ici, c'est des Lausenia inermis. Lausenia, c'est ce que les femmes utilisent pour la teinture. Voilà, et le tatouage, là. Je crois que c'est important. Okay. On peut avoir $81 par hectare avec un coût de réalisation de $24 par hectare. Les acacias australiens aussi, souvent qu'on voit ici, en culture en couloir, et ça c'est les graines. Ça c'est les haies vives d'acacia Sénégal, la gomme arabique, avec des revenus qu'on peut avoir de $290 et une séquestration de carbone de 3,5 tonnes par hectare. Alors, quelques barrières à la promotion de ces produits forestiers non ligneux, c'est, comme nous le savons tous, l'insuffisance et la saisonnalité de la production. C'est vrai que dans le tableau que j'avais montré, en regardant la phénologie des espèces, on peut retrouver des fruits sur le marché, mais je pense que la production est très, très faible. La méconnaissance des normes d'exploitation qui affecte souvent la survie de ces espèces parce qu'on exploite n'importe comment, sans respecter les règles qui puissent permettre la survie des espèces. Et le manque d'accès aux cultivars. Je pense que ça aussi, la recherche est interpellée, notamment les variétés de qualité. Et donc, actuellement, on dépend sur une petite gamme de variétés non productives avec un taux de croissance et des rendements qui sont très faibles. Alors, pour conclure, nous avons vu que ces produits forestiers non ligneux renforcent la résilience alimentaire des populations et même la résilience, donc la sécurité alimentaire. et créer des emplois. Je pense qu'en renforçant les filières, on peut créer beaucoup d'emplois. Ils sont d'une part valorisés pour la consommation directe et par l'utilisation pour créer des revenus qui résultent de leur vente. Et d'autre part, contribuent significativement à la gestion de la soudure alimentaire et donc à l'amélioration de la sécurité alimentaire. Donc il y a vraiment une nécessité de promouvoir leur filière avec des actions de conservation et de domestication de ces espèces. Voilà ce que je voulais apporter dans les échanges. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Kairé, pour donc, cette belle présentation très riche qui permet en tout cas de démontrer une bonne fois de plus l'importance des produits forestiers non ligneux. Moi, je pense que c'est des aspects importants sur lesquels nous devons mettre l'accent. Aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de retombées, en tout cas dans l'exploitation des produits forestiers non ligneux. Au-delà même de l'aspect nutritionnel, vous avez démontré ici que c'est des produits qui sont très riches, soit en vitamines, soit en éléments minéraux, en oligo-éléments, qui permettent en tout cas de pouvoir lutter contre en tout cas la malnutrition de nos populations. Également, il y a le fait que c'est une source de génération de revenus, parce qu'aujourd'hui, l'exploitation de ces produits forestiers non ligneux permet aux populations, en tout cas, d'avoir des ressources complémentaires, en tout cas, pour subvenir à la bourgeoisie. Et également, les arbres sont très importants, et ça, je pense que ce n'est plus à démontrer. Il y a des espèces qui sont fixatrices, en tout cas, de sol, et ça, c'est des aspects importants, en tout cas, pour la lutte contre la dégradation des terres. Mais ce qui est encore plus important, c'est de mettre l'accent, en tout cas, sur la dégradation liée à l'exploitation. Aujourd'hui, on sait que dans nos pays, la tendance est d'aller vers une pharmacopée, l'exploitation en tout cas des arbres, des feuilles, des racines, des écostres. Et tout ça, je pense qu'il faut quand même qu'il y ait en tout cas une bonne planification dans l'exploitation pour qu'il n'y ait pas une dégradation encore beaucoup plus importante. Aujourd'hui, il y a des espèces qui disparaissent parce qu'elles sont très prisées dans l'utilisation pour la médecine locale. Ça également, c'est des aspects sur lesquels il faut réfléchir, en tout cas pour que cette exploitation ne soit pas source de dégradation supplémentaire à nos ressources. Également, il faut dire que, comme vous l'avez dit, ces produits également, les arbres peuvent être des sources d'alimentation pour le bétail, notamment certaines espèces comme Acacia sénégal, etc., qui sont utilisées non seulement, il y a la gomme arabique, mais également il y a le fourrage aérien qui permet en tout cas de subvenir à l'alimentation des animaux. Donc autant en tout cas d'atouts qui permettent en tout cas de mieux épauler, de mieux accompagner nos populations dans l'exploitation durable des ressources naturelles liées un peu en tout cas aux produits forestiers non ligneux. Donc merci beaucoup Dr Kairé. À présent, je vais passer la parole au colonel Abdou Ibrahim Malik, qui est le directeur général de l'Agence nationale de l'agronomie verte du Niger, pour nous parler en tout cas de l'expérience pratique du Niger en matière d'amélioration des chaînes de valeur liées un peu à la promotion de ces chaînes de valeur pour le bien-être des populations locales. Colonel, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. C'est colonel Abdou Ibrahim, directeur général de l'Agence nationale de l'agronomie verte du Niger. Par rapport aux produits forestiers non ligneux au Niger, je vais faire le lien d'abord avec un projet qu'on a mis en œuvre, ACD, Action contre la désertification. Il avait fait beaucoup de renforcement de capacités entre le pays qui ont mis en œuvre ACD, le Burkina Faso, on se fait partie, le Sénégal. Et dans ce système que nous avons adopté et vulgarisé, il y a ce qu'on appelle approche ADM. L'approche ADM, c'est analyse et développement de produits forestiers non ligneux. À quoi consiste cette analyse? Si on regarde chaque village, il peut y avoir un produit forestier non lieu qui a de la valeur. Donc on fait un tri, ce qu'ils appellent entonnoir. Il y a un entonnoir où on peut faire passer toutes les espèces et qui produisent de produits forestiers non ligneux. Et faire un choix, une sélection judicieuse sur le plan économique, sur le plan alimentaire, sur le plan sanitaire. On aide la communauté à découvrir elle-même qu'elle a des produits forestiers qui lui permettaient d'améliorer sa subsistance. Ça, c'est un cas. Le second cas, c'est l'accompagnement de certaines organisations comme une organisation à Zender, dont le promoteur est ici avec nous. J'aurais aimé qu'il soit là, sur l'utilisation de semences qui sont utilisées dans le cadre de la nourriture, comme le balanites. On pense que le balanites, c'est seulement l'huile. Non, il y a autre utilisation avec le tourteau du bananès qui est fait, le savon de bananites qu'ils font, mais également d'autres espèces qu'ils découvrent pour faire l'huile. Ça, c'est le point de la zone centrale du Niger, comme on appelle Zender. Je reviens à la frontière avec Burkina Faso. Il y a une organisation toujours appuyée dans le cadre de ACD qui s'intéresse beaucoup à la production de l'huile de gibier, qui est une excellente huile pour le traitement des dermatoses et qui est vendue, j'ai bonne mémoire, je pense que si je n'ai pas oublié, ça doit faire plus de 25 000 francs le litre. Le litre est vendu. Je ne sais pas si Sani, tu te rappelles de cette organisation, de prix de litre. En tout cas, c'est un produit qui coûte excessivement cher et quand ils vont à la foire, ça se fait rare. Rapidement, on le ramasse. Une autre action, nous avons aussi dans les terres restaurées à ramener des semences qui ont des valeurs écologiques qui permet au comité de gestion de cueillir les semences sur les sites restaurés pour vendre, pour les pendre sur les autres sites restaurés ou en restauration. C'est le cas ou de produits alimentaires comme le cassia tora. Cassia tora a disparu dans certaines zones. Nous avons un site intégré au niveau d'une commune, je vais appeler Dograwa, que les Nigériens connaissent. La semence d'acacia tora a disparu parce que c'est une alimentation très moins chère, base pour le cueilli par les femmes et pressé par les femmes et aussi vendu. La première préoccupation qu'ils ont posée, c'est qu'on les ramène cette espèce. Nous l'avons payé dans une autre communauté, grâce à un autre, ça c'est le projet intégré de Nigeria qui nous a accompagnés pour payer ces semences et pouvoir distribuer à cette communauté. Ce qu'on peut dire, vraiment par rapport maintenant à la surexploitation, il y a une surexploitation. Vraiment, il y a une surexploitation de produits forestiers non ligneux. Je vais prendre un autre produit forestier qu'on oublie, c'est le cure-dent, avec lequel on fait la brosse à dents. Les noms scientifiques m'échappent, mais c'est une espèce qui est vraiment, qui existe beaucoup dans la zone d'Agadez. Mais son exploitation pour le cure-dent, parfois, ça impacte les ressources. Un autre produit, c'est l'exploitation du balanites. Pas de fruits mûrs, mais les fleurs de balanites. Mes cousins Zerma, s'ils sont là, ils allaient commencer à rire. Parce que dès qu'on sait, on dit « Debagranogakan ». N'est-ce pas? Les fleurs de balanites sont très bons. Ils ne laissent pas qu'ils fructifient. Non, c'est les fleurs qu'ils enlèvent. Et vraiment, ils consomment ça, ils préparent ça. C'est très bien. Ça impacte les semences, la production de semences, l'économie. Nous avons le cas d'Acacia albida. L'Acacia albida, nous avons une ferme que j'ai visitée à Maradi. Le producteur me dit, Par an, ils vendent parfois 1 million de gousses de gao, la cassia albida, le cat. Mais cette espèce, sérieusement menacée, une fois de plus, par nos cousins peuls, qui sont les pasteurs, qui font l'élagage ou la coupe aérienne. Ils choisissent le plus beau, le plus jeune, vraiment pour couper entièrement et donner à leur bétail. Ça, c'est vraiment l'impact de résultats et que nous pensons qu'il y a une stratégie qui est là, qui va être finalisée avec la direction qui s'occupe des produits forestiers non ligneux pour un peu gérer d'une manière durable les produits forestiers non ligneux. Parce que même au Burkina, j'ai vu quelqu'un que, lui, sa production de moringa, il s'intéresse au tubercule de moringa. Je dis, mais toi, les gens, moi je le fais, toi, tu vends les tubercules. Il dit que le tubercule, si vous connaissez le secret, mon ami, vraiment, c'est un aphrodisiaque. Je les coupe chaque 2 mois. Vous voyez, donc là aussi, lui, il va impacter la production de moringa. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que nous sommes rattrapés par le temps. Merci beaucoup, colonel, pour en tout cas cette intervention et les beaux exemples du Niger qui sont également valables dans tous les pays sahéliens. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, c'est vrai qu'il nous manque d'autres aspects. Parce que quand on parle de chaîne de valeur, on pense toujours à ce qui est agricole, à ce qui est produit forestier, mais également il y a des chaînes de valeur pastorales. Et quand on sait que dans la majeure partie de nos pays membres de la Grande Muraille Verte, c'est vraiment dans des zones pastorales où habitent des éleveurs avec vraiment des modes d'élevage qui méritent en tout cas d'être mieux outillés et d'avoir en tout cas des technologies beaucoup plus appropriées. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, une mauvaise gestion du système pastoral a un impact très sévère sur l'environnement de nos pays. Bon, nous sommes rattrapés par le temps. Je ne sais pas s'il y a peut-être 2 interventions avant qu'on passe à la clôture. Est-ce qu'il y a observations, questions, commentaires? Madame Kaba.
Oui, merci. C'est juste pour partager parce que ce sont les leçons apprises pour aider les autres à ne pas être dans les mêmes problèmes. Parce que nous avons essayé des modèles de structuration de chaînes de valeur, surtout sur la technologie. Il faut insister sur la technologie parce que si on veut accéder au marché et vendre bien pour que les gens aient, comme vous avez montré, des bénéfices, des rentabilités, il faut la qualité du produit. Et nous avons opté une option pour promouvoir l'artisanat local, mais ça n'a pas marché. Donc, est-ce que la Grande Muraille Verte pourrait avoir un hub technologique pour voir pour tous les produits forestiers, quelle est la technologie la plus appropriée pour faire lancer un appel d'offres sur les startups pour un tel produit? Donc, ce serait bien pour ça aiderait aussi la recherche. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Une dernière intervention. Oui, allez-y, M. Sané.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour ces présentations. En tant que responsable d'une structure de jeunesse, ce que nous constatons, c'est qu'il y a de l'innovation au sein de la jeunesse en matière d'emploi vert. Beaucoup de jeunes avec lesquels nous travaillons commencent à s'intéresser dans la transformation. Donc, j'aurais voulu voir quand même des éléments en termes de transformation. Actuellement, nous sommes en train d'accompagner un groupement de femmes à Maradi à transformer en tout cas des produits forestiers non lignés en arômes, parce que vous savez, les arômes qu'on a nous proviennent de plusieurs pays. Aujourd'hui, ils sont en train de transformer, en tout cas, que ce soit à base de gingembre ou d'autres produits forestiers. Et nous sommes en train même de chercher la certification avec l'Institut au Niger pour que ça soit vraiment valorisé. Donc, il est important, surtout, je vois le directeur de la Grande Muraille Verte, l'agence nigérienne, que l'agence aussi puisse s'intéresser à soutenir les initiatives des jeunes dans ce sens pour valoriser davantage la création des emplois et surtout soutenir les investissements dans ce sens. Il ne faudrait pas qu'on voit les projets toujours en subvention, mais aujourd'hui, le plus important dont certains jeunes ont besoin, c'est quand même du soutien en termes d'investissement, que ce soit des prêts, ça leur permettra aussi d'être plus sérieux et de promouvoir aussi des entreprises dans ce sens. Merci.
Peut-être un mot par rapport
Merci beaucoup. Oui.
Juste un mot par rapport à ça, ce qui est très important, la transformation. il ne faut pas que ça s'arrête seulement à transformer, vendre au niveau national. Il faut viser même le marché international. Pour viser le marché international, il faut que nos produits soient étiquetés. C'est-à-dire que, moi j'ai pris l'exemple, j'étais à l'université de Ziguinchor, on avait les étudiants, on allait dans les unités de transformation des femmes, et après, on avait invité des universités américaines, Tuskegee. Ils ont vu que ça c'est bien, mais ces produits-là ne peuvent pas sortir du pays. Parce que pour que ces produits entrent, par exemple, dans l'espace européen, il faut qu'on sache quelle est la composition. Et ça peut se faire. Moi, à l'époque, j'avais demandé au département de chimie de faire une analyse des produits pour que... On a travaillé avec l'Institut de technologie alimentaire pour régler le problème de l'emballage. L'emballage, ensuite l'étiquetage, pour qu'on puisse savoir quelle est la composition des produits et la qualité des produits, et qu'il y ait de bons emballages pour que ces produits puissent sortir de la région, pourquoi pas. Et l'idée, c'était après de voir les unités de transformation des femmes, comment les organiser pour rejoindre les faîtières et aller chercher des marchés au niveau international. Et j'étais très content un jour, quand je voyageais vers Abuja, j'ai croisé la présidente des femmes, parce que sur ça, on avait développé un projet dans le cadre avec l'USAID. La présidente des femmes qui partait pour chercher des marchés au niveau... Je crois que ça, c'est quand même des choses sur lesquelles on doit pouvoir travailler. Ne pas seulement rester sur le marché national, mais viser aussi le marché international. Ce que disait ma sœur aussi, par rapport à oui, la technologie. Je crois qu'il faut que... Déjà, la recherche a beaucoup travaillé sur ces questions de domestication pour qu'on ait des variétés, voilà, de très bonnes variétés et avec un raccourcissement de produits pour booster la production. Maintenant, c'est vrai qu'il faut travailler sur les technologies, les startups. Je crois que je suis entièrement d'accord avec vous sur ça. En tout cas, merci beaucoup pour cette initiative.
Oui, colonel, vous avez un mot à ajouter?
Oui, rapidement pour ajouter par rapport à la technologie et aussi par rapport à l'économie, je pense que les jeunes au Niger savent bien qu'on les accompagne dans la transformation, dans la mobilisation des ressources pour pouvoir évoluer. Mais dommage, c'est qu'ils ont postulé beaucoup au programme récent qui a été fait pour Cacao, dans le cadre de produits forestiers non ligneux, mais malheureusement, je pense que l'ensemble des pays, qui est 10 promoteurs, ont été appuyés. Je profite de l'occasion, il y a un responsable du service, comment on appelle ça, de produits forestiers, qui est là derrière. Il est de la direction de produits forestiers non ligneux du Niger. Vous pouvez échanger avec lui pour avoir d'autres informations sur le plan technologique qui est là et sur le plan de ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Mais on peut donner peut-être quelques chiffres de miel produit par rapport au miel. Bon, je vais voir une chose. Il y a le miel, il y a le chiffre qu'on peut donner par rapport au moringa. Combien de milliards ça a généré en 2023, entre 2023 et 2024. Le miel a généré combien de milliards. Donc nous avons ce chiffre et tout ça c'est produit par le jeune pour contenir l'économie. Je vous remercie.
Merci mon colonel, je pense qu'il y a des gens qui attendent. Est-ce que, docteur, vous avez un mot ou bien... Voilà, ce que je voulais dire pour conclure, c'est que je pense que vous l'avez dit, le conditionnement, la transformation permettent en tout cas d'avoir plus de plus-value, en tout cas sur les produits forestiers non ligneux. Maintenant, pour conclure, je vais donner la parole à M. Abakar Mohamed Zougoulou pour clôturer un peu le stade event et puis remercier l'ensemble des personnes qui ont été présentes.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Thiam. Nous tenons en vos noms respectifs à remercier très sincèrement les éminents panélistes qui nous ont donné énormément d'informations. Ça, c'est quelque chose pour lequel on doit nous approprier en fait les éléments qui ont été produits. Et nous pensons qu'il faudrait aller au-delà de la simple réflexion qui est faite. Je crois que chacun d'entre nous, chacun en ce qui le concerne, doit exploiter tout ce qui a été dit et co-construire, n'est-ce pas, des programmes et des projets qui pourraient améliorer les situations de nos populations respectives. En tout cas, encore une fois, au nom de tous les États de la Grande Muraille Verte, nous tenons vraiment à remercier également ICESCO pour nous avoir abrités dans son joli stand et également donc, ses collègues de l'IRD, de l'Agence nationale Grande Muraille Verte du Niger, du Comité inter-État de lutte contre la sécheresse dans le Sahel et le Programme alimentaire mondial pour cette extrêmement riche contribution qui va certainement nous aider à mieux réfléchir. Merci beaucoup.
Test. Test mic. Test, 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 test mic.
When it is about...
I agree with you, everything. He is the boss. He's the boss now.
Excellency, is it an instruction?
Yes.
No, you have to put leadership first and then we follow. Excellency. I remember I follow him. Excellency, we follow you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية أرحب بكم جميعا، وبداية من طلاب وطالبات جامعة الإمام، شكرا جزيلا على حضوركم وعلى مشاركتكم. في طلاب معنا من كلية العلوم طالبات، وأيضا من كلية العلوم الاجتماعية. مشاركتنا اليوم هي مشاركة مميزة، لأنها فيها مشاركة بين الطلاب اللي يمثلون الجيل الحالي والمستقبلي، وأيضا قيادات مميزة من الآيسيسكو، وهي منظمة العالم الإسلامي للتربية والثقافة والعلوم. وحيتكون المحاكاة عبارة عن كل المواضيع التي تم التطرق لها وسيتم التطرق لها فيما تبقى من أيام في الكوب 16 بمواضيعها المختلفة، سواء كانت عن اللاند داي يوم الأرض، أو أجري فود سيستم داي يوم الزراعة والأطعمة الأنظمة، والجفرنس داي الحوكمة، والبيبلز داي يوم المجتمع، والساينس تكنولوجي اند انوفيشن داي اليوم العلوم والتقنية والإبداع، والريزيلينس داي يوم الصمود، والفاينانس داي يوم المالية. ونعرف أن هناك طبعا اختيارات من الطلاب شاركوا في بعضها وليس في كلها، اللاند داي والأجري فود سيستم داي والساينس تكنولوجي اند انوفيشن داي والفاينانس داي. طبعا راح إن شاء الله نكون فيها بالبداية نسمع منكم، تعرف عن نفسك وتتكلم عن الموضوع اللي بتتحدث فيه، سواء رأيك وأيضا استفسار. وحيكون معنا القيادات اللي راح إن شاء الله يكون معانا في الإجابات، وأيضا ما يمكن أن يقدمونه من نصائح وأيضا تطلعات مستقبلية. قبل ما نبدأ الدكتورة سالي.
في البداية أحب أرحب بكم جميعا. عارفين أن هي كانت يعني تحدي لسرعة التقبل وسرعة الاندماج في موضوع شديد التخصص، ولكن نعلم كمان أن الجامعة تقبلت ده، وبنشكر إدارة الجامعة بشكل كبير، وبنشكر الحقيقة الطلاب اللي خدوا المبادرة بشكل شخصي وحبوا أنهم يكونوا موجودين معانا برغم كل التحديات اللي كانت موجودة، وأن أنتوا موجودين معانا النهاردة. نتمنى إن شاء الله أنها تبقى تجربة متميزة. عقدنا اجتماع أونلاين قبل ذلك لشرح ما هو الكوب وتبعاته وسببه وسبب وجودكم اليوم معنا. نتمنى إن شاء الله أن هذه المحاكاة تثري معرفتكم الشخصية والعملية عن هذا الموضوع الهام، ونتمنى أن مخرجات تلك المحاكاة تكون إضافة للمقترحات الشبابية التي نعلم أن المملكة العربية السعودية مشكورة في تنظيمها لهذا المؤتمر الضخم، تسعى لإدماج الشباب في الدولة، إن كانوا الشباب السعودي أو شباب المقيمين، للمشاركة في تشكيل المستقبل للبيئة وللكوكب الذي نعيش عليه. فwithout further ado، بدون مقدمات نبدأ يعني بشكل سريع المحاكاة. وقبل البدء سوف أمرر الميكروفون لكافة القيادات للتعريف عن أنفسهم، وما just يعني brief introduction by all our leaders about themselves and their role in the COP. Then we will pass the mic through you. يعني هنمرر الميكروفون عبركم للتقديم عن أنفسكم وخلفياتكم العلمية والتحدث عن الميجر الذي تدرسوه. تمام. We will start from the right side. My colleague علي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. مرحبا بكم في جناح الإيسيسكو. اسمي علي جاي وأنا رئيس قسم السلام في قطاع العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية. فكرئيس هذا القسم تحت قيادة السيدة راماتا الماميمباي، فأنا أتكلف بجميع البرامج المتعلقة بالسلم، وهذه البرامج ترتكز على بناء قدرات الشباب. وعندنا برنامج مهم اسمه برنامج تدريب القيادة من أجل السلام، وخلال هذا البرنامج قد قمنا بتكوين 180 سفيرا للسلام، منهم 5 سفراء من المملكة العربية السعودية وكانوا معنا. فإذا أتشرف كثيرا بلقائكم، وأرجو أننا سوف إن شاء الله نعتقد إن شاء الله مكافحة رائعة. شكرا لكم.
أعتقد أنا ودكتور أحمد عرفناكم بنفسنا واجتمعنا بكم قبل ذلك، وبالتالي سأسلم الميكروفون للزميل العزيز معالي الدكتور أنار كريموف.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. First of all, I would like to welcome our young friends from Saudi Arabia, the students in the university. I think it's a very good an occasion, and I would like to congratulate all of you for being with us and joining our today's simulation. My name is Anar Karimov.
There is devices devices for لو حد محتاج ترجمة يا جماعة، في ترجمة فورية.
Sorry, I don't speak well Arabic, so I.
اللي محتاج ترجمة يرفع يده يا جماعة وهيجيبوا لكم أجهزة الترجمة الفورية.
What I can say اسمي أنار كريموف.
His Excellency from Azerbaijan. And our friend Alian is from Senegal, but this is my first time to hear him speaking. أول مرة ليا أسمعه بيتكلم اللغة العربية، بس يعني واضح إنه يتحدث العربية بطلاقة ما شاء الله. اللهم لا حسد.
I work in قطاع الشراكات والتعاون دولي. Is it right? Is it right? Can I continue or we will wait one? Well. It's okay? Yes. Like I said, my name is Anar Karimov. I'm director of the International Cooperation and Partnership sector of ICESCO. Our primary goal is to position ICESCO as a leading Islamic world organization in promotion of the environmental protection and fighting the climate change. And we are here at the COP16 to promote ICESCO's vision, ICESCO policy towards this end. And we are here also to seek and to build up the partnership with different international stakeholders that are active in this area. And we are very keen and very eager to present ICESCO in best possible way, and also use this opportunity for, as I said, to strengthen the cooperation and collaboration with all international actors in this area.
Assalamu alaikum. I am still learning Arabic, and Alin is my teacher. Hope by next year I will be able to elaborate more in Arabic. No, of course, best teacher and best colleague, I have to tell it. I'm Ramata Almamimbai, head of Human and Social Sciences sector, working on social development, but also social sciences. For us, it's about positioning human capital in the heart of agenda. And when we talk about human capital, it's about positioning youth leadership, women leadership, and we are really happy to see our sisters here, our daughter, even our colleague and the future leader of the world, but also interacting in a very balanced manner with our son, our brother, future and also present leader of this world. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I won't even attempt Arabic. أنا أعرف شوية عربي ما فيش كثير تتكلم في Anyway, thank you guys. My name is Professor Dr. Rahil Kamar. I'm the head of Science and Environment sector. And in the sector, we leverage science to build capacities in our member countries. And at the COP, we have presented a lot of different activities, almost 18 activities with 3 side events where we have shown the power of science in combating, fighting desertification. And in COP29 also, we conducted more than 28 activities where we demonstrated the power of science and technology to address different climatic issues and different climatic problems. We work on a lot of different programs in science and environment, primarily on using space technologies and also on youth initiatives. We run a program on youth climate leaders. We have trained about 100 individuals in that, 50 in the Asian region that was conducted in Indonesia, and 50 in the Arab region, which was conducted in Sharjah, and another 50 will be conducted trained in Morocco, inshallah. And besides that, we run an entrepreneurship program also, where we have trained more than 500 individuals, and almost 100 startup companies have been launched from them. And some of them are moving towards becoming unicorn, but not really up there because they are all from young people like you all. I think, if any message that you all take from here, be your own boss. That is more important than anything else. Yeah, so make technology work for you. Don't work for other people. Be your own boss and run your own startup companies and run your own entrepreneurship. The world is really open for you all, and really bright future is there for you all. But it depends upon you all if you want to capitalize on it or not. The nations where the youth will capitalize on it will proceed further. The others will be left behind, unfortunately. So time is now, guys, to leverage science and technology to really address the different problems in your nation and to take your nation forward. Thank you. Who else?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello everyone. I am Abdurrahman Muhammad al-Rashidi, student biology in University Al-Imam Muhammad bin Saud, Al-Islamiyya. And I have a question here about... Okay. Thank you for listening to the question. And
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. I am Talal Mughira. I am a student from Imam Muhammad bin Saud University. I am a biological student, and we're happy to have you here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Biological student.
السلام عليكم. معكم عبد الله يحيى غفلي من جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود إسلامية، وطالب كلية العلوم بقسم الأحياء. شكرا لكم.
السلام عليكم. معكم تركي رتيق، طالب نظم معلومات جغرافية في جامعة الإمام، وأقدر أقول أبرك الساعات وحياكم الله، ولنا هذا الشرف أن نجتمع معكم جميعا.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Fahman Fatur Rahman. I'm an expert in science and environment sector. As part of my responsibility in ICESCO is I'm overseeing project programs and activities in the sector in terms of environment and sustainable development, which include agriculture, water and energy, and climate change as well.
Hello, my name is Ikram Yusi. I am part of the Director General's Cabinet, and I work with Dr. Sally. We're so happy to have you here, and we hope this session goes smoothly and you enjoy our simulation today. Thank you.
كلكم عارفيني ممكن خلاص اتكلم ولا
معكم عبد الناصر عنقاوي من المملكة العربية السعودية، موظف في الإيسيسكو مقرها الرباط المغرب، موظف مع الدكتورة سالي في مكتب مدير الإعلام. ومرحبا بكم جميعا في جناح الإيسيسكو. الله يحفظكم.
السلام عليكم. Hello everybody. My name is Ryan Isa from Imam Mohammed bin Saud University, major biology, and I thank you all for this opportunity.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الطالب ريان بن عبد الله راشد الباهلي من جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية، قسم الكيمياء. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا، مرحبا بكم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الطالب عبد العزيز محمد الحاج بجامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود، قسم الكيمياء. بس حبيت أسأل لو أقدر أتكلم عن الموضوع تالي. تمام، خلاص مو مشكلة. تفضل.
Hi everyone, I'm Christine Ersden, Global Director for Climate Education at Cambridge University Press and Assessment. Delighted to be here, looking forward to hearing what you've all got to say.
Hello, I'm Jane Mann. I'm Managing Director of the Cambridge Partnership for Education at Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and likewise really keen to hear what the young people have got to say.
Hi everyone, السلام عليكم. إسماعيل صبري، مدير مشاريع جامعة كامبريدج في الشرق الأوسط، شمال أفريقيا وباكستان.
السلام عليكم، أنا محمد العبسي، خبير في مركز التراث في منظمة الإيسيسكو. شغلنا بتركز أكثر في دعم مواقع التراث الثقافي في المنطقة العربية، تعزيز وجودها على القائمة العالمية، وإضافة إلى ذلك حمايتها من المخاطر اللي بتواجهها والتغير الثقافي نعم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الطالبة رؤى العقيلي من جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية، طالبة خدمة اجتماعية في كلية العلوم الاجتماعية. أتمنى إن شاء الله هذا اللقاء يكون خفيف لطيف علينا، نستفيد كلنا جميعا.
السلام عليكم، معكم عبير الخليفي من طالبة في جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود، قسم علم النفس، كلية العلوم الاجتماعية.
السلام عليكم، أنا اسمي نور عبد العزيز الزنان من جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية، سعدت إني أكون معكم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم طالبة شادن محمد رسيني، تخصص كيمياء من جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود الإسلامية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم نور الحيدان من طالبة في جامعة الإمام، تخصص خدمة اجتماعية في كلية العلوم الاجتماعية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أنا ربى الراجحي، طالبة ماجستير في الكيمياء في جامعة الإمام محمد بن سعود. سعيدة جدا هذه opportunity.
شاكرين لكم مرة أخرى على وجودكم، وأخيرا أعلم أنكم متحمسين جدا لطرح الأسئلة، فسنقوم أولا يعني موضوع تلو الآخر. فالموضوع الأول الذي سنفتح النقاش فيه الآن هو موضوع الأرض، لاند. فنود الاستماع منكم. هل لدى أي شخص فيكم اقتراحات أو وجهة نظر بعد الدراسة التي قمتم بها، أو لديكم أي مقترحات تودون طرحها على أحد من الخبراء أو منظمة الإيسيسكو لمناقشتها وتبنيها؟ تفضل.
بالنسبة لاستفساري أو الكلام اللي بتكلم عنه هو تقريبا سؤال كيفية دخول التقنية. أنا أتكلم خصوصا عن اللي هو العلم اللي يجذب الانتباه اللي هو الكوانتم كمبيوتر. اليوم قد نواجه اليوم عديد من الكوارث والمشاكل وارتفاع في مستويات سطح البحر اليوم اللي تهدد الدول والأراضي الخاصة فيها، وهنا يبرز اهتمامنا بمعرفة تكنولوجيا الكمومية وقدرتها المتوقعة في مساعدتنا على حل هذه المشاكل بشكل أكثر فاعلية.
طبعا السؤال ده لن نجد أفضل من دكتور رحيل للإجابة عليه، بس قبل الانتقال للإجابة هل أي شخص آخر يود عنده نفس الأسئلة أو عنده أسئلة related to this topic. Is any one else has anything related to land before we give the floor to Professor رحيل to answer؟ يا شباب هل في حد؟ طب
ما في شيء سؤال كمان.
أنا خلاص. And quantum computing, you are targeting the right guy.
Okay, first of all, I hope you all understand the power of quantum computing. Is a technology which is under development right now. It is not fully developed, but the power, let me just tell you how fast it is. Right now, there are 2 supercomputers in Saudi Arabia. That's where the problem is, and that is a big issue for cybersecurity for the future, because all our data, all of us will be data, and we will be data rich all the time. Will we be hacked also? And now with Elon Musk talking about the brain chip and everything, will that allow them to hack us also? What is going to happen? Now, coming back to your question, I think quantum computing has a lot of potential to solve our problems. Like I said, it can do calculations very fast, and it can analyze data very, very quickly. Let me give you one example. One example is that this extreme weather event that we see, with the current technology, it is not possible to solve extreme weather event, like the one we saw in Libya, where the flash flood came and a lot of people died. And in Saudi Arabia also I think last month, there was a snowfall in one of the deserts. These extreme weather events, normal algorithms, normal computers cannot solve and cannot understand. And quantum computer, because it leverages a lot of data from all the sources, and because it works very fast, it can immediately tell you that we are going to have an extreme weather event in this area. Okay? And it is estimated that even if you get a 24-hour warning ahead of the extreme weather event, you can save 30% of the damage that will be caused by the extreme weather event. And imagine how many lives we will be able to save. Most of our problems we will be able to solve. How to take out, carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, how to lower the temperature of the planet, everything that you talk about, quantum computer will solve that problem in a jiffy, as opposed to right now, those problems are so complex that if we start with supercomputer, it will take ages for us to solve that. So that is the power of quantum computing, and I think it will make life a lot easier for us also, because the routine things that we do, computers and all that will take over doing those, and we will be only left with stuff which humans can do better. I hope that answers your question.
ده كانت إجابة لسؤالك ولا لسه محتاج أي استفسار آخر؟ الحقيقة بس سؤال من جانبنا ليكم دلوقتي. It's our turn to pose a question for you guys. يعني أولا بشكرك جدا على سؤالك لأنه سؤال هام جدا. والكوانتم كمبيوتر إلى أي مدى أنتوا فاميليير أو على دراية بالكوانتم كمبيوتر؟ يعني حد عنده سمع عنه قبل كده كوانتم كومبيوتنج؟ طب مين ما سمعش عنه خالص؟ اوكي. طيب اعتقد الهدف من وجودنا اليوم هو تبادل المعلومات، لانه ما شاء الله انتم ميجرز مختلفه، you are coming from different majors، وبالتالي يعني we have a lot to learn from each other، يعني لدينا الكثير لنتعلمه من بعضنا البعض. We have a lot to exchange, not only knowing from our experts, ولكن أيضا there is a lot to learn from you guys. quantum computing زي ما بروفيسور رحيل اتكلم عليه هي هتكون طفرة كبيرة جدا في عالم الكمبيوترات، وستأخذ الكمبيوتر لمجالات وحلول واستخدامات أخرى لم نكن نتخيلها من قبل. لكن يعني as Dr. Professor رحيل mentioned, are we ready for this؟ اتفضل.
Let me just point out, right now, all the computers use binary code, 0 and 1, 0 and 1, and 0 and 1. And that can only have 1 or 2 states, okay? With quantum computing, a qubit is used, and a qubit can have multiple states. So that makes it so fast and very resilient. It can have multiple states, and you can transmit data from one point to another point also, because there is quantum entanglement, what is known as quantum entanglement, that is a particle present here can be present in the universe.
Professor, can we give clear explanation for what is quantum computing?
Yeah, because that's exactly what I was talking about, that the qubit state, it can have multiple states at the same time, unlike the digital computers that we have, which can have only 0 and 1. So the computation on that is much faster.
عن computers بقدرة هائلة فائقة مختلفة تماما عن الخدمات التي تقدم من الأجهزة الكمبيوتر الحالية التي نستخدمها. يعني وأكيد أنتم الآن على دراية، يعني إحنا بنتكلم من 10 سنوات شكل الكمبيوتر، شكله وحجمه وسعته وقدراته كانت مختلفة، لكن دي إحنا بنتكلم عن قدرات من نوع آخر أكثر تعقيدا وقدرة على حل والعمل بشكل مختلف. يعني النهاردة يعني الموبايل بتاعك يستطيع فعل ما لم الكمبيوتر 10 كيلو بتاع زمان ما كانش يقدر يعمله.
Okay, I think
so I'm trying to
it's a good enough explanation, I think. Very fast, that is it. Okay, faster than Bolt.
We have to return back to a very important point.
Yes, please.
We know that this technology is coming. يعني هذه التكنولوجيا الخارقة سوف تأتي وسوف تأتي قريبا. من وجهة نظركم كيف نحن في الإيسيسكو to engage أو نخرط أو نستطيع إدماج الشباب لإيجاد حلول لرفع استعدادية الشباب للتعامل مع هذه الطفرة التكنولوجية الكبرى. يعني أتمنى ده كمان يعني منتظرين منكم. We are waiting from your side to give us solution or suggestions. How can we work collaboratively? كيف لنا العمل بشراكة قريبة جدا معكم ومع الشباب من مختلف دول العالم الإسلامي. Because Professor Rahil talked about something that is extremely important. The infrastructure readiness أو استعدادية البنية التحتية التكنولوجية في الدول are different. لدينا دول مثل المملكة العربية السعودية وكافة دول الخليج وبعض دول وسط آسيا متقدمين بشكل كبير جدا في البنى التحتية والتكنولوجيا، يكادوا ينافسوا على يعني أعلى الدرجات في قوائم التنافسية العالمية في مجال التكنولوجي. ولدينا في العالم الإسلامي دول ما زالت لا تصلها الكهرباء في بعض المناطق، وبالتالي كيف لنا غلق تلك الفجوة وتقديم برامج تستطيع أن تدمج جميع فئات الشباب الموجودة في العالم الإسلامي. الحلول يعني نحن اليوم نطرح الأسئلة، ولكن ستستمر المناقشات بيننا وبينكم، ونتمنى أن نجد وسيلة من طرفكم، لأنكم الأقدر والأكثر دراية بالوسائل الحديثة والوسائل التي يمكن أن تتوائم مع احتياجاتكم وآلية الوصول لكم. فهذا ما نتوقعه منكم.
Okay.
My colleague Ramata.
Sally, if you allow, I would like to raise a very important issue. We are talking about rapid digital transformation. We are talking about this fast track rapid transformation. But it's important also to raise the issue of how human can be better placed in the heart of this digital transformation. We are the ones who create this digital transformation. And it's very important for human to remain in the heart of the development, in the heart of science, not being the robot of a computer. This is something really important we have to raise. And I think this is all the big decision we have been just strengthening between social and human sciences et les sciences dures, comme on les appelle en français. The reason why ICESCO is working on a charter on artificial intelligence. in order really to not only to guide but also to position ethics. What can we use until which, how to say it, until which strength roadmap can we go? Do we have to follow this rapid transformation without thinking of human? And I think this is why also it's really important to see how important youth has to be trained, has to be supported in order to better use this rapid transformation. And the rest I will say it in French so that my colleague Aline can translate it.
طب يعني قبل أن ننتقل للفرنسية دعيني الأول أعلق قليلا على ما قلتي. الحقيقة زميلتي رماتا طرحت موضوع غاية في الأهمية، وأيضا ننتظر من طرفكم التعليق على هذا، وننتظر أيضا من طرفكم إيجاد بعض الحلول أو المساهمة في وضع بعض الإجابات، لأن يعني نحن اليوم نطرح الأسئلة لكن حقا ليس لدينا الإجابات، فننتظر من طرفكم المساهمة في طرح بعض الإجابات أو استطلاع آرائكم فيما يتعلق بتلك الإجابات. سأبدأ بما انتهيتي به، يعني I'll start with what you finished about the timeline, the frame. Professor Rahil, can you just share with us when we will feel the leap, the gap of transformation? Oh my God, what's happening? This is not what I'm used. يعني I remember, for example, suddenly we were bombarded by the mobile and all the generation of my mom was stuck. يعني جيل والدتي عندما بدأ الاستخدام الفج للموبايل، لا ما هذا، يعني ما هذا الكائن الغريب. When we will feel this transformation احنا at our generation، يعني when we will feel this within 3 years, 5 years?
That's a really loaded question. Quantum computing. Expected. Quantum computing right now is in the development stage. You know, Google is working on it, China is working on it, Apple is working on it. It's in the lab. The proof of concept has been shown. It works, certainly works. Technology coming into the field is very quick now. You have seen that.
يعني we slept. One day we wake up, we found ChatGPT.
بكرة صباح كل شيء موجود.
يعني ChatGPT نمنا صحينا لقينا ChatGPT. It changed the education system. It changed how you search. It changed everything.
Absolutely. My personal estimate is 5 to 10 years, quantum computers will be everywhere, and we will see a massive
transformation
of it and all that. Guys, but remember, you know, computers are dumb. They cannot think for themselves right now, and they're dumb. They will do whatever we teach them to do. And, you know, my colleagues are very much afraid of ethics and all that. My point is we can teach computers ethics also. We can teach computer empathy also.
If we will be in a position to teach them.
We will be. It depends upon us because it's all databases, you know, how you build the database, how you build the training set. That is how we'll define the technological evolution in the future.
Thank you, Professor. So I will come back again to the questions raised by my colleague Ramata. سأرجع قليلا للأسئلة التي طرحت من قبل الزميلة رماتا لأنها أسئلة هامة جدا وتحاول أن تضع في إطار القفزة الاجتماعية التي ستحدث. جميعنا شعرنا بالقفزة، يعني أنا أتذكر بضع سنوات ماضية كنت أقوم بدور الأدفايزر لأمي. اليوم أصبحت جاهلة تماما أمام أبناء الصغار. فيعني transformation from generation to generation happened. يعني one day I was advisor to my mom. I felt that I'm so much knowledgeable. Today I feel totally ignorant in front of my daughters. So back to her question. To which extent we need to go fast in this transformation and to accelerate this transformation? This is question number one. Question number two, which is more important, how can we change the culture of dealing with technology? Because all of us, we used to depend 100% on technology. all of us, whenever we have update on our mobile, immediately we will update. We never review what are the terms, what are the new protocols, what is the privacy that the regulation are newly implemented, and we discovered that this became a big threat. So to which extent, or when, or how can we transfer our position from passive consumer to technology into a decision maker about what I will allow and what I will not? May I ask you a question? How many times you read the terms and the conditions of any update of anything related to? I think we trust the technology more than we trust our friends and more we trust our family. True? But how, from your perspective, how can we start changing and make a paradigm shift in this culture of trusting 100% technology? This is something that my colleague actually raised, and this is, I think, this is a paradigm shift in our relation with technology. To which extent we will follow blindly technology. So there is a culture shift that should happen now. يعني not necessarily to respond now, but this is something that we are opening. If anyone would like to comment on this one, especially we have ladies here from social development. يعني سمعت كم social worker, so you are the right people to answer this question. اتفضل.
Hello everyone.
بس أنت biology صح؟
حماس والله.
اتفضل.
I think rapid transformation is gonna happen either ways, either if we understand it or not. It's inevitable.
So we have to jump in. We don't have another.
We will, not in a specific way. I think with time.
Yes.
Yes, because now everything we use is technology. Everything from phones to laptops, everything to everything. Even the apps we use it's all dependent on technology. I mean, previous generations can't understand it because I don't think it was.
They thought they have the option to resist. To resist.
I mean, for example, my parents always ask me, "How can I use this app? How can I do this? How can I do this with technology?" So, because it's with my generation, I think I understand it better because I'm involved with it, not like the previous generations.
Sorry, اسمك?
ريان عيسى.
ريان.
عيسى.
ريان عيسى. Who agree with him? Who agree with him? And do you disagree? Nasser agrees. All the young generation. So we are the old people. By the way, you never know who will overpass. Now my mom, she has Snapchat. I don't have it.
I mean, my father uses Twitter, and I tend to even use it.
Yeah.
So that's actually funny. So about this, I think it's gonna happen either ways, and we'll accept it eventually. We have to, because everything depends on it now. So I think that's my perspective.
Actually, I will not follow the themes of the day. يعني in sequence, the discussion is taking us to the other point, which is governance. How do you see the governance? The governance of climate change, the governance of all our social canvas of all the technologies that we have. Did anyone went through this theme and would like to add anything? الحوكمة. يعني تعليقا على ما ذكرناه. All the technologies that we are totally surrendering ourselves. يعني احنا في حالة استسلام تام لكل أدوات التكنولوجيا الحالية. من وجهة نظركم إن لم يكن في يعني منا الأمهات يعني تراقبون الأطفال في بيوتكم أو حواليكم أو في العائلة مع يعني controlling أو يعني مراقبة الأطفال أو مراقبة المحتويات التي يروها. طب إلى أي مدى ده سيشكل سلوكهم؟ إلى أي مدى ما شكل المجتمع اللي سينتج من الانفتاح الكبير اللي أصبح أكبر من إن إحنا نفكر إن إحنا to control it؟ فما آليات الحوكمة؟ يعني كم منكم لديه أطفال في العائلة أو حواليه ويرى التغير في البيهيفير والسلوك والتوجيهات التي يعيشوها؟ هل لديكم أي تجربة إيجابية لإمكانية حوكمة ما يروه اتفضل.
ومن الممكن في بعض البرامج أو التطبيقات في الأنظمة التشغيل نفسها تشبك الإيميل الخاص بالطفل بالإيميل الخاص بالأب فيمكن المراقبة
parental supervision. بس ده هذا أيضا يتطلب وعي كبير من البيرنتس، لأن even أو حتى من خلال تلك التطبيقات أصبح العديد، يعني وبما أننا نتحدث عن البيئة والكلايمت تشينج، كمان التوعية. يعني كنت أذكر مثلا وإحنا أطفال كان دايما التوعية المنزلية موجودة، لا في المية، لا افتح المية، خد بالك. يعني هل أصبح هناك مساحة للبيرنتس يعني للتحكم في سلوكيات الأطفال المجتمعية والبيئية؟
هو من هذه الناحية يعتمد على اللي هو تربية الأهالي، بس إنه بالصدق يعني إنه خف يعني التحكم فيهم، فهم صاروا يعرفون أشياء ما نعرفها بجوال مثلا، فهم صاروا أكثر علم بالتكنولوجيا أكثر من الآباء نفسهم. هذا يعني يدعو يعني الآباء نفسهم لازم يكون عندهم وعي أو يزيد الوعي.
This is very risky because the exposure the kids are getting now from technology is way huge than our change and governance in general regarding our social transformation that's happening. Do you want to?
I think what I would really like, if possible, is to hear from some of the students about what would matter most to them. What's our role, and how can you support us, and how can we be supporting you more? And when it comes to governance, when it comes to preparation for preparing you properly for the future that you are intending to go into, when it comes to your careers, and how greening education can feed into that. So any thoughts you might have?
الحقيقة currently we work with Cambridge on a project that is extremely important, which is green education, because we don't expect citizens who will be responsible of environment taking corrective actions, and unless it starts very early at the educational system and with families. This is a very important project. يعني هذا هو مشروع كبير نعمل عليه معا بين الإيسيسكو وكامبريدج على التعليم الأخضر، وكيفية بناء منظومة تعليمية تستطيع بث أو تحريك سلوك الأطفال لبناء مواطنين مسؤولين عن البيئة وقادرين على المشاركة أو المساهمة في بناء مجتمعات أكثر استدامة. in this regard في هذا النحو هل لديكم أي مقترحات؟ لأن الحقيقة جميعا يعني كلنا هنا اليوم للاستماع من جانبكم.
تكلم.
تفضلي.
أنا أشوف نفس اليوم تقريبا الإيسيسكو أو الكوب 16 يعني جانا عن طريق الجامعة، كان شيء مرة كويس، بس إنه برضو المشاركة كانت خارج الجامعة، فالصراحة مرة فرق معنا وكان شيء يعني أوكي الحين ما خلصنا بس طورنا كثير وتوسعت مداركنا. فأشوف حتى الأطفال ممكن لو تدخلون عليهم من الأشياء اللي هم يهتمون فيها والأشياء اللي يحبونها راح يختلف مرة.
I will do the translation. Actually, it's working. So I actually now معلش أتعرف على الاسم. شادن.
Yes.
شادن، اسمك جميل يا شادن.
شكرا.
شادن, she is initiating a very intelligent initiative from my perspective. I think يعني this could be added to your initiative with the ICESCO, which is she said that this is يعني although it's not finished yet, but she considered this as a great opportunity for learning, because I know all of you studied a lot before you come and you prepare for this session. So this is too much learning. So why don't we create simulation for kids with very basic topics? And I think if we will take this initiative and focus with early childhood, then they will learn a lot, and this will stay longer time with them. And this really can change their behavior. And I would like to leave the floor to my colleague, Dr. Ahmed, to comment on this.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent approach. Instead of going top down, speaking only to governments, we would, start from students integrate them with what we are trying to do in certain aspects, and engage them in workshops and talks, and how we could approach our plan, and this is I think would be very effective. طبعا أنا ممكن احنا نواصل مواضيعنا بسبب ضيق الوقت، وممكن ان احنا يعني نشوف ممكن ما هي الأمور اللي ودكم أنتم اليوم تتكلمون عنها، كلنا في الموضوع اللي واحد حضر فيه، ولو ممكن نبدأ يعني من واحد ممكن إيش اللي ودكم تشاركون فيه اليوم في هذا المواضيع يعني اللي أنتم حضرتوها. تفضلي.
أول شيء يعني ككيميائية ودي يعني أسلط الضوء على على تقنية النانو، يعني إيش دور النانو ماتيريالز حالياً بمعالجة مثلاً الجفاف ومكافحة التصحر اللي حالياً إحنا نواجهها. يعني مثلاً إحنا يعني مثلاً نعرف إن مثلاً النانو سيليكا لها قدرة مثلاً إنه يحتفظ بالماء، فهل يعني مثلاً إضافتها للنباتات وكذا راح تحسن قدرتها على النمو في بيئات الجافة؟ يعني هل هذه التقنية هذه يعني الآن إحنا نشتغل عليها أو لا؟ فهذا سؤالي.
سؤال جميل. ممكن حنا نستمع وبعدين our experts إن شاء الله will reply to them. تفضلي.
كان في فكرة قريتها عن إرشاد الماء مثلاً مثلاً مياه المنازل اسمها المياه الرمادية، كيف إن مثلاً مياه الغسيل حقة الأطباق أو المياه الاستحمام، كيف إنها تستعمل هذه المياه مرة ثانية بطريقة يعني للزراعة أو شيء، بدل إنها ما تصير فائض وتروح للمجاري ويأثر على الضغط. يعني حلوة الفكرة هذه لو يعني مثلا تطبق بالمنازل، أن المياه هذه كيف نستعملها يعني يكون في يعني
الري يعني عاد تدوير
بدل ما تروح.
احنا برضو ككيميائية احنا خذينا بمادة الحفظ ان بعض الكاتاليست عندها القدرة، بعض الكاتاليست او المحفزات عندها القدرة على انها تزيد الاحتفاظ في الماء. فهذه التقنية هل احنا نقدر نستخدمها على ارض الواقع بالنباتات بحيث اننا نحارب التصحر في التربة؟ نحط كاتاليست يسوي عاد التفاعل ويحتفظ في الماء بحيث ان نحارب التصحر.
لو إحنا استخدمنا الألواح حق الطاقة الشمسية في أماكن الصحراء، هل يمدينا مثلا نحط النباتات المستدامة بعدين نحط هذه الألواح الطاقة الشمسية على مضخات وتكون منها على طول سهلة؟ صح إنها مكلفة جدا، بس إنه يعني يمكن صحراء كاملة تطلع فيها كلها نباتات. لو أنا حطيت يعني جبت سماد قوي وحطيته في هذه الصحراء وحطيت نباتات مستدامة وبعدين حطيت طاقة شمسية وعلى طول الشمس قريبة يعني وعلى طول عليها مضخات، ما يحتاج حتى بشر يتحكمون فيها، سهلة على طول، فيكون على طول الري بشكل دائم. حسيتنا يعني فكرة ممكن تتطور.
جميل.
أنا كأخصائية اجتماعية حابة أسولف عن نقطة العائلة والأسرة وكيف نحمي الأطفال من المواضيع اللي تصير في التطور اللي قاعد يصير بالتكنولوجيا في أيا كان. صراحة الموضوع هذا شاغل بال المجتمع ككل، من أب وأم وأطفال وكل أحد له علاقة في المجتمع. نقطة أنك أنت تحاول تحمي أطفالك من التكنولوجيا هذه صعبة في جيل أساسه تكنولوجيا، أو أنك تقطع عنهم بشكل كامل. فأنك أنت تصير تركز على نقطة الحماية والتوعية أكثر، أنك تركز على الأسر نفسها، أساس الأسرة اللي هم الأم والأب والفئات اللي تأثر على الأطفال هذولي، يكون الشيء اللي موجه للأطفال يكون شيء صحيح لهم برقابة الأسرة، وهذا يكون فيه تحذير وتوعية أكبر طبعا بالنسبة للأسر. هذا طبعا كله يقوم يعني على الهيئات الكبرى يعني اللي تكون متخصصة في هذا الموضوع ويكون يهمها هذا النقطة. أشوف إن الأسر هي الأساس بالنسبة للأم والأب، هم الأساس اللي المفروض يكونون مهتمين ومطلعين على الأشياء اللي تمر على أطفالهم، ويكونون هم مراقبين لها، لأن بالنهاية هذول أطفال فما يعرفون الصح والغلط ولا يفرقون بينه، محتاجين رقابة ورقابة قوية. للأسف التكنولوجيا الحالية قاعد تفتح رؤية للأطفال في مواضيع كثيرة المفروض أنهم حتى ما يتطرقون لها، يعني مواضيع تصدم الواحد أن طفل يتكلم فيها وهو ما له علاقة، المفروض ما يعرف عنها أصلا. الموضوع هذا شوية بلا يعني ترابط بين الأسرة، ويبيله وعي زيادة بين داخل الأسر عند الأم والأب. شكرا.
If you pass the mic, please. Yeah, when we go around at the end. Huh? Okay, then yeah, go ahead, please.
I'm too old you take the last question, and then I'll take the other question. The last question with.
Thank you for the gender support.
Always.
Our pleasure. I think it's very, what our colleague from social workers says is very important, how to place and how to protect family in the area of, in the field of artificial intelligence. Some months ago, ICESCO organized a very important workshop on families and artificial intelligence in order to not only support, but also protect, provide some better mechanism to protect the main actor of the family, meaning women. Women are in the heart of society. How we have also to protect children in order to not fall into this digital sovereignty. Me, I'm talking about digital sovereignty. And what we have to promote right now is human sovereignty in the area of artificial intelligence. In this case also, we have implemented a specific program on mental health. We have include mental health into digital transformation in order to better support family, women, children on this, how to say it, this stress caused by artificial intelligence. Dr. Rahil was saying that we are afraid of artificial intelligence. We are not afraid of artificial intelligence. We are just afraid on the lack of support mechanism for women, for children. And for that, I would love letting my colleague Alun elaborate more, just in 5 minutes, Sally, on the program we have been creating on, to create a master applied to artificial intelligence, a master on peace applied to artificial intelligence. But before, maybe I will give the floor to Dr. Rahil, and Alun can elaborate more on that. Thank you.
Do realize, there is always going to be good and bad. Humans are geared that way. Some are evil, some are, really good. Right now, also, there's dark web. Do you all know that dark web has a lot of nonsense stuff on it? How are we protecting our children from that? We're using technology, to block such content from. Saudi Arabia cannot access any of the contents of the dark web, but the dark web content is out there, and we cannot deny it that nastiness or that dirtiness that exists on it does not exist. So technological problems will always be there. Humans will always do bad. But we, as humankind, we need to make sure that the bad is less than the good, okay? So we take advantage of technology, and the people who will be harming will be limited in there. Atomic bomb was developed. How many times the atomic bomb has been used? Twice. Nagasaki and Hiroshima, only twice. But how many times has it been? How many victims? That I agree, but how many times after that? All right. So somebody asked a question about solar panels. Yes, of course, we can use solar panel to pump out water from the aquifer. But do you know, in my country, I'm from Pakistan. In my country, we have drained 40% of our aquifer already, which was accumulated over millions and millions, rather billions of years, that aquifer was drained. In Saudi Arabia also, the aquifer is being drained completely. So that is really, further pumping further water out is really not the solution, okay? All right, let me talk a little bit about solar panels. It excites me a lot. Right now, what we can do is, if we put solar panels in the Sahara, let's say, for example, we cover 50% of the Sahara with solar panels, what will happen? We can provide the whole world with electricity, okay? But what will happen to the local climate? You will have 2.5 degrees centigrade rise in the local temperature over there, because the sand is reflecting a lot of heat back into the space, and the dark solar panels will absorb a lot of this heat, and local conditions will increase. And worldwide, we will have a 0.36 degrees centigrade rise in temperature. So are we really solving a problem by creating another problem, or what are we doing? We, as humans, vowed that by 2030, we will limit the temperature increase to 2 degrees over this period. But we are already at 2.5 degrees, and there is no way to decrease this temperature, but technology is there to do it. And somebody talked about nanoparticles over there. Nanoparticles, you know, are a wonderful, really, origin, and wonderful stuff can be done with nanoparticles. Let me give you an example of geoengineering. What we can do is we can disperse reflective nanoparticles in the stratosphere. So what will happen is the radiation, the heat which is coming to the Earth, it will be reflected back. And that will result a decrease in temperature, in the localized temperature. And as the temperature goes down, you will have more rainfall, you will have fertile lands and all that. Right now, the problem is that we are not leveraging technology enough to decrease carbon dioxide content. Carbon dioxide content has never been higher in our lifetimes as human beings than it is right now. And carbon dioxide is causing the increase in temperature because it is a greenhouse gas. It goes into the atmosphere, and all the heat reflected from Earth back to the atmosphere comes back again and is trapped in the environment. And that is our environmental challenge right now, how to decrease this temperature. And using nanoparticles, we can certainly, using geoengineering techniques, we can certainly take care of this problem. There is a big move in the world to reduce carbon dioxide emission. Everybody talks about, you know, fossil fuel is not a good thing and we should get rid of it and whatever. But what we can do is we can work on the opposite side also. We can start taking out carbon dioxide from the atmosphere also, using carbon capture technology, which is at a very high stage of development right now. I have a chair in Baku, in fact, and the chair over there, she is working on using exactly nanoparticles on capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere so that the carbon dioxide content goes down, the temperature will go down also. Somebody talked about governance. I'm really into the using technology and all. Yeah. So I'll stop here. I won't talk about governance, but you know, Anar is sitting here. He can tell us how we can use technology to really. Metaverse is the solution for governance. Governance, what is governance? It's a set of rules, and artificial intelligence and metaverse, it can really ensure that the governance is correctly taken care of. We have in fact created at the science sector in ICESCO, we have created a digital twin of parts of Marrakesh, and we can do governance over there. We can say that at this time, you know, the garbage truck has to go there and collect the garbage and come back. At this time, the water supply has to go there and come back and whatever. These are the set rules of governance which are repetitive, which we as humans do not have to handle. And artificial intelligence and digital transformation can handle these things for us easily, and we will be free of all these issues. I'll ask Anas, since he's been listening to my rambling on, I'll ask him what else in governance can we do which digital technology can do better.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I have a time to reflect on this, but I think it's a very important issue. I mean, having listened all these speakers about the impact of the digital transformation, and especially artificial intelligence, the quantum computing. I think we are in front of the big dilemma. We need to understand. I mean, we all understand. We acknowledge that it's inevitable. I mean, the arrival of this quantum computing and machine learning and artificial is inevitable. But the issue is in front of the whole humanity, I would say, whether we should leave it to self-regulate itself, or we need to come up with certain governance, with certain ethical rules, etc. But then there is another question. Do we believe that these ethical, regulations and policies that we will come up will really limit this issue to integrate fully into our life? So this is another issue. So I think we need to ask ourselves what we want from this artificial intelligence or the quantum computing or digital transformation that is coming. I mean, it's already a part of our reality. What we want, that they will replace human intelligence, or it will replace human labor. So they will come to help us in some labor stuff, or we will continue to do our labor stuff, and it will replace our human intelligence. I think we need to answer to this question. But what shows, and which is for me, it's a bit dangerous tendency, that the transforming of education goes in the direction that knowledge-based education is being replaced by the skills and competence-based education. So in sort of, we are preparing a generation of the people who will be suitable to the market, to be a working force, and the human intelligence, the knowledge that we get from the education is being replaced by the artificial intelligence. So what it will give to us, whether our humanity will be prepared to these scenarios, whether the world itself will be better. I think this is a very open question, and I'm not a true believer that the governance, in a way that we have right now, with the policies, with the ethical, the charter, Islamic Charter of Ethics of the AI, is strong enough to stop this. So I think we need to think about other measures. I would say even maybe radical measures but first we need to answer the question: is it really good for all of us, for the whole humanity, or not?
I think that is the core question.
Excellent reflections. Thank you so much. ونبدأ من حنا هنا إيش آراءكم، وبعدين نستمع في الأخير للخبراء.
أبي أسأل. عندي عن موضوع الأجري عندي عن موضوع Agri Food System Day. Question is, how can water resource efficiency be improvement in agri food systems? And other question, how can the impact of biodiversity loss in agriculture due to this frictions be addressed?
أولا أتفق مع الدكتورة أن ما نقدر أنا بتكلم عن التكنولوجيا، تطور تكنولوجي، أن ما نقدر نتحكم بتطور التكنولوجي، لأن الآن في هذا الزمن هذا الدول، الحكومات تحرص وتتسابق على الموضوع هذا لتكسب العالم، لتكسب احتياج العالم لها. فمن ناحية هذه صعب أن نتحكم فيها. من ناحية أخرى بتكلم عن الذكاء الصناعي وكيف نقدر نستخدم الطبيعة. أنا الحين شايف في شركات أو 3 شركات عالمية يقدرون يحطون أجهزة في المنزل تستخدم الارتفيشال انتليجنت عن طريق الأطعمة اللي تقدر تذبها في النفايات بكرامة، تقدر تحطه في هذا الجهاز وياخذ له وقت 4-5 ساعات عن طريق الذكاء الاصطناعي ويحوله لسماد وينزل لك بعض المياه من نفس الغذاء هذا. هذا الشيء نقدر نستخدمه. هذه هي الاستفادة من الذكاء الاصطناعي بهذه الحدودية، لا أكثر من ذلك. شكرا.
Hello, I'm interested in agri-food system. So my question is, how can we measure the progress of a sustainable food system globally?
وعندي سؤال هو مالي شوي، إن كيف تسهم الشراكة مثلا بين الحكومات والشركات الخاصة؟ مين اللي يمول هذه التقنيات؟ كيف يستفيدون منها؟ المخاطر يعني بشكل عام يعني. عيد السؤال. والشراكة بين الشركات الخاصة والحكومات، مين اللي راح يمول التقنيات هذه؟ مين المستفيد؟ المخاطر يعني بشكل عام. هذا سؤال يعني.
And some memory also. I'm too old, man. So, wait. Okay. First of all, guys, technology for water conservation and all that really exists already. We waste the most water in irrigation, especially in third world countries. Drip irrigation, and Saudi Arabia is a prime example. You have shown with little water what you can grow, and in the Western countries also drip irrigation and all these things have come up, and vertical irrigation and all that, and aquaculture, which conserve water. Okay, but before we go into that, people talk about more food, generating more food and more water and more water and more food. Do you all know that we currently produce 4 billion tons of food on this planet? And do you know how much that is? That is enough to feed 10 billion people. How many people are we on this planet? 8 billion. Where does the rest go? It is wasted. It is completely wasted. 1 billion ton is wasted every year. Okay, and that is enough. We don't need to worry about making more food. It's enough. Somebody talk about composting and extracting water. Water is not our major problem from extraction purposes. We can extract carbohydrate, we can extract protein, we can extract fats and vitamins from this wasted food that we generate. And unfortunately, with apologies to everybody, I'm a Muslim also, during Ramadan is when we waste the most food. We need to make sure we waste less, and whatever wastage is there from the food chain also and from post-consumption also, it is converted into something which can be consumed by somebody. We ran a program last year, bio-waste to food bar. And a Masri company and a Malaysian company and a Brunei company won first, second, and third prizes from this. The Masri company were using fish scale and fish wastage and using other stuff to convert it into a food bar. And the Malaysian company was using this leftover from the fruit. Once you've eaten, for example, you've eaten pineapple, there's a lot of biologically available stuff on the outside which you discard. They converted that into food bars. Okay, and this wastage, if we minimize it, we have enough food. It's not a problem at all. It's the wastage that is the problem. Unfortunately, the top 25 wasteful countries are OIC member countries. We waste the most food on this planet. And that wastage we need to realize that people are going hungry. Do you all know 800 million people go hungry every day, and 400 million people go without food at night, go to bed without food? It's criminal on our part that we are wasting so much food when it is available to take away all sorts of hunger on this planet. Was there any other question that I needed to answer?
This issue of waste, and some countries have many food, how to say it, food treasure. But the issue is also how important is peace building program related to food security. We are talking about opportunity, but also the issue of solidarity. When we talk about Islamic world, it's about solidarity. We have to share what we have, our livelihood. And this is why I yearly said that it will be good to give the slot to some minutes to Alin in order to link artificial intelligence, digital transformation to peace, because it's a very important peace building program. Has to be put in the heart. Some countries are very rich in terms of natural resources, but if they are not in peaceful context, how can they use? How can they use the chance they have? The other thing, before going to Alun, if the chair allow it, I would like to raise the issue of governance. For me, the first step and the foundation of governance should be giving the voice to the one who are the majority of the population. It's about youth, it's about women. How we can talk on their behalf if you don't give them the chance to talk? You are here to have an intergenerational dialogue with us. In fact, you should be the one talking in terms of sharing your needs, sharing your concerns, so that as intergovernmental institution, we can integrate it in our policies and program. I think the opposite, it's really important to change this mindset in order to give all the needful for our youth and women, not only to express themselves, but also to impose their needs. The reason why I was talking early about human sovereignty. And it's really important to push young people and women to be more expressive and to follow also our vision, and so that their need can be integrated in our policies and program. If you allow, Chair, if Alan can just have quickly some minutes to share this program on peace linked to digital transformation and food security. Thank you.
Or maybe you want to speak about the finance question?
Well, thank you very much, Chair, for reminding me about this question. If I understood correctly, the question is about do we have a finance for this process of the digital transformation? Is that right? Is this the question? Who will finance the technologies? Actually, I mean, we have to look at the world right now. Who is the financing the technology? It's a demand-driven process. It's a business-driven process. But besides that, I think we need to also understand that the global system is like right now in a such way that unfortunately, I mean, and this is today's world that shows this, the financing goes to those issues that destroy humanity, the earth, than to those issues that recover it. The countries are spending billions to the weapons, to the weapon production, to the production of the weapons of mass destruction, etc. And only 1% of this, maybe even less, 0%, goes to the education. That planning to prevent the wars and conflicts and build the peace in the minds of the people. So we need to understand that this is the overall global system. But when it comes to the technologies, again, it is a business-driven process, and as long as it generates income, the finance will be there. And the technologies are bringing a lot of incomes. I mean, in terms of these new technologies that you bring to the reality, they bring this. So the financing, I don't think there will be a shortage of finance to these issues. And this is the practice shows that it is the fact.
You have an input? Can you pass the mic, please?
Hi, thank you so much to all of you for sharing your ideas. I really enjoyed hearing about them. And the thing about ideas and creativity is usually the first idea you have isn't the end one, and you build on it and you build on it and you make it better, and you really find a moment where your idea cuts through. And those are the ideas that the Apple iPhone are, or something like that. So I would love to ask you a question, and my question is, how much of your education encourages you to have ideas and to work and develop them? Because you obviously know your knowledge is good. So I would love to hear about your ideas. Given your introduction, I would love to pass the microphone to the young women, first of all.
مين اللي وده يعلق بشكل سريع؟
Just to confirm the translation, your question is to which extent they believe their educational system can help them to come up with ideas. إلى أي مدى تروا أن نظامكم التعليمية بتمكنكم من الإبداع والتفكير الحر وطرح حلول للمشاكل. We currently we can vote. يعني ممكن ناخد أصوات. Then if someone would like to comment. إلى أي مدى شايفين educational system النظم التعليمية بتساعدكم إن أنتوا تكونوا innovators وقادرين على إيجاد حلول ابتكارية. You agree? Who agree again? Who agree? Okay. Do you have any recommendation that you would like to propose for any educational system to be more innovative? Actually, having them here today, they are invited by their university. So opening this discussion with such intergovernmental organization, I think it is a motivator for them. Please, if you would like to add.
أنا أشوف الأنظمة التعليمية أشوف أنها عندنا مفتوحة، فجدا جدا يعتمد على الدكتور أو الأستاذ اللي يدرسك. في أستاذ يفتح لك المجال جدا، وفي أستاذ على حسب الأسلوب، وفي أستاذ لا. وبرضو الجامعة نفسها لا، في يعني أماكن تقدر في ينشرون إعلانات عن طريق الإيميل الجامعي، فأحس أنها بالعكس يعني تحفزنا.
أشوف بالنسبة للجانب التعليمي إنه مهما كان في تطور في الجانب التعليمي، دام الشخص مو براغب في جهة التعليم أو إنه يبغى يتطور ما راح يتطور. فهي الموضوع يرجع على الشخص ذاته، إذا هو كان حاب يتطور وحاب يتعلم شيء أكبر وحاب يصير في مركز أكبر أو شيء زي كذا، يكون هو بذرة التطور لهذه القفزة في التعليم يعني.
الأساس هو التعليم الذاتي، يعني مهما كان تعليم الجامعة، في الناس أغلبهم العلماء واللي تطوروا كله تعليم ذاتي، تلقاني ياخذ معلومة بسيطة يروح هو يبحث عنها أصلا في السيرشنج، فهذه هي الأساس يعني.
Thank you very much. Just to complement what Mrs. Ramata has been developing about our vision of peace and technology, and I'll be very quick because I guess people are kind of a little bit tired now, needing to leave. And so number one is, for us, we have this vision of peace that is like global and multidimensional. That's what we call peace 360 degree. Like for ICESCO, in order to build peace, you need to be aware of all its dimensions. So that's why, for instance, within our programs, we encourage this multidimensional, whereby all expertise converge toward having that multidimensional understanding of peace. We work a lot with colleagues from science, from culture, from education, to really grasp all these aspects. And now technology, where does it place? It's because technology has two dimensions that it has changed in our lives. The first one is the velocity of change now in our systems. Just picture the time that lapsed between the first industrial revolution and the second. Picture the time between the second and the third. Picture the time between the third and the fourth. And we are talking now about the fourth revolution, and actually even this fourth revolution is coming with small revolution in itself. Like every day we are living new industrial revolutions, new technological and scientific revolutions because of the velocity of change that technology brings in our life. The second aspect is technology is everywhere in our life. Technology is pervasive. I remember when I was at university and I was doing my first computer science class, we were 20 in front of one computer. So I remember we would call us, everyone would have 30 minutes to type whatever they want to. So just the fact that putting my finger on that keyboard was just like reaching the Graal, or heaven, you see? So it's completely different now. Now you're almost born with one laptop. You're almost born with one computer. So this is the second aspect. So velocity first, pervasiveness. So because of that, we need to include technology as a critical tool in building peace through our master in AI, in peace building, whereby we want to just connect the social sciences who have now been developing most, the peace studies and AI specialists. And together we will bring that synergy that will help us, as we say, cover peace in all its dimension. Thank you so much for getting me. Thanks.
طيب كذا نأتي لنا ختام جلستنا. شكرا جزيلا. كلمة.
يعني يعني في نهاية الجلسة نود أن نعلمكم أن بدأنا النقاش، ولكن النقاش سيستمر من خلال القنوات التي فتحت معكم بشكل شخصي أو من خلال الجامعة. ولو دكتور أحمد يسمح يعني أعددنا لكم شهادات للمشاركة، فإن شاء الله هنعطيها لكم. وأود دعوة زميلي ناصر يعني لقراءة الأسماء، ودكتور أحمد والزملاء للتفضل لتسليم الشهادات.
الرشيدي عبد الرحمن. نورة الزنان. ريان الباهلي. ربى الراجحي. نورة ناصر الحيدان. عبد العزيز محمد. عبد الله الغفلي. رؤى العقيلي. طلال آل مغيرة. شادن محمد الرسيني. عيسى ريان. تركي الرتيق. عبير الخليفي.
شكرا للجميع، شكرا جزيلا. إن شاء الله نراكم في مناسبات قادمة بإذن الله. طيب، صورة جماعية الآن في الخارج.